Chapter 40. Eileen Walsh sat on the stool in front of her dressing table, removing her makeup with soft cotton pads. When she'd furnished her bedroom, the light bulbs surrounding the mirror were how she'd imagined a Hollywood star's dressing room would appear. She didn't mind the cliché. She wanted there to be one part of her day where she could feel like a star, even if it was only the star of her own life. That had been 5 years ago, and nothing that had happened to Eileen had felt remotely starry. There was nothing glamorous about work. Being a nurse on the women's surgical ward in Manchester Royal Infirmary was to exist in a perpetual state of overwork, with occasional moments of gratification when a patient you liked had a better outcome than expected, or when a family showered you with thanks and chocolates. But the constant exhaustion overwhelmed any sense of virtuous satisfaction at being part of a caring profession. At one point, she had dared to hope that marriage was going to rescue her from drudgery. Lovely, gentle Tim, who had a good job with a major insurance company. They'd met when his mother had been having her gallbladder removed, and he'd inexplicably fallen for her. He wasn't the most exciting man in the world, but Eileen enjoyed his company, and she could imagine a comfortable life with him. An end to loneliness, an end to financial worries, an end to dragging her weary body through endless shifts leading nowhere. She could do this, she told herself. His mother made a good recovery, which Tim credited to Eileen's care. 2 months later, after a succession of nights out at the cinema, an assortment of restaurants, and a couple of gigs at the Apollo, where they'd both been deafened by the volume, he'd proposed, and she'd accepted. Her parents had been relieved as well as delighted. They'd been convinced that at 35 she was definitely past her sell-by date. 8 days later, he'd been waiting to cross Whitworth Street near the junction with Sackfield Street when a roofer working on scaffolding right behind him had dropped a section of cast-iron drainpipe. It plummeted 40 feet to the pavement below, and in those few terrible seconds, Tim lost all his remaining time. Eileen's first emotion had been anger. One moment of heedlessness had cheated her out of the life that should have been hers. She was sorry about Tim, of course she was. She wasn't some heartless gold-digging bitch. But she was more sorry for herself. He'd been her one chance to trade in an existence for a life, and now that chance was gone forever. It was worse than being dumped, because it wasted time. If some bastard gave you the elbow, you could put yourself back out there right away. But being bereaved meant you had to go through a respectable period of mourning. That was over now, though. It had been 17 months since the funeral, and it was time to start looking again. She'd been charm itself on the ward, with anyone who might have a candidate in their life. Sons or brothers, single, divorced, or widowed, she didn't mind. She'd put up with devotion to sport or oddball collections, even an addiction to Jeremy Clarkson. She could squeeze herself into the mold of the woman they needed. But so far, there had been no likely candidates snapping at the bait. Time was running out, and Eileen wanted off the ward and into a different life. She wiped away the last of the makeup and leaned in closer to the mirror. There were shadows under her eyes, fine lines running through them, still almost invisible, but they'd only get worse. And those faint brackets that appeared round her smile, they weren't going to disappear. Soon she'd become invisible, just another woman sliding into middle age, with a few extra pounds round her midriff, and everything heading south along with her chances. Maybe this weekend would be lucky. Eileen raised a coquettish eyebrow. She wasn't bad-looking, not for her age, and weddings put a gloss on everybody. She'd seen it before. The celebration of matrimony turned love into an infectious disease. Surely a gay wedding would have the same aphrodisiac effect as a normal one. Surely Greg and Avram must know some straight men. Okay, so she probably knew most of Greg's friends. They'd worked on the ward together for 7 years, after all. But Avram was a different matter. He worked at Media City. He was a radio documentary producer. He must know dozens of really interesting people. And statistically, some of them must be single men of a certain age in want of a wife. And it was going to be a big wedding, 143 guests, according to Greg. She had to be in with a shout. Eileen took the lid off her night-nourishing cream and slathered it over her face. Only a few short days to go. Time enough for a lash tint and a manicure. There was no harm in making the most of herself. Saturday could be the turning point. But if it wasn't, that was okay too, she told herself. She didn't mind her own company. She was doing all right on her own. She had friends from work. She had a life. Who are you kidding? The voice in the back of her head was sardonic, and it opened the floodgates of fear again. The prospect of growing old and infirm all alone, without the cushion of companionship and a comfortable income, was terrifying. Her own parents were struggling with retirement, and they at least had each other, but she'd have no one. She'd be one of those smelly old women living in one room with nobody to visit her and no money to do anything except watch daytime TV, surviving on baked beans and cheap white bread. "Get a grip, Eileen," she said sternly. Saturday would be her chance. She'd seize it with both hands. Chapter 41. Another week, another level of frustration for Remit. Some bright spark on a local paper had made the connection between the two deaths, in spite of Carol's efforts to keep the lid on the link between the circumstances. Now, as well as their colleagues looking over their shoulders, they had a daily media barrage demanding copy. Skenfrith Street was under permanent siege from a handful of determined hacks who were convinced the police were holding out on them. The truth was very different. The morning briefing was bereft of new leads, and none of the routine processes had led them anywhere. The CCTV from Leeds Station had taken them no further. Their target walked with his head bowed and never looked up. Stacey had been running ANPR results for all the major routes in and out of the Dales over the 2 weekends when their victims had been killed, but the handful of results had taken them nowhere. Every car number that turned up over both weekends had been accounted for. "We've got 43 locals going shopping or to football matches or to work. 31 of them are men," Stacey explained. "They've all got witnesses who confirm what they've told us, and also alibis for assorted time slots over the weekend. None of them has enough time available close enough to the body dumps to have committed the crimes. And you can't get there by public transport." At her words, Tony looked up, head cocked to one side, frowning, but he said nothing. "We've also got 29 weekenders who have properties inside the camera-free areas we've marked out. Apart from one, they were all either couples or families, and again, it's hard to see how any of the men could have popped out to seduce our victims and murder them." "What about the one?" Paula asked. "According to the local police in Preston, where he lives, he's in the clear for both the wedding Saturdays. He's a tennis coach at the local club. On Saturday afternoons, he runs 3 clinics. one for kids, two for adults. Both evenings he was working behind the bar at the club during social fundraisers. His presence at the club is confirmed." Stacey looked apologetic. "So now Lancashire police hate us as much as North and West Yorkshire for all the tedious alibi checking." "He'll be using hire cars," Tony said matter-of-factly. "It's clear from everything to do with these cases that he has a remarkably high level of forensic awareness. He won't risk taking his own car anywhere near where he kills them or where he dumps them." "Still, we had to check," Carol said. "So have we got anywhere with the wedding photos from either event?" Alvin spoke. "As we reported previously, we managed to track down all the wedding guests and compile copies of all their photographs and videos. Stacey came back to us with a CGI image of what the presumed killer looks like. We've shown it round the guests, but nobody admits to recognizing him." "And Karim and me have been doing the rounds of friends and families and workmates," Kevin said. "Apart from Amy's ex-boyfriend claiming he looked exactly like the guy who delivers Valhalla parcels to Amy's flat, which we checked out, and none of the delivery drivers looks remotely like the image. Nobody recognized him. Gov, I think we should get his picture out in the media. What about Crime Watch?" "I've been holding back because the software Stacey used to produce the image isn't tried and tested in court yet," Carol said. "I don't want to run the risk of some smart-ass defense barrister accusing us of junk science down the line. But everything else seems to be a dead end, so I think we have to look at going public." Kevin groaned. "Another mountain of false leads to chase down?" "In the first instance, we'll use local bodies on the ground," Carol said. "I'll save you and Karim for checking out the ones that might go somewhere." "It's like terrorism," Karim burst out. "We know he's out there, but we don't know where. It's like we're waiting for the next one, hoping he'll make a mistake. How do we stop this happening when we don't have a clue where to look?" There was a moment's shocked silence. Finally, Carol spoke. "Because it's what we do. We stop people like him because we keep hammering away at every possibility until we find him." Paula leaned across and put a hand on Karim's arm. "You'll get used to feeling like this," she said quietly. "It happens every time, and we get past it." "We really do," Kevin said. Karim stared at the table, his left leg jittering beneath it. Carol cleared her throat. "Anybody have anything else?" Tony stood up and began his familiar pacing routine. "Stacey said something earlier. You can't get there by public transport. But that means the converse is also true. The killer can't make his getaway on public transport. After Catherine McCormick was killed, I thought he must be walking away, or maybe jogging. I was going to suggest checking out all the properties within easy walking distance. Then I thought, what does that mean, easy walking distance? I could easily walk 5 or 6 miles without thinking twice about it. But in the dark, even on familiar terrain, that's a big ask. Because he couldn't walk on the road, could he? All it would take would be one passing car." Carol cut in. "We did think about this, Tony, and we put it to one side for precisely that reason. We couldn't draw a radius that made any sense. For all we know, he could have left his car nearby at any point over the weekend and then used her car for their final journey." "That's true, and it's why I didn't waste your time. That was my reaction at the Amy MacDonald crime scene, too. How could we construct a meaningful search out of the little we knew? And then Stacey said what she said, and all at once something clicked, and I understood what I'd been looking at." He grinned triumphantly, not caring that he was met with an array of blank looks. "You're going to have to tell us more than that, mate," Alvin said. "I don't think it's just me that doesn't have a clue what you're on about." "Carol, Paula, You remember that flattened grass and ripped-up earth I pointed out at the crime scene? Did forensics come back with anything?" "No," Paula said. "There was nothing to indicate what it had been, except it had been heavy enough to make an impact, and probably made of metal or sturdy plastic, because it had scarred the ground." "Do we have the measurements?" Tony asked, taking out his phone and tapping at the screen. "Let me check," Paula said. "The report only came in the day before yesterday." She crossed to her desk and pulled up the file. "It's 716 millimeters long by 600 millimeters wide. They said the object was probably slightly smaller because it looked like it had skidded a short distance." Tony looked up from his phone with a beatific smile. "A folded Brompton bike measures 585 by 565. If you chucked it over the ditch, it would probably skid a bit, wouldn't it? A thing that weighs that much?" There was a moment's silence. Then Carol said, "How did you work that out?" "There are way-marked footpaths within a field or two of both of the crime scenes. You were all looking at the road, because that's how he arrived." "We should have thought of that," Paula said. "Even if we had, we'd still have concentrated on the road," Kevin said ruefully. "That's brilliant," Karim said, looking up with hope in his eyes. "That's why we keep him," Carol said. "We're too busy looking at the trees. He sees the wood beyond. Paula, get on to forensics and see whether there's anything on the crime scene photos that might be the impression of bike tires. This changes things. We might have something solid to take to Crime Watch. If we can offer up a cyclist and the image, they might consider it worth going with." "Anything else, anyone?" Silence. "Better get on with it, then," Carol said wearily, heading for her office. Tony caught up with Paula by her desk. "Has he said anything to you yet?" Paula shook her head. "He was very quiet when you dropped him off after the football, and at breakfast, before Eleanor came down, he apologized for losing his temper with me, and I said sorry for invading his privacy." "What's going on, Tony?" He sighed. "I promised not to tell you," he said. "I can't risk losing his trust. Sorry. What if I come round tonight? Try to break the logjam?" "Thanks." He nodded and grabbed his purple jacket on the way to the door. Paula messaged the crime scene technicians, then leaned back in her chair. Spotting Kevin by the coffee machine, she decided now was as good a time as any, and wandered nonchalantly across to join him. "I thought you were back in harness for good, Kev," she said. "What's brought that on?" He hedged. "Carol said you'd only agreed to come back till she could find another inspector she rated highly enough." He nodded. "That's about the size of it. I was enjoying my retirement. I'm not one of those blokes who hankers after the thrill of chasing villains. I served my time, and I was happy to settle into a new life." "But Carol tempted you back?" He scoffed. "Money tempted me back, Paula. She offered me my old rank, a step up from DS back to DI. She promised me that when she did find the right replacement, I'd go with a DI's pension. I won't pretend that wasn't a hell of an incentive. Me and Stella, we've got plans, and a bit more money will make things easier. Why are you asking?" "She thinks I should go for my inspector's exams." Paula studied his expression carefully. He didn't look very surprised. "She's not wrong," he said. "What's holding you back?" Paula shrugged. It wasn't that she lacked ambition, but she feared what it might bring in its wake. "I like doing what I do. I enjoy interviewing witnesses and suspects. I like being at the sharp end, not stuck in an office, pushing papers and issuing actions to junior officers." Kevin shook his head. "That's only what it would be like if you were in a regular CID team. You know we do things differently here. You don't see me flying a desk much, do you? I'm out there doing the dirty work and asking the questions just like I did when I was a DS. The only difference is that it's a bit easier when we're dealing with officers from the different forces we're working with. It's a lot easier to get cooperation when you're a higher rank." It was true. Even in these early days of remit, Paula had noticed a reluctance to carry out her requests. And they had to be requests because she was often outranked by the officer she was asking something of. They didn't refuse outright because they knew Paula could go up the ladder, which would mean they'd be shat on from a greater height. But they dragged their heels a bit, shared looks with their squad, made her feel like an interloper rather than one of the team. "Does pulling rank really make it easier? Doesn't it wind them up even more?" Kevin grinned. "You don't have to pull rank, Paula. You just have to carry it. And it's about time you stepped up to where you should be. We all move on. Carol Jordan's going to have to retire one day. There needs to be somebody lined up to take her place." Startled, Paula gave a nervous laugh. "What? You think I'm the person to do the boss's job?" "Why not? You're a good detective, and you're good with people, and you don't drag as many ghosts around with you as she does." A shadow passed across Paula's face. She had her dark places, albeit not as many as Carol. "You've been spending too long in the sun on that allotment of yours," she said, trying to sound light. "And you need to take yourself a bit more seriously." He finished making his coffee and walked away. Paula stood looking after him, a strange feeling stirring inside her. Chapter 42. Penny Burgess checked the clock on her phone for the third time in as many minutes. He was late. She was sitting at a grubby formica-topped table in a motorway cafe that smelled of stale fat, with something that claimed to be a flat white, but tasted like hot milk that had once been shown a coffee bean. She'd have to wash her hair and probably take her coat to the dry cleaner at this rate. She wondered whether PC Darren Finch was having second thoughts. She was used to having to warm up the cold feet of informants, but they had to show up before she could start the process, and he was 19 minutes late for their agreed rendezvous. His suggestion of venue, not hers. She wondered at a traffic cop wanting to meet at a motorway service station, the very place where you might bump into a colleague, she'd have thought. Maybe he was so limited that he couldn't imagine anywhere else. And they were technically in Lancashire, not West Yorkshire, the force he worked for, which gave him a margin of security, she supposed. She couldn't help considering whether she'd adopted the wrong approach. Finding the names of the officers who had arrested Carol Jordan had been easy enough. Now she had Sam Evans in her pocket. He'd looked up their names in the court records and found out where they were based. Penny had Googled the two officers herself, and Finch had popped up, photographs and all, from a road safety program he'd been fronting up with 16-year-olds heading for their next birthday's driving lessons. She'd rung Halifax police station and asked to speak to him, hoping he was on duty or out on patrol. And she'd been obligingly told that he wasn't on duty until 10 that evening. From what she knew of police shift patterns, she reckoned he'd be off duty at 7 the next morning, so she'd risen early and had parked up opposite the back entrance to the station, where officers parked their cars. At 20 past, she'd seen Finch leave the police station chatting to a female officer. They'd separated, and Finch had driven off in a black BMW. Penny set off behind him, keeping her distance, since there wasn't much traffic that early in the day. Finch drove straight through the centre of town and turned off into a maze of terraced streets, many of them one way. Penny managed to keep him in sight as he zigzagged through the blackened stone rows, wondering if he'd spotted her tailing him and was trying to shake her off. Eventually he slowed right down, obviously looking for a parking space. She passed him and turned the corner, abandoning the car across the mouth of a back alley. She hustled back in time to see Finch squeezing into a space a couple of feet longer than his car. She was on the pavement waiting for him when he emerged. "P.C. Finch?" He looked startled. "Do I know you?" "Penny Burgess, Bradfield Evening Sentinel-Times." "You're a bit off your manner," he said. His voice was dark and heavy, matching his looks. He paused and looked her up and down. "What do you want with me?" "I suspect you're as indignant as I am about the 4 drivers that walked free after you breathalyzed them a few weeks ago." His face changed, eyebrows lowered, jaw belligerently thrust forward. "I've got nothing to say." "Off the record," she said. "I'm looking for confirmation, that's all." "Like I said, no comment." "So what? It gets brushed under the carpet? 4 people dead, and we all shrug our shoulders and go, 'Oh, well,' and Carol Jordan gets to run remit and tell your lads what to do? Not to mention that it makes you and your partner look pretty shoddy." He was still glaring, but he glanced quickly up and down the street. "This isn't the time or the place." Penny slipped him a card. "So you name the time and the place, and I'll be there. It's not right that you lads are carrying the can for something much bigger than either of you." He'd taken the card and walked away without another word. But later that day, Penny had had a text from an unknown number setting the rendezvous where she was now waiting. Had she pitched it wrong, appealing to his indignation and pride? Should she have banged the drum for justice instead? Was he more of an idealist than he appeared? She hoped not. If she was right about this, it was a hell of a story. Front page in her own paper, and picked up by the nationals and everywhere online. She wasn't ambitious in terms of moving to Fleet Street or TV, but Penny wanted a reputation that gave people pause when she called them up. Her question was answered by a heavy tread behind her. She resisted the urge to turn around and waited for him to sink into the plastic chair opposite her. He was wearing a black puffer jacket over a black polo shirt and a black baseball cap pulled low over his forehead. He looked, she thought, like a low-rent rapper. He unscrewed the cap of a Coke Zero bottle and took a swig. "Sorry I'm late," he said. "Shift overran. Had to charge some idiot with using his mobile while driving." "One less moron on the road tonight, then." "All right. Now, before we get stuck in any further, I don't want to see my name in the paper." "We can keep your name out of it. That's not a problem." He glanced down at her phone on the table. "And you're not taping this?" Penny unlocked her phone and let him see that the voice recording wasn't activated. He didn't need to know about the second phone in her pocket that was diligently recording everything they said. "You see, P.C. Finch? Or can I call you Darren?" "Call me anything you like, except late for dinner." He cracked a half-smile at the elderly joke. Definitely not the sharpest crayon in the box, she thought. "Now, you wanted to talk to me about the breathalyzer business." She nodded. "It seems really dodgy. Carol Jordan getting away with drink driving just when she's about to be announced as the head of this new unit." "You think?" No mistaking the sarcasm. "What's your take on it?" "Word came down from on high," he said. "You know that?" "What else could it be? There wasn't anything wrong with the breathalyzer." "How can you be sure of that?" He smirked at her, a man whose knowledge was infinitely superior. "If you had a faulty breathalyzer in your equipment locker, what would you do with it?" Penny pondered her answer for a moment. "Get it repaired? Or bin it?" "Exactly." Satisfaction in his smile. "Now, on the night it happened, there didn't appear to be anything wrong with it. The 4 drivers we pulled over and breathalyzed, they all had the smell of drink on their breath. There was nothing in the results that made us go, 'Wait a minute, there's something not right here.' But here's the thing. That breathalyzer was never taken out of commission. Not that night, not after the court kicked out those 4 charges. We're still using that same breathalyzer." "You're kidding me." He shook his head. "It's like nobody even bothered to do a cover-up. We just paid no never mind, carried on like nothing had happened." "That's so cynical. So where did the order come from?" Finch shook his head. "I don't know. Somewhere well above my pay grade." "You've no idea?" He shrugged and took another long swallow from his Coke. "All I know is that when the case came up, the CPS solicitor stood up in front of the mags and said it was being dropped on account of the breathalyzer had been discovered to be faulty, and that there were 3 other cases to be treated the same way." He put a hand over his mouth and burped with surprising daintiness. "What did you think at that point?" He sighed. "I thought maybe summat had come to light with the breathalyzer. I hadn't been on duty the 2 nights previous, so I assumed nobody had got round to telling me. But when I went back to the station, duty sergeant said that were the first he'd heard about it, and there were naught wrong with it, so far as he knew. We even did a bit of a check on it ourselves. A couple of us blew into it and compared the results with one of the other machines, and it was bang on." Penny took a sip of her drink, even more disgusting now it had cooled. "So what did you do?" "Not much we could do. You can't start a fight when you don't know who you're fighting, can you? We only did it for our own satisfaction, like. But me and my partner, we wanted to cover our backs in case the shit hits the fan down the line. No way are we carrying the can if it all goes south. So I went and had a word with the housekeeper at that George Nicholas's house. I tried to get her to admit Jordan had been knocking it back, but she wasn't having it. She knows what side her bread's buttered. All she'd admit to was that Jordan had probably had a glass of white and a glass of red over a period of about 4 hours. Bollocks she had." His mouth curled to match his bitter tone. It was a struggle for Penny not to show her delight at such a stonking story emerging from so unlikely a source. "What do you think happened?" "There's always people who've got insurance against the kind of shit that drowns ordinary folk. I've got no proof, mind, but I think somebody wanted Carol Jordan for remit very badly." "As high up as the Home Office? Remit is their initiative, after all." Finch shook his head. "I'm only a simple traffic cop, me. I know naught about how things get decided. All I know is that 5 people would likely be alive today if those cases had gone ahead, and that's some price to pay so the bosses can slot somebody they want into a job." Chapter 43. Tony rang the doorbell and waited. When Torrin yanked the door open, he wasn't surprised. He'd texted from the end of the street to say he was on his way. Tony smiled. "It's time, Torrin. You've got to do this, mate. That's the start of sorting things out." "You promised." The years fell away from him, and he looked and sounded like a little boy, ready to burst into tears. "And I'm keeping my word. You need to be the one doing the talking." "I can't. They'll be furious." "Not with you. They'll be hurt for you, not because of you. They're not going to turn their backs on you. I've known Paula a long, long time, and I'd trust her with my life." Torrin made to push past Tony and take off into the night, but a voice called from inside. "Who's at the door, Tor?" "Paula." "If it's the Jehovah's Witnesses, tell them we're lesbians." "It's only me," Tony shouted back. Paula appeared behind Torrin. "So why are you standing on the doorstep? Come in." "We were talking about the football," Tony said. "Didn't want to bore you." He stepped forward, and Torrin was obliged to move back to let him in. "Don't let me down, lad," Tony said softly as he came alongside. They all shuffled into the living room, Tony tossing his purple coat over the banister as he passed. Eleanor jumped up from the sofa and hugged him. "Great to see you. Paula never said you were coming over." "I thought it was about time," he said. "I know Torrin has something to say to you guys, and I offered him my moral support." Torrin's face showed the anger and betrayal he felt. "You promised," he spat. Eleanor looked bemused. "I did. I promised to let you speak for yourself." "Yeah, but you never said you were going to push me into it." "Nobody's pushing, Torrin. I'm here to support you." Torrin scoffed. "Yeah, right. And now they know I've got something to hide." "We knew that anyway," Eleanor said quietly. "We live with you. We can see there's something wrong. We love you, Torrin. We want to help." "There is no help." Torrin threw himself into an armchair. "I did a really stupid thing, right?" He sighed angrily. "And now it's coming back to screw my life up completely." There was a moment's silence. "I think you need to be a bit more specific," Eleanor said calmly. "But before you are, I want you to know that whatever your stupidity, we are not going to turn our backs on you." "You say that now," Torrin muttered. "I say it because it's the truth. You're part of this family." She gave him her sweetest smile. "Whether you like it or not," Paula added, "so you might as well get it over with." Torrin glanced up, his eyes brimming. He dashed the back of his hand roughly across his face, blinking the tears back. "I was lonely, right? You too. You've been great. You are great. But sometimes it just feels a bit rubbish being me. And this girl, she started liking my pictures, and then we started talking." He squeezed his eyes shut. "And it got to more than talking?" Eleanor spoke softly. "Not like you think," he said quickly. "It was all online." "They do things differently these days," Tony said. "So she sent you pictures of herself?" "Yeah." He gave Tony a pleading look. "And they got a bit raunchy, right?" Torrin swallowed hard. "That's a weird old person word, but yeah, they were, sexy." He shifted in his seat, crossing his legs tightly, rubbing a finger along his cheekbone. "And she asked me to do the same for her, so I did." It came out in a rush. "Only human," Paula said. She'd seen and heard much worse. She caught Tony's eye. "But, yeah, a bit stupid." "I know. And then," Torrin screwed his face up, "then she said if I didn't give her money, she'd mail the videos to everybody in my contacts and post them on my social media accounts." "Oh, Torrin, you poor boy." Eleanor was clearly on the verge of tears. A single tear trickled from the corner of his eye. "You tell him, Tony." Tony got up and sat on the arm of Torrin's chair, laying an arm across the boy's shoulders. "Torrin didn't want to upset you guys, so he sold a piece of his mum's jewellery to pay the blackmailer. That's how the pendant you saw online got there, Paula." Eleanor twisted in her seat to stare at Paula. "What pendant? What is he talking about?" "I'll explain later. It's not what this is all about." "But why am I only hearing this now?" Eleanor asked, plaintive. "Because you've been working, and I didn't have the chance to sit down and explain. Later, Eleanor." Paula reached for her hand and held it tight. "Tony?" "And now the blackmailer is coming back for more, and we need to put our heads together and come up with a plan." Tony rubbed Torrin's shoulder with no confidence that it would bring the boy any comfort. "There is no plan," Torrin said, his voice flat and dull. "I'm going to have to get used to my life being wrecked. Everybody will rip the piss out of me. No girl will ever come near me." He hung his head. I'm glad my mum's not here to see this. Your mum would have told you to stop feeling sorry for yourself, Eleanor said. She'd have told you you'd been an idiot, but that was no reason to carry on being one. Torrin looked up, shocked at Eleanor's shift to briskness. What else can I be? Like Tony said, we need a plan, and it's obvious where we start. 3 pairs of eyes stared at her, uncertain and unconvinced. For heaven's sake, we've got Stacy Chen. Somebody out there thinks they can mess with us, but they're not Stacy Chen. Later that night, when Tony had gone back to Steeler and Torrin had finally fallen asleep, Eleanor snuggled into Paula's side under the duvet. They lay skin to skin, each the other's shelter from the storm that had blown havoc through their lives. In the great scheme of being grateful for small mercies, Eleanor murmured, I'm so glad we didn't have to look at those photos. Me too. I know all about not being able to unsee things. Paula shuddered. It never even crossed my mind that this was what was going on. To her surprise, Eleanor gave a soft chuckle. Of all the things I imagined our life would be, I never expected to find myself in the kind of tight corner where Stacy Chen was the answer. Paula kissed her. Me neither. But given the carnage she visited on Sam Evans, I think it's fair to say whoever thought they could fuck with Torrin will be in for a nasty surprise. On the other side of Bradfield, another Remit member was awake. For once, Kevin was finding sleep elusive. He normally slept with the intensity of an adolescent, but there was something about this case that had deeply unsettled him. Cremating women in their cars was disturbing enough, but what lay beneath was something far more cruel. There was something callous, something dehumanizing about what this killer had done. He had held out a promise to both his victims. He'd offered them romance, love even, and under cover of that promise he'd won their confidence only to betray it. This twisted bastard wasn't satisfied with murder. He had to lace it with spite. He'd treated the women with scorn and contempt. Some people might think that was irrelevant, that the only thing that mattered was the killing itself. But for Kevin, the indignity the killer had inflicted by playing games with the women's emotions compounded the felony. If there were degrees of murder, in his mind this was one of the higher exemplars. He lay on his back, staring into the dark, consciously still so as not to wake Stella. He ran through all of the actions they'd taken, looking for the loose thread to pull, to make the killer's careful planning unravel. Step by step he went over what they'd done till his thoughts tumbled over each other in chaos. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply, trying to calm the maelstrom in his mind. One more time he tried to organize his thoughts. What were the forensic foundations of a case? There was no point in expecting anything from the body dumps, not after the fires. He needed to come at this from a different angle. Think about the victims themselves as sources of forensic evidence. Their phones had gone in the fires. The killer had covered his tracks as far as his communications were concerned. He'd only ever been in touch. And suddenly a spark ignited a thought in Kevin's head. He remembered Harrison Braithwaite's words. They kissed goodnight. Nothing unseemly, but a bit of passion, you know. He must have held her. The killer must have held her. The mouth he kissed had been burned to ash, but the coat Amy MacDonald had been wearing might still be hanging in her wardrobe. Hanging in her wardrobe with a killer's DNA all over it. And Kevin had a witness who might be able to identify precisely which coat it had been. Part 3. Chapter 44. Tonight he was called Richard, not Rick or Dick or Richie. Richard. He'd insisted to Eileen when she'd asked if his friends ever shortened his name. He'd spent the morning being himself. Tom Elton, magazine proprietor, briefing a series of freelancers in Manchester for the articles he needed to fill the next tranche of magazines. None of them produced copy as good as Tricia, and he didn't have anybody on his books who could edit and rewrite the way she could. He knew the quality of his product was slipping inexorably, and he knew who to blame for that. That knowledge only sharpened his edge for continuing with his plan. Every time he carried it through, he learned some new refinement, and each time it was a little easier. As part of his forensic research, he'd read a paper recently by some guy called Dr. Tony Hill, a clinical psychologist who did offender profiling for the police about something called neural adaptation. Scientists had known about this in the physical world for a long time. When you pick up a pen, you're aware of how it feels in your hand, but very quickly your nervous system tells you not to bother registering that sensation. But it turns out the same thing happens with dishonesty. The first time you lie or commit a particular crime, it's a big step, and you're conscious of it all the way. But the more often you do that same thing, the easier it becomes. He'd always thought it happened that way because once you got away with something, you were less scared the next time. But apparently it was more than that. It was the brain adjusting itself, wanting to be comfortable with the stuff that felt like crossing a line. The things most people would classify as the bad stuff. The same paper had pointed out that acting disreputably raises the heart rate and the amount of perspiration the body produces. But taking beta blockers effectively overcomes those issues. It hadn't been hard to persuade his GP to prescribe beta blockers, especially since he'd knocked back 2 double espressos immediately before the appointment, and now he felt even more in control. He'd stopped at Waitrose in Otley to stock up with luxurious food and drink on his way to the pub, where he'd told Eileen to meet him. It was a big roadhouse on the edge of the Dales, inside the ring of CCTV surveillance. The only cameras in the car park were trained on the entrance and exit to the pub itself. There really was almost no possibility of being spotted here, and besides, he wouldn't be getting out of the borrowed Merc just in case. That had been a stroke of genius, too. He hadn't wanted to take any cars connected to him or the business anywhere near the Dales. At first he'd decided to hire cars, a different one each time, but he'd have had to use his own driving license, and if the cops ever suspected him and started looking, he wouldn't be hard to find. He'd racked his brains for an answer, and it had been there under his nose all the time. Robbie Dawson. They'd been at school together, and Robbie had advertised with local words since the beginning. He had a car dealership specializing in nearly new executive models with branches in Bradfield and Manchester. He'd borrowed a high-end Merc a couple of times to impress clients. Robbie wouldn't think twice if he bowled up and asked to borrow a car now and again. And so it had been. Robbie assumed he wanted to impress some bird now Tricia was off the scene. A nod and a wink, and it was done. No repeat sightings once he was in ANPR range. Every time he went to the Dales, it was in a car that was forensically clean. He parked under a spreading oak tree on the edge of the car park and waited, listening to the Bill Frisell playlist he'd put together from his Spotify account. And then, 5 minutes before the agreed time, her car nosed slowly into the car park. She drove a slow circuit, and as she approached, he flashed his lights and drew out of his spot, coming to rest alongside her. He wound down his window and gave her his best smile. "It's great to see you," he said, meaning it. Her smile was more tentative, as if she wasn't quite sure of herself. "You too. Will I follow you, then?" "That's right. We're going to have a great time." Well, one of them was, he thought, as he pulled round in front of her and set off into the night. She couldn't fault him, Eileen thought, as she lay sprawled by Richard's side in the king-sized bed that all but filled the tiny bedroom of the cottage. It was a setting made for romance. The cottage nestled at the end of a steep and narrow twisting lane. It was surrounded on two sides by dense woods that her headlights had barely penetrated as she drove round the back to park. The view on the other two sides, he assured her, was bleak but beautiful. Inside it was charming. She'd expected chintz and twee, based on her own experience of holiday cottages. But this was understated to the point of Spartan, yet it was both comfortable and comforting. He told her it belonged to a friend of his who owned a number of magazines. They'd known each other since they were kids, he said. Tom lent him the cottage 6 times a year. "I wish I had a friend like Tom," she said. He raised his eyebrows and given her a cheeky smile. "Maybe you will one day." Richard had taken time and trouble with everything. Dinner had been an exquisite spread of deli food, lobster and cooked meats, and delicious French cheeses with grapes and dried fruits, and seriously good wine to go with it. He'd been attentive throughout the leisurely meal, asking her about herself and her work, and apparently finding her answers fascinating. The seduction had been nicely done, too. No sudden lunges across the sofa or clumsy gropes as they cleared the table. Instead, he'd paused in the kitchen, meeting her eye and telling her she was the first woman he'd felt comfortable with since his Tricia died, that he'd been convinced he'd never find another woman to compare to her, but that Eileen had made it possible for him to close a door on his past and imagine a future. And then he'd taken her in his arms and kissed her with a fierce desire that was hard to resist. God, but it had been convincing. Getting from the kitchen to the bedroom, never an easy transition, was a pretty smooth operation too, she reckoned. Subdued lighting, no unseemly fumbling with buttons or bra. Somehow it had been seamless. And then he'd shown as much attention to her body as he had previously to her conversation. He was considerate, imaginative, and frankly successful, in spite of his protestations that he was out of practice. She'd laughed heartily at that point. "If that's you out of practice, I can't wait for you to get back up to speed." His response had been to dive under the covers again and reduce her to a gibbering fool one more time. And yet, Eileen was a natural skeptic. She lay there, sated and exhausted, having definitely had the seeing to of her life, and still something in her held back. It all felt too good to be true. He was out of her league. That's what it was. It wasn't that she was putting herself down or thinking she didn't deserve something so special, but Eileen had a pretty good idea of where she came in the girlfriend pecking order. She'd spent years on the wards, clocking what went on between patients and their visitors, watching the dynamic between couples and among families. It was important for the care of your patient to know where their supports and their stresses came from. And if there was one thing she knew, it was that water would find its own level. And she was not on Richard's level. Once the novelty of dating someone who reminded him so powerfully of his late wife had worn off, he'd see her for herself. Then, if she was lucky, it would be a gentle disengagement. But she was going into this with her eyes open. She knew this wasn't going to last for life. So she wasn't going to kid herself and fall in love with him, no matter how much he spoiled her, because he was really trying to spoil the woman he'd genuinely loved, the one he couldn't have anymore. Eileen Walsh knew a good thing when she saw it, but she also knew a finite thing. So she resolved that she would enjoy the ride, make the most of it while it lasted, and walk away with a light heart, because she'd been allowed to feel special for a while. She had no idea how short a while that would be. Getting through Saturday had been less difficult than he'd expected. They'd spent the morning in bed, drinking coffee and having sex. She definitely wasn't his type. He missed Trisha's toned body and hard muscles, but he supposed that years of nursing had taught her how bodies worked, and he had to admit she knew some pretty nifty moves. No hardship there, then. The afternoon had been less straightforward. What was it about these women and their obsession with walking in the dales? He'd ended up taking her on a hike through the woods and up the tump beyond. It was a boring walk, so he knew they'd be unlikely to run into anyone else. But the view from the top was dramatic enough for him to pretend that was the reason for the climb. She'd struggled for breath for much of the walk, and when they got back, she was desperate for a long soak in a hot bath. That suited him perfectly. They cooked dinner together, roast leg of lamb, dauphinoise potatoes, tender stem broccoli. She made a surprisingly tasteless gravy with the remains of the first bottle of wine and some herbs from the kitchen window box. So no regrets about missing out on more of her home cooking. Lots of wine, the lion's share for her, and then early to bed. He might as well make the most of a good fuck while it was there on tap. Later, as she lay curled with her back to him, snoring softly, he began to feel anxious about what lay ahead. Not the killing itself, that had indeed become less difficult the more he did it. But in spite of himself, he liked this woman. She wasn't desperate and needy like Catherine, or man-hungry like Amy. She seemed to be comfortable with herself, and comfortable with him. If he spent much more time with her, he feared he might start to feel guilty about killing her, and that wouldn't do. Maybe he should bring things forward, drug her at breakfast, and then finish the job when she passed out. He knew now he could get through the day with a body in the cottage. And then it occurred to him that killing her after breakfast would give him a chance at an alibi. If the police made the connection between his crimes, they'd soon figure out the victims were spending the whole weekend with their killer. But he could easily drive back to Bradfield and spend the afternoon in plain sight with people who knew him. "Officer, I couldn't have been with Eileen Walsh that afternoon. I was in the Sportsman's Arms watching the football with 5 of my friends." That had a certain beauty to it. He didn't have to set the fire till later in the evening, so he could hang around after the game, narrowing the window of opportunity still further. The other thing that struck him as he struggled to drop off was that he might not have to wait too long before he could deal with Trisha once and for all. He'd established a pattern of a killer who lured women away from their lives, then left their lifeless bodies to burn in their own cars. If she died in the same way, it would look like she was part of a serial killer sequence. All he had to do was place her at a wedding. That wouldn't be impossible. They were at an age where people were getting married every few months or so. Whatever stone she was hiding under, she'd emerge from it to see one of her friends walk down the aisle. Now he had found a back door into the lives of her friends. He'd have a heads up on such an occasion. All he had to do was wait for a wedding. Then he would be able to deal with the bitch. Okay, he wouldn't be able to make the approach in public, but he'd find the right moment. It was what she deserved. She'd taken everything that mattered from him. It would be a pleasure to do the same to her. Chapter 45. Harrison Braithwaite looked surprised to see Kevin on his doorstep next morning. "I didn't think I'd be seeing you again," he said, heading back down the hall to his birds. Kevin followed, lugging a heavy carrier bag with him. "I wasn't sure whether you had a preferred brand of seed for your birds, but the man in the pet store said this was the best," Kevin said, taking a large sack of mixed seed from the carrier bag. Braithwaite frowned and looked at the sack. "You bought bird seed for me?" Kevin grinned, self-deprecating. "Well, I was thinking the birds rather than you. You said Amy shopped for stuff for you, and I thought this would tide you over till you sorted out other arrangements." Braithwaite sank down into his chair, his mouth working. He recovered himself and said, "That's very kind. How much do I owe you?" Kevin shook his head and sat down opposite the old man. "Forget it. I was in the pet shop anyway buying cat food, and I thought it might be helpful, that's all. It's not a bribe, you know." He smiled. "Well, that's very helpful. I don't know what to say." He roughly rubbed the back of his hand across his mouth. "Thank you, lad. There was something I should have asked you when I was here before, but it didn't cross my mind." Braithwaite leaned forward, all attention. "I doubt I have anything more to tell you, but ask anyway." "Could you tell what coat Amy was wearing that night when she came back with Mark in the taxi?" Braithwaite tugged at his earlobe. "It was her best coat, the one she always wore when she was going out on the town. It's a black and white houndstooth, double-breasted coat with a high neck, like a polo neck." Kevin couldn't believe his luck. It sounded distinctive. "That's great," he said. "Can I ask you a favour? Can you come upstairs with me to Amy's flat and see if it's still there?" "It should be," he said. "She was wearing her anorak when she went off on the Friday, so she could go walking up in the dales." He struggled out of the armchair. "But I'll come up all the same and make sure." He followed Kevin upstairs, pausing on every step. On the doorstep, Kevin snapped on a pair of blue nitrile gloves. "Please don't touch anything, Mr. Braithwaite." The old man nodded. "I watch those true crime programs on the telly. I know all about not contaminating the evidence." They stepped inside. Amy MacDonald's coat rack extended along the wall behind the door. There was a black wool coat, a dark green raincoat, and a grey and white tartan wrap, and at the end the black and white houndstooth coat with the funnel neck that Harrison Braithwaite had described. Kevin wanted to do a little victory dance, but he restrained himself. "Is that it? The coat she was wearing when Mark embraced her at the door?" Braithwaite nodded. "Aye," he said, his voice heavy. "It brings it home, seeing her things hanging there. I'll never see her wearing them again. She were that full of life, I just can't get used to the idea that she's gone." "I'm sorry to put you through this," Kevin said. He took a large evidence bag from his pocket, unfolded it, and placed the coat inside, careful not to contaminate it with fibres from his own jacket. "Happen he got his DNA all over her coat? Is that what you think?" "It's a long shot, but it's possible." Braithwaite shook his head in wonder. "Amazing what they can do nowadays. When I was your age, we thought fingerprints were as good as it could get. Now they say fingerprints are a matter of opinion. not fact. It's all DNA now. How long will it be before that goes the way of fingerprints? It was a good question, Kevin thought. The further the technology went, the more confused the answers sometimes became. It's beyond me, he said, but maybe those clever buggers in the lab will find an answer for us this time. I see why that's got you all excited. Braithwaite turned away, a catch in his voice. But that's all come too late for Amy. That lass didn't deserve what happened to her. You might catch who did it, but you can't turn back time. Chapter 46. Even though it was Sunday, Stacy was already in her stronghold of screens when Paula arrived at work bearing a box of 6 donuts. Cop cliché, Stacy said when the box was proffered, but it didn't stop her going for the fudge custard one. What are you doing in on a Sunday when we've got no leads taking us anywhere? I could ask you the same thing. Well, unlike you, I have no life and no family outside work. It was either stay at home and wrestle with a bit of intractable code that I need to make work for a new app, or come in here and wrestle with the avalanche of pointless data this case is generating. Stacy highlighted a section on one screen and moved it diagonally onto another. No, that didn't help. She stopped fiddling with her trackpad and concentrated on her donut. Actually, it's family that brings me here. I swung by your flat first, and when you weren't there, I reckoned you must be here. On account of me having no life. There was an unfamiliar bitterness in Stacy's tone. Before Sam, her single-track life had always seemed sufficient. She had friends, Paula and a few geeks who shared her fascination with data and programming, and she didn't seem to need more. If anyone had asked, Paula would have said Stacy was one of the few people she knew who was content with her life. Then Sam had infiltrated her heart and changed everything. Stacy wasn't given to sharing confidences, but what little she had told Paula indicated how stupid he'd made her feel. Whenever Paula thought of him, she felt the urge to slap him till his ears bled. She'd never do it, of course. She wasn't inclined towards violence, but any chance that came along to humiliate or damage him professionally, she'd take it in a heartbeat for the hurt he'd done to her friend. On account of everybody in this squad is obsessed by our cases, Paula said. Only, like I said, this is family. She dropped an iPhone on the desk and pushed it towards Stacy. It's an iPhone 6, Stacy said. What it is, it's a ballistic missile that's blown a hole in Torrin's life. Stacy's eyebrows flicked up and down. That sounds extreme. It is. Paula outlined the nightmare that had unfolded in their lives. Stacy showed no sign of shock or surprise. When Paula reached the end of her narrative, Stacy nodded. This is nothing new, Paula. I know that. I've read the stories. Teenagers committing suicide because all they can see ahead of them is shame and disgrace. Kids running away from home into who knows what because they feel like they've lost their future. Well, I'm not having that happening to Torrin. Not on my watch. Paula's face flushed with angry determination. I get that, Stacy said. But you may not be able to stop the first part of that disaster, the making public of what he's done. But there are practical steps you can take that might make it harder for the attackers. There's a chance they might not have already raided all his contact lists. So what he has to do, and he has to do this today, is to delete all his contacts, one by one, from his phone. Then the same from all his social media accounts. One by one, manually, not some delete all command. Then he has to close down his social media accounts. Down the line, once all of this is over, he can set up new ones. But for now, he has to make himself invisible and stay invisible. Will that stop it? Honestly, probably not. But it might make it so much harder that his attackers will move on elsewhere. Oh, and he needs to delete all his email contacts too. And I need you to bring his laptop in. Chances are they might have taken control of it, and they're watching him all the time he's on it. In fact, text Eleanor right now and get him to bring in his laptop and his tablet. I'll see what's on them and clean it up. Paula immediately did as she was asked. Can you not track who's doing this to him and stop them at source? Stacy sighed. It's extremely unlikely. These cyber attacks come from places where governments allow anonymous servers that scrub clean all the source information from emails and messages. What, like Russia? More likely the Philippines. I'll do what I can, but I don't hold out much hope. Then, as a thought occurred to her, Stacy said slowly, How much money did they ask for? The first demand was £500. Torrin paid up, then they asked for 1,000. They've given him till the end of the month to pay. Her phone pinged. That's Torrin. Eleanor's giving him a lift. He'll be here in about 15 minutes. It's not much return for all that work, Stacy said. Usually demands start around the $5,000 mark. Horses for courses, Paula said. A lad Torrin's age might be able to raise a few hundred, but he's not going to be able to get his hands on $5,000 very readily. Better to have some return than none at all. And if they're doing this to other kids, it's about the volume, not the individual amounts. True. And they've got the footage of him. They can monetize that on a porn site, Stacy mused. Paula's eyes widened in horror. They'd put him up on a porn site? Realizing the weight of what she'd said, Stacy hastily backtracked. Probably not. He's way too old for the pedos. But not for the perverts who liked adolescent boys, Paula thought. It was a grim notion. Look, I'll do my best. I've got a couple of contacts who walk the wrong side of the line. I'll see what I can drag out of them. And in the meantime, we'll do what we can to minimize the damage. She picked up the phone. What's his passcode? I'll take a look at this while we're waiting for him. 395239, Paula said. She'd insisted he give her the code before she'd left the house. She'd had to promise not to abuse it by going through his personal stuff. She supposed she deserved that caveat after her unauthorized search of his room. And I'm going outside to wait for them. She could vape while she was waiting. What she actually wanted was a cigarette, but she'd kicked the habit hard, and she wasn't prepared to put herself through that misery again. The occasional vaping would have to do. Waiting for the lift, she sighed from the bottom of her lungs. She'd wanted Stacy to wave the magic wand she'd brought to their cases so often. But as with everything else to do with Remit, the old magic seemed to have deserted them. Chapter 47. After dinner, Carol was getting twitchy. She flicked impatiently through the lifestyle section of the Sunday paper. Who in God's name is trivial enough to read a piece about the 10 best plates for outdoor eating? Or how to transform your wooden stairs by painting them to look like a stylish runner? Even as she spoke, she knew the answer. Somebody who wasn't trying to avoid thinking about a refreshing vodka tonic or a glass of Pinot Grigio, so cold it would make her teeth hurt. Who was she trying to kid? Right now she'd settle for a cheap Albanian white at blood heat, or a break in her case to take her mind off the craving for a drink that was running like an electric current through her veins. The inside of her head felt like a swamp she was trying to wade through. How could she solve a case this complicated when her brain had stopped working properly? Tony looked up from the journal article he was reading on his tablet. Someone who has stairs? Very funny. Carol glared at him and threw the paper aside. This case is killing me. How can there be nothing to get hold of? We're condemned to running endless streams of data through Stacy's systems in the hope that they'll pick up a cross-reference that'll give us something to latch onto. We're going to have to fall back on a media appeal. Unless he sticks to his interval. If he keeps to a 3-week cycle, tonight will be the night for another burning car. And every time he does it, we get closer to him, because his patterns become clearer every time. The more we learn about him, the more possible it becomes to move ahead of him and stand in his way. He rubbed his hands along the sides of his head. It grieves me, but my job gets easier the more he kills. It's the hardest part of what I do, Carol. The guilt I feel because I'm not good enough to latch on to the most important details from the start. Nobody's that good. And if you thought about it honestly, instead of using it as an excuse to beat yourself up, you'd acknowledge that and forgive yourself. The warmth of her tone took the sting from her words. Carol reached across the corner of the table that separated them and enclosed one of his hands in hers. You are not omniscient. No. So you end up having to fall back on a media appeal that drags up a net full of red herrings. He shrugged. And maybe one genuine lead, if we can pick it out of the catch. The way things are going... Carol was interrupted by the ringing of her phone. She snatched it up. North Yorkshire, she muttered, taking the call. DCI Jordan. It's DSI Henderson. Control's been on the phone to me. I set up an alert on vehicle fires in the Dales so that any report comes straight to me. We've had a call from a group of bikers about a car on fire in a lay-by on the road between Blubberthwaite and Scarholm, above Wharfdale. Thanks for letting me know. Who's on the way? Fire brigade and a patrol car, Henderson said crisply. Can you speak to the fire chief and ask them not to put the fire out unless there's a risk to life or property? I've already issued that instruction. I assumed that would be what you wanted. Of course, we can't be sure at this stage whether this is a random car fire or part of your case, but I thought it best to take precautions. Yes, ma'am, I appreciate you doing that. I'll be there with members of my team as soon as possible. If the patrol car officers can see a body in the car, can you arrange for a forensic team to be sent out to the locus? I'm already across that too. I'll assign an SIO as soon as we know whether it's necessary and have them meet you at the scene. Thank you, ma'am. Carol ended the call and gave Tony a rueful smile. More data, by the looks of it. I need to change into something a bit more official-looking than jogging pants and a hoodie. Where is it? He asked, getting to his feet and walking to the bookshelf where Carol kept her maps. Wharfdale, between Blubberthwaite and Scarholm. More ridiculous North Yorkshire names, she added, crossing behind the screen that separated her sleeping area from the rest of the space. Tony took out the Ordnance Survey Land Ranger map that covered Upper Wharfdale and spread it out over the table. He pored over it till he found the River Wharfe, then traced its route back upstream to the places Carol had mentioned. Both appeared to be little more than a small cluster of dwellings without a church or a pub between them. What there was, however, was a cycle track on the other side of the river from the road, and what looked like a couple of footbridges leading between the two. "Carol," he shouted, "there's a bike trail right next to the road." She emerged from behind the screen, a loose grey jumper over black trousers. "What?" "Look, it runs right along the dale. If we're right about the bike thing, he could be on that trail right now." Carol leaned over his shoulder, instantly taking in what he was showing her. "Shit," she said, crossing to her phone and calling DSI Henderson back. "We think he may be making his escape on a bike," she said, without preamble. "There's a track runs along the dale. There must be limited places on the trail where he can intersect with a parked car. Is there any chance you can cover those?" To her credit, Henderson didn't miss a beat. "I'll talk to our people and see what we can do, though he may be long gone. Leave it with me." The line went dead, and Carol stared across at Tony. "Good police work," she said. He shrugged. "We've been doing this a long time. We've rubbed off on each other. You come up with the psychological insights ahead of me sometimes, too." "Nice of you to say so, but I'm not sure I'd agree. Are you coming with me, Sherlock?" In the car, Tony leaned back in his seat, his head tilted against the rest. "They won't get him," he said. Carol hammered through the lanes, leading from the barn to the main road north. "How can you be so sure?" "Because he's too careful. He plans everything down to the last detail. He'll have worked out how long it takes the emergency services to get to the fire and how long it takes to get back to his car. But here's what interests me. Most serial offenders start to escalate in one way or another. Either the intervals decrease or the crimes become more violent, more elaborate. But that's not happening here. That's one important aspect of what's going on here. And another thing, he's obsessed with leaving no traces that can lead back to him. Not because he's afraid of being caught, per se. That's not it. It's because he's on a mission. And if he's careless, if he gets caught because he's made a stupid mistake, he won't be able to complete his mission. Carol flashed a quick glance at him. "Where did that come from?" "You know my methods, Watson." He grinned at her. "It's the explanation that makes most sense of his behavior, Carol. He's targeting weddings because it gives him the kind of victims he needs. A woman who's vulnerable to the promise of romance. But that offers no guarantee of a physical type or even of an age range. He doesn't care about these women as individuals. It's what they represent to him." "And what do they represent?" "The woman he wants to kill." "So why doesn't he kill her?" A long pause. Carol turned onto the dual carriageway and pushed the Land Rover a shade above 80 miles an hour. "What's stopping him?" "If I knew that. Maybe she's dead already. Maybe she's beyond his reach for some other reason. Maybe he wants to get it perfect before he does it to her." Tony mulled that over. He exhaled heavily through his nose. "That doesn't feel right, because he's got it pretty much perfect from the start." "Not necessarily." Carol pulled out sharply to pass a delivery van. "We're only seeing the end result, the body disposal. We don't have any idea what his ritual is before he kills them. That might be what he's trying to perfect." There was no denying it was a good point, and Tony didn't even bother trying. "You're right," he said. "See, I told you I wasn't nearly as good at this as I'm given credit for. We're only seeing the beginning of his process and the end. We've no idea what's going on in the middle. And that means we've got no idea at all who he really wants to kill." Chapter 48. Stacy didn't do crime scenes, not in a Stella McCartney suit and Nicholas Kirkwood loafers. Even if she'd been dressed appropriately, she still wouldn't have schlepped up to the middle of nowhere to stand around pretending to be useful. The place where she mattered was right where she was. So, as flames devoured the interior of Eileen Walsh's 7-year-old Vauxhall Astra, Stacy sat alone in the office, waiting for fresh data to feed into her systems, hoping that this time someone would have salvaged something tangible for her machines to gorge on. In the meantime, she had something to be going on with. Stacy always had something to be going on with, while her official work churned on in the background. But tonight what she was focused on had a personal dimension that was usually lacking in her work. Some of her colleagues who knew her less well than they thought might have considered the personal would have scant impact on her. They would have been well wide of the mark. Stacy hated people who abused digital systems. It affronted her that they had fatally undermined the fundamental beauty and purity of the Internet. They'd corrupted the most revolutionary invention of the 20th century and turned it into an engine for triviality, for vitriol, for scamming, and for undermining the very fabric of democracy. Her family had come from Hong Kong. They'd experienced the effects of tyranny and oppression at first hand, and it wounded Stacy that opportunists and idiots had taken so extraordinary a thing as the Internet and made it ugly and exploitative. It was that anger that fueled her police work as much as the license it gave her to stick her nose in other people's data, an exercise of curiosity she justified as a necessary invasion of privacy. She was, after all, one of the good guys. She'd spent much of the afternoon with Torrin, scrubbing his various devices clean of personal data. He'd sat with a glum expression as they'd cleared out and closed down his social media. She'd tried to explain what she was doing and why, but he'd cut across her with, "I know. If I hadn't been a total dick, you wouldn't have to wipe my life clean. I get it. So can we just get on with it, please?" She got it too. She'd have felt equally gutted and miserable if she'd done something with such devastating consequences. Not the exposure part, that was survivable, but the scrubbing clean of all her connectivity, that would be killer. So she sympathized with the boy. "When we set you up again after all this is over, I'll show you how to put systems in place that'll stop anything like it happening again," she'd replied. "Can you do that?" "Yes." "Well, I can." "Thanks. I'm sorry. You got unlucky. Most people, they manage to keep their screw-ups under wraps. But don't imagine you're the only one who screws up." As she knew only too well. Grown-ups do it too. When they'd finished, he'd sloped off to catch the bus home, leaving his phone with Stacy. Now she had it plugged into her system. When, and it would be when, not if, his blackmailers contacted him again, she'd bring all her weaponry to bear to find out who was responsible and where they were hiding. Sure enough, not 10 minutes after the news had come in of that night's fire, a message had pinged on Torrin's phone. Stacy imagined a web of filaments lighting up between the phone and the person who had set these wheels in motion, as lines of numbers scrolled down the screen she'd dedicated to Torrin for the evening. The IP address tracker she had running was working, following the signal back through cyberspace to the source. Except it wasn't. As she had feared, the tracker had hit a dead end. The digital equivalent of a brick wall. Whoever had sent this message to Torrin was net-savvy. They knew how to route their messages through a server that couldn't be identified remotely. Stacy studied the screen, running a couple of checks as she went. It was, as she thought, a blind alley somewhere in the Philippines, a jurisdiction nobody could compel to identify its black hat hackers, fishers, and scammers. Stacy breathed heavily through her nose. Not even she could bulldoze her way to this particular truth. She leaned back in her chair and frowned at the acoustic tiles on the ceiling, their pitted surface reminding her of lunar module photographs of the moon's surface. "What is wrong with you?" she growled, cross with herself for such a frivolous thought at a time like this. She straightened up, rolled her shoulders to free the tension, and considered her options. Tracking the message had failed completely, But there was another avenue to explore, though the chances were that it would be no more successful. Torrin had paid the blackmail money into a prepaid credit card account. The issuing bank would have details of the owner of the account. But getting those details would be almost impossible. Banks didn't hand out information like that. It was hard enough getting a warrant for that sort of disclosure when they were dealing with serious major crime, never mind working something off the books like this. Idly, Stacy did an ID check on the sort code attached to the card. To her astonishment, it was a branch of a high street bank in Bradfield. Someone had walked into a bank less than a mile from Skenfrith Street and bought a preloaded credit card. Whoever had turned Torrin over was no distant fraudster on the other side of the planet. It was someone a lot closer to home. Chapter 49. The car was still too hot to approach. Tony could feel the heat from 20 meters away. The occasional flame licked half-heartedly along the window frames, but there was clearly nothing much left to burn. The smell was sickening. Burnt plastic and acrid chemicals from the upholstery, and, underlying it, the stink of burned meat. The blackened skull, skin, and flesh turned to ash was discernible against the metal frame of the seat. He shuddered inwardly. "You don't stay to watch," he said, so softly that none could hear him. "It's not the fire that gets you going. It's the obliteration, cremating them so there's nothing recognizable left of a human being. You're punishing someone, but it's not them. They're just stand-ins." Carol left the knot of detectives and crime scene technicians who were lurking on the fringes of the scene. "It's the same as the others," she said. "Not quite." He walked to the end of the narrow lay-by, leaving her to follow in his wake. "And there's dry stone walls flanking the road here. They're over 1 meter high, and then you've got the river beyond that. To get to the cycle path, you'd either have to ride or walk, carrying the bike, for about 500 meters, till you come to a footbridge across the wharf. So I need to organize a fingertip search along the verge here at first light," Carol said. She hunkered down, angling her head so she could look back along the ground towards the car, glowing against the night. "Is that a bicycle tire track?" she asked, pointing to a muddy blur a few meters back from the rear bumper. Tony crouched beside her. "It looks like it." Carol stood up. "Can I have the CSM over here?" she called. One of the white-suited figures detached himself from the group. "That'd be me, ma'am." Tony winced. She hated that form of address and despised officers like DSI Henderson who cleaved to it as a marker of respect. "It's old-fashioned misogyny," she'd told Tony early on in their working life. "It's a way of putting us in our place." He'd understood exactly what she meant. It pretended to be a display of respect, but it was really the opposite. "DCI Jordan will do fine," she said briskly. "I'm not the lady of the manor, for God's sake. Now, squat down here and turn your head so you're at an oblique angle to the road. Speaking as an experienced crime scene manager, would you say that was a bike tire track? In that smear of mud behind the car?" The CSM did as he was told. He moved his head around, trying to see what Carol had noticed. Then he stopped and said, "Gotcha." He straightened up. "I think you might be right. We had rain this afternoon. It stopped about 6, so it must have been made after that. And if I'm not mistaken, the heat from the fire seems to have baked it solid." He tipped a mock salute at Carol with the first 2 fingers of his right hand. "Well spotted. You think he's left the scene on a bike, is that right? I heard you'd ordered the exits from the bike trail covered." He gave a tiny smirk. "Trouble is, On a mountain bike, you don't have to stick to the main trail. You could be up and over Bicker Edge before we'd even had the emergency call." "It's not a mountain bike," Carol said decisively. "It's a Brompton, or something similar. We know that from the last crime scene. I want a fingertip search right along the verge as far as the footbridge as soon as it's light. If he rode along there, chances are he may have left some evidence." "Right you are, Chief Inspector. I doubt we'll get much usable intel from the bike track, but you never know. We might get lucky and find he's got some visible damage on the tyre." "I doubt it," Tony said. "I can't see him overlooking something so obvious. Trust me, it's not his style." The CSM shrugged. "If you say so, but we'll look anyway." He rejoined his team, casting a swift look back over his shoulder at Tony and Carol. "Made another friend there," Carol said. "I do my best. I'm going to ask the fire investigator whether there's any trace of him using a fuse. I'm wondering whether he gave himself some extra time to make his getaway." Tony frowned. "It's worth asking, but I don't think he'd leave anything to chance. He'll want to be sure the fire has taken hold, because the last thing he wants is for someone to walk into his perfect setup in time to stop it going up like an auto-da-fe." "A what?" "Burning heretics at the stake, the Spanish Inquisition, turning people into human torches." He gave her a rueful smile. "Sorry, you know my head is filled with inappropriate information." "It's not the information that's inappropriate. It's the time and place you trot it out." Before he could reply, Carol's phone rang. "Kevin," she said, "what have you got for me?" "Good news and bad news," he said. "Isn't it always? Let's have it." "I've been liaising with the North Yorkshire teams, tasked with monitoring the exit points from the cycle track along the riverbank. The team on the eastbound section were setting up in place to monitor it when a woman came past. She was out walking her dog." "Aren't they always? It's a constant amazement to me that Flash hasn't found me a corpse yet." "So, what did the dog walker have to say for herself?" "She was heading home when she saw the cops. She told them that on her way out she'd nearly been knocked over by a cyclist coming down the path hell for leather on, and this is a quote, "one of them dinky folding bikes like that Hugh Bonneville had in W1A. When she said nothing, he continued, "It was a TV show, Gov, taking the piss out of the BBC. "I know what it was, Kevin. Bonneville rode a Brompton bike like we think our killer might use. So, did she see anything useful?" "She was a bit shaken and angry at the way he was riding, so she turned to look back at him. And he left the path right where it enters the village. A couple of minutes later, she heard a car engine start up and drive off." "She didn't see the car?" "Unfortunately not." "And what was the good news?" Kevin cleared his throat. "That was it, pretty much." "So we've got an unidentified car going off in an unidentified direction a bit before we got our teams in place." "Pretty much, yeah." "Did she get a look at him at all?" "Yes, but it's not much use. He was wearing dark-coloured lycra cyclist's gear, including a helmet and goggles, and he had a head torch as well as the bike lights, so she was pretty much dazzled." Carol sighed. "Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. At least it confirms our theory that he's making his escape on a bike. Can you pass all this on to Stacy? She'll need to start feeding in all the ANPR data on cars hitting the main roads out of the Dales. Talk to you later, Kevin." She ended the call and hung her head. "Did you get that?" "The gist of it. Dog walker saw our man, but not enough to give a description, and she thinks he took off in a car." "Got it in one. Well, maybe Stacy can pick something up. A cross-reference to earlier ANPR info or something." "Unless he doesn't leave the Dales." Carol raised her head. "You think he actually lives here?" It's possible. He clearly knows the area well. He knows where he can move around without triggering cameras. It's not hard to reach Bradfield or Leeds, or did somebody say this car tracks back to Manchester? Not quite Manchester. It's registered to Eileen Walsh, Carol said, without having to think about it. She had a quirk of memory that meant she had total recall of anything she heard. It was sometimes more accurate than a recording. An address in Salford. So it's not unreasonable to think he might live in the area, or maybe he has a weekend cottage. That way he can go back to his bolt hole and stay put till Monday morning, when he becomes one more commuter heading out from the Dales to wherever work is. I'm not sure that helps at all, but it's another hypothesis to throw into the pot. You've said often enough that when it comes to sexual homicide, murder isn't usually where the criminality starts. So what do you see as the gateway offences here? Let's walk, Tony said. His head always worked best when he was on the move. They skirted the crime scene and set off down the road in the opposite direction to the one the killer was assumed to have taken. The heat died away quickly, making him glad of his new anorak. The night was clear and chill, and the plumes of smoke that drifted across the sky looked like a blackboard duster drawn across a child's impression of the stars. It's not going to be the usual stuff, not the animal cruelty, petty vandalism, minor sexual offences. This isn't sexual homicide, as such, he said, waving his arms as he spoke. He's having sex with them, I suspect. He's set up this scenario that's all about romance and wooing, and chances are it ends up in bed. Like I said before, he acquires them at a time and place where they're open to the idea of love. He takes them out on dates, and he clearly doesn't set their alarm bells ringing because they agree to go out with him repeatedly. They trust him enough to agree to spend a weekend in the Dales with him. It's completely atypical of serial sexual homicide. Maybe it's all an act. Once he gets them here, maybe that's when Mr. Nice Guy disappears and he rapes and tortures them. Tony realized his hands were cold and stuck them in his pockets. That's possible, he said, and it's hard to argue against since we have no witnesses to their behavior towards each other. Except that the fact there are no witnesses suggests it was completely normal to the point of dull. No scenes in restaurants, no rows in the street, no complaints to friends. All we hear about him is what a gentleman he is, how attentive he was, how he was still getting over the tragic death of his wife. What about the wife? Wife, girlfriend, whatever. I don't think she's dead. I think she's the woman he wants to kill. He's a man obsessed, and he's determined to see his obsession through to the end. And the end is what? Actually killing the woman he used to love? He still loves her, but she doesn't love him. I thought at first that the reason he might not be able to kill her was that she was dead already. But the more I think about it, the less sense that makes. Dying just feels like desertion to the ones left behind. If she was dead, I think he'd be taking out his revenge on whoever he could find to blame. Doctors who couldn't cure her, the police officers who didn't protect her, the driver who... He stopped suddenly, remembering who he was talking to. Anyway, he'd be looking for someone that fitted the blame frame. That's not what these women represent in his head. So you've decided they're definitely surrogates? Yes, and killing them gives him a degree of comfort. The reassurance that he can control his world, because she took that power and control from him when she walked out. Tony stopped in his tracks. He's planned this with infinite care. He knows he's got to get this right, because he needs to stay free until it's safe for him to kill her, whoever she is. And somewhere down the line, he will kill her, because we can't stop him. So until then, he'll keep on doing this again and again and again. As soon as he'd spoken, Tony realized the mistake he'd made. He could see it in her eyes. The guilt she was carrying over Dominic Barraclough's victims was bad enough. But now she had the added weight of guilt because she wasn't able to catch a killer. In Carol's eyes, he knew the world was simple. Her job was justice. All she had to do was to catch violent criminals and put them away. Doing that one thing saved lives. Every day people went about their lives, cooking, shopping, sleeping, laughing, loving, because she'd done what she was supposed to do. But he'd just told her she wasn't good enough. None of them was good enough to catch this killer. Chapter 50. Paula hadn't been able to stop yawning on the drive into work. It had been after 2 by the time she'd driven home from Wharfdale, and her body ached in surprising places from having slept on the sofa. There was no spare room now that Torrin was living with them, and Paula hated to disturb Eleanor's sleep, given the long and erratic hours she worked. She stopped at the donut shop again on her way to the office. The cheery, familiar greeting of the Estonian lad who did the early shift gave her a moment's pause. When the staff behind the donut counter knew your name, it was time to break the habit. She'd noticed a thickening round her waist lately. She was heading towards the age range where it was infinitely easier to put it on than take it off, and Paula liked the feel of her body when it was fit too much to want to kiss that goodbye for the sake of fried dough and sugar. This, she promised herself as she paid for a dozen box, would be the last time. Kevin, Ambrose and Karim were already in the office, the smell of fresh coffee heady in the air. The men fell on the sweet treats like starving waifs. Caffeine and sugar, that was what everyone craved after a murder. "Where's Stacy?" Paula asked, surprised to see her office door closed and the lights out. "No idea," Alvin said. "She wasn't here when I got in." "Maybe Sam kidnapped her," Kevin said through a mouthful of strawberry cream dream. "Holding her hostage till she sorts out his fucked-up financial status." Paula groaned. "Don't even joke about it. How come none of us really grasped what a slime ball he is when we worked with him?" "He's a clever slime ball," Kevin said. "He never felt like a mate, but I didn't think that made him a creep." "So, seriously, nobody knows where Stacy is?" "She'll be doing something mysterious with a silicon-based life form," Alvin said. "So by my reckoning, that means I'm legally entitled to her donuts." "How do you work that out, big man?" Kevin reached for a coconut cocoa sensation. "I am the big man, so I need more fuel." The door opened and Carol came in, the dog at her heels. She looked as if she hadn't slept, Paula thought. She glared at the box and shook her head disapprovingly. Bad influence. Then she plonked herself down at the table and reached for a coffee-glazed ring. "I need coffee," she said, finding a smile from somewhere deep inside. Paula jumped to it. Old habits died hard, and she'd been devoted to Carol from the first day they'd worked together. Even now, when Eleanor was the principal focus of her devotion, she still liked to do whatever she could to make Carol's life easier. "Do you know where Stacy is?" she asked, heading for the coffee machine. Carol turned to stare at the closed door. "No idea. I assumed she'd be here. Is Tony not in?" Kevin and Alvin shared a quick glance of surprise. "No, boss," Karim said. and it's not like we'd miss him with that purple coat." Carol looked puzzled. "He set off 20 minutes ahead of me." It was the first time she'd publicly acknowledged the change in their domestic arrangements. Paula knew already because Tony had told her, and she'd shared the information only with Eleanor and Stacy. For Carol to break her perpetual habit of personal discretion must mean something, but Paula wasn't sure what. "Perhaps they've run off together," Kevin said. "There would be a certain communicative symmetry to that," Carol said with an edge of acid. "But with or without them, we need to get the day moving. We think the dead woman is Eileen Walsh, a nurse at Manchester Royal Infirmary. GMP are dealing with tracking down her dentist. As soon as we have a confirmation, we'll be all over her life. Just as we were with the last 2 victims. And maybe this time we'll get a break. God knows we need it. But for now, we have to sit on our hands." Her tone was heavy. Paula passed her a cup of judicial-strength coffee and sat down. "Can we not make some discreet inquiries?" Karim said. "No, not while there's a chance it's not her. The last thing we want is to freak out someone who happened to lend her car to her pal for the weekend." Carol sipped the coffee and winced at the heat. "The fire investigator was on the scene pretty much from the start, so if there's anything significant to discover, he's better placed to find it. One thing we can do, though, Paula, I want you to follow up the Claire Garrity lead that Stacy dug up from social media. Go and see the widower and see whether the pics we've generated ring any bells with him. The rest of you," Carol continued, "there's not a lot we can do except go over the ground we've already covered." Before she could say more, the door opened and James Blake marched into the squad room in full dress uniform. The chief constable was a big man, but his uniform was tailored to make him look powerful rather than fat. "Marvellous," he said, his voice dripping sarcasm. 3 women dead in identical circumstances, and our crack squad are sitting around eating donuts and drinking coffee." Karim scrambled to his feet, but everyone else stayed in their seats and gave Blake the cold stare of dumb insolence. Carol wiped her sticky fingers on a napkin to buy a little time, trying not to show her anger and distress. Her stomach burned with acid as anxiety kicked in. "Good morning, sir," she said. "Have you come to join our briefing?" Blake scoffed. "Briefing? From what I hear, you've nothing to brief. It's been 6 weeks since the McCormick woman was murdered, and as far as I can see, you haven't developed a single viable suspect. That would be bad enough. But then there was the girl in Leeds, and now I'm told another one from Manchester has been found burned in a car. What's the problem, DCI Jordan? Is your team not up to the job?" "We're dealing with a very sophisticated killer. He's clearly forensically aware," Carol said. She could feel her throat tightening as if tears were close. She couldn't let herself fall apart in front of Blake, never mind her own team. Under the desk, she drove her fingernails into the sensitive flesh on the inside of her knee. Blake strolled imperiously around the room, studying the evidence boards that were jammed with crime scene photographs, and the whiteboards covered with apparently random notes, some written by the squad officers and others by Tony. "There's no order or method in this," he complained. "If we sent in a review team to assess what you've done so far, they'd struggle to make any sense of this." He turned back, shaking his head. "You've got another week to make some progress, DCI Jordan, you and your ragtag and bobtail team. Then I'm going to demand that we have oversight, a full-scale audit and analysis of what you've done. So, in the interim, you'd better make progress. And you'd better have your case notes in the kind of order that a proper copper can make sense of." There was stunned silence as he walked out. "Fuck," Paula said. We are so screwed if we get a review team." "Why?" Carol demanded, her voice harsh. "Because we don't always do things exactly by the book," Kevin said. "It makes us vulnerable." "We'll just have to make sure we get it sorted then." Alvin's bass rumble was, they all knew, a false reassurance. But Carol could see it made the others relax a little. It only served to make her feel even more inadequate to the task. Then Kevin leaned forward. "Well," he drawled, "I might have something to take us in the right direction. According to Amy MacDonald's neighbour, Harrison Braithwaite, the man we think killed Amy gave her a passionate kiss on the doorstep. And it dawned on me that it's hard to snog somebody without getting your DNA all over their coat. And it turns out that Amy's good coat is quite distinctive. Mr. Braithwaite picked it out from her coat rack right away. So I bagged it and tagged it and drove out to the lab with it myself. If the gods are smiling, we'll get DNA. And if there's one thing I've learned from Tony, it's that serial killers don't start off with homicide. Seems to me his DNA is a dead cert for the offender database." Carol had visibly perked up at Kevin's report until he reached the end. She shook her head. "Great work, Kevin. But Tony thinks it's possible he's not got the usual kind of form. We talked about gateway offences last night, and Tony reckons he's all about being in control. If he's shown up on the radar at all, it'll be for getting into a ruck with a police officer or a confrontation with a bartender who wouldn't serve him an after-hours drink." "Doesn't matter, though, does it?" Karim said eagerly. "Whatever he's done, we'll make the connection if he's on the database." "It's not that simple," Paula said. "It's a coat. Amy will have come into contact with lots of people. On that night out alone, she'll have taken a taxi into town. There's a megadose of stranger DNA right there. One of the waiters could have taken her coat, more fresh DNA. The taxi back to the flat, more of the same. And we don't know whether she wore that coat between their date night and now. So, yes, we might get lucky, and it's better than no shot at all, but it won't give us any kind of definitive answer." Carol sighed. "There are times when I think DNA is more trouble than it's worth." Kevin chuckled, still feeling pleased with himself. "What? Are you hankering back to the days when we could just give them a good slap in the interview room?" "Hardly. But I do sometimes wonder whether the technology has de-skilled us as detectives. How long before we've got algorithms for questioning? Before skills like Paula's are deemed to be redundant?" Carol wiped her mouth and threw her crumpled napkin at the bin, missing by inches. She stood up. "God, listen to me. Ignore me, guys. We are going to get this bastard. Believe me, we are going to get him." She walked to her office, head up, shoulders back, dog tailing her. They all looked at each other. In spite of her body language, not one of her squad believed she believed her own words. Chapter 51. Tony had gone to bed convinced he needed to do something to shake Carol out of the redoubt of guilt she'd dug herself into. When they'd got back from the crime scene in the small hours, she'd stood talking to him outside the barn in the chill night air, while Flash tore around the rough pasture behind the barn, celebrating her liberation from guarding the house. It broke his heart to hear her piling blame on herself for deaths that were not her responsibility. The 5 people who had died because a drunk driver had been allowed to walk free on her account. The victims of a killer she hadn't caught after his first excursion into murder. These were the burdens she had assumed to add to the demons she'd kept at bay for so long with alcohol. Her dead crowded the shadows of her heart and her mind. Her brother Michael and Lucy, the woman he'd loved to distraction. Officers she'd been responsible for who had encountered killers far more ruthless than their hunters, and all the victims she believed she'd let down with delayed justice. None of it was her fault, but it was eating away at the slender rope of her well-being and self-confidence. He'd tried talking to her in therapeutic mode, but she saw through that in about 2 minutes and stomped back indoors to make a cup of fruit tea. He'd whistled the dog to his side and followed her in. This time he tried talking like someone who cared about her. She told him not to patronize her and suggested it was time he retreated to his end of the barn. He'd slept badly, worrying about her. He'd known plenty of addicts in his time, both patients and colleagues. He knew how fragile her hold on sobriety was right now. He'd seen her driven almost mad with rage and with grief, but he'd never seen her so close to the edge of herself. In the morning, when he woke, he'd known he had to do something to change the direction of her emotions. 10 minutes on Google, and he had the makings of a plan. By the time he'd showered and wolfed down some toast and coffee, she was out with the dog. She'd mentioned a remit briefing, but he had other ideas. He made sure he left well in advance of her so she couldn't see that instead of turning left at the end of the lane towards Bradfield, he turned right towards Hebden Bridge and Halifax. The house he parked outside was a handsome detached Victorian villa with a pair of tiny turrets on the corners of the frontage. The pale York stone had been stained with the smoke and soot of the area's dark satanic mills. Some of the other houses in the leafy lane had been sandblasted back to their original creamy yellow, but the Barraclough family home wore its industrial heritage like a badge of honour. He sat in the car for a few minutes, persuading himself again that he was doing the right thing. Not everyone would agree, he knew, but for Tony, trying to rescue Carol from herself was a greater priority than negotiating some moral quagmire. She was the person he owed a duty to, not the one he was about to deceive. The woman who answered the door had the haggard look of someone who had lost a lot of weight too quickly. Her dark hair fell lifeless to her shoulders, a line of white showing at the parting. She was dressed carelessly. Her clothes were clearly expensive and stylish, but nothing matched, and her long cardigan was inaccurately buttoned. "Mrs. Barraclough?" She nodded. "I'm Dr. Tony Hill. I'm a specialist in the psychology of risk. I work with the police. I know you've suffered a terrible shock lately, and you have my sincere condolences. But I can't imagine anyone having a better idea of what Dominic was like, and I hoped you might be willing to talk to me." She looked blank, as if he'd spoken in a language foreign to her. "It won't bring him back, will it?" "No, but it might help us understand more, so that we can try to stop what happened to Dominic happening to someone else." "Nicky? We called him Nicky, not Dominic." "I'm sorry. Perhaps we could talk about him over a cup of coffee." He felt bad for playing her, but Carol was more important to him even than a grieving mother. He was taken aback to realize after all these years that there was apparently a hierarchy of empathy. Mona Barraclough had no resistance. She stepped back and allowed him to enter. She led the way down a panelled hall painted in a pink-tinged grey that probably had a name like Rabbit's Nostril. The carpet underfoot was a rich burgundy that swallowed their footsteps. At the end of the hall they entered a vast kitchen warmed by a 4-oven aga. It opened into a conservatory filled with well-established flowering plants. Wasn't this how one of the Raymond Chandler novels opened? She waved vaguely at a pine refectory table surrounded by captain's chairs, well supplied with comfortable-looking cushions. Tony sat down, and while her back was turned, filling the kettle, he double-checked that his phone was recording. She fussed with the cafetiere, the mugs, and a tin of ground coffee, but eventually they were sitting at the end of the table with china mugs full of weak coffee in front of them. "You didn't know, Nicky," she said. "He was a lovely boy, so loving. He never went out the door without giving me a hug and a kiss, still. But he was always wild. He had that streak in him from a toddler." "I imagine it's like a light has gone out." She sipped her coffee, her eyes sad and ancient. "That's it, exactly. A light that's gone out." "That's hard, and a shock, too." He led her gently into her story, his eyes on hers, his expression filled with concern. Tony had spent years learning how to draw out the hurt and damage in people, but it had never felt more important than today. She sighed, long and deep. "A shock, maybe, but not a surprise. It's a funny thing to say about your own child, but I never thought he'd make old bones. He was always reckless. He'd throw himself at things without a thought. God knows we tried to teach him to take more care, but we might as well have saved our breath. He had so many accidents when he was a child. We had social services at the house." She made a noise halfway between a laugh and a cough. "It wasn't funny at the time, mind." Had he had accidents in the car before? He'd scraped it and banged it into things through not paying attention, in car parks and the like, but he'd never had a proper accident. Nicky loved speed, but he was a good driver. He knew how to handle a car. But that girlfriend of his, Casey, I blame her. She wasn't content with going out in town. She always wanted to be off to Leeds or Bradford, or else some pub up on the moors with live music. So then Nicky would take a drink." Her voice tailed off, and her eyes filled with tears. "And when he took a drink?" "He thought he was indestructible." She turned her head and stared into the conservatory. "I half hoped he'd get caught. I was daft enough to think that would put a stop to the madness." "But he did get caught." Mona gripped her mug tightly. "And much good it did him. When we got the call from the police the night he was arrested, we decided not to go and pick him up. We thought a few hours in the cells among the low-life drunks and druggies might make an impression on him." "Not likely," Tony thought. Not for someone like Dominic, who believed the rules simply didn't apply to him. "And did it?" She seemed to slump further into her chair. "Not a bit of it. He said it wouldn't make any odds to him. Even if he got banned, he said, he'd still drive. 'I'll change cars, get something they're not looking out for,' he said." Tony's heart leapt. That was what he needed to hear, the sentence that might take away some of Carol's guilt. Dominic Barraclough would have carried on drinking and driving regardless of any ban handed down by the court. He was an arrogant, irresponsible ass. Nothing could have altered his self-imposed fate. Mona was still talking, and Tony forced himself to pay attention. He had to see this through to the end. His dad was raging. He said if Nicky got banned and carried on driving, he'd throw him out of the house and out of the business. He worked for his dad, you see. He's an estate agent, my husband, and you need to be able to drive, obviously. I was that upset I didn't know how Nicky would manage. Generation Y, man-child, Tony thought. Men in their 20s whose parents still let them dodge responsibility. But he didn't get banned. No, there was something wrong with the equipment, they said in court, so they had to drop the charges. She shook her head. I didn't know what to feel. Nicky'd got away with drinking and driving, but at least he still had a roof over his head and a job. We sat him down after the court case, me and his dad, and we gave him a good talking to. But he just laughed. He said he was safe behind the wheel. He said nobody was going to stop him driving, not the police, not the courts, not his dad. She crossed her arms across her stomach, hands gripping her elbows. I don't know what we did wrong. We did our best, but he was always a law unto himself. I don't know where he got it from. We are not impulsive people, me and my husband. You shouldn't blame yourself, Tony said. There are so many factors that shape the way we turn out. Did Nicky ever have a head injury when he was a child? She looked startled. How did you know that? He fell off the top of a kiddie's slide when he was a toddler. He'd not long turned 2. He knocked himself out. He had to stay in hospital for 2 nights for observation, but the hospital said he was fine. Is that what made him the way he was? It may have had an effect. Tony touched his forehead. This part of the brain, here, the frontal lobe, it's the part of our brain that controls impulses. Sometimes a head injury can change people's behaviour quite dramatically. You mustn't blame yourself, Mrs. Barraclough. The work we're doing on what affects our attitude to risk is turning up more and more evidence that physical brain injuries are more common than we think, and they have a more profound impact than we previously realized. That was mostly bullshit made up on the hoof, but he hoped it would stop her wondering later why on earth he'd come to see her and asked the questions he had. So all those times we tried to make him see sense, he wasn't ignoring us out of badness? He couldn't help himself? To some degree, yes. When he said to you he'd keep on driving, regardless, that was probably a manifestation of his poor impulse control. It ran counter to logic and sense, but they didn't count for enough. Did he say anything else about his determination to keep driving, regardless? She thought for a moment. He kept on insisting that nobody had the right to tell him what to do, that he was safer behind the wheel, even with a drink in him, than most idiots were when they were sober. When I think about that, it makes me so angry. I understand that. Tony's voice was gentle. I can't walk down the street in this town any more. I feel so ashamed of what Nicky did. 4 other people died because of him. 4 other families devastated. But it's worse for them because they don't have the guilt. I'll never get past this, Doctor. Even though you tell me it was something inside Nicky's brain that made him the way he was, I'll never be able to let myself off the hook. Tony believed her. The rest of Mona Barraclough's life would forever be shaped by the manner of her son's death. There was no comfort he could offer that would alter that. But at least he'd given her something to cling to when the guilt threatened to engulf her. More importantly, he had a recording on his phone that might offer Carol a slender crack of light in the gloom of her guilt. Chapter 52. That the prepaid credit card Torrin had loaded with £500 had come from a local bank branch offered Stacey options she hadn't expected. Usually, if it couldn't be done digitally, it didn't feature on her radar. But for once, she decided she needed to get out from behind her screens and do what needed to be done in person. She wouldn't have done it for just anyone, but Paula was her friend. Over the years, they'd moved from mutual wariness to mutual loyalty. If Stacy had needed proof of that, the support she'd had from Paula over Sam's betrayal had settled the matter. So because this was about Torrin, and because Torrin owned a place in Paula's heart, Stacy was willing to do what it took. She'd stayed up into the small hours, partly because there were search parameters coming in from the crime scene, but mostly because what she was planning was extremely risky, and she wanted to be sure she'd done everything possible to cover her back. By 3 a.m., she'd done her research and prepared all the materials she reckoned she'd need. Unusually for her, she'd slept badly and woken feeling edgy and nervous. For someone accustomed to being in command of herself and her environment, what she was planning was actually terrifying. Kevin was right about their methods making them vulnerable. It never bothered her when it came to her digital exploits. She knew she could outsmart any investigator the job set on her tail. But going into the field was a very different matter. She didn't want to count up the potential offences she was about to commit. It was, frankly, scary. Stacy unearthed an old box of Kava tea that she'd bought when she first started seeing Sam, a period of her life when she'd felt in a permanent state of anxiety. 2 strong cups made no appreciable difference. She was going to have to screw up the courage to go through with her plan all by herself. And so, at 9:30, palms clammy and damp, she walked into the Campion Way branch of the Northern Bank and asked to see the manager. She met with some initial resistance, not having an appointment, but the production of a warrant card wore down the gatekeepers, and within 15 minutes she was seated opposite a man with a plaque on his desk that told her he was Patrick Haynes, branch manager. He had the smooth skin and perfectly groomed hair of a man who spent too much time looking in the mirror. But his shirt let him down, Stacy decided. It probably sat perfectly when he was standing up, admiring himself, but seated, it strained and gaped across the beginnings of a pot belly. "So, what's this all about?" he asked. He was almost cordial, but anxiety seeped through his words. "I'm Detective Constable Jing Ming," she said, presenting ID that was not that of Remit. "As you can see, I'm attached to the anti-terrorism unit." Haynes looked confused. "I don't understand." "Perhaps this will help." Stacy produced an envelope from her businesslike handbag and passed it to him. She put the bag on the desk nonchalantly. He extracted 2 sheets of paper which to anyone unfamiliar with such things appeared to be a warrant authorized under the Prevention of Terrorism Act by a district judge, requiring the bank to provide all details relating to a prepaid credit card, number listed below. He frowned as he read it through to the end. "I still don't understand," he said. "I'd have thought it was perfectly clear. Pursuant to our inquiries under the Act, we have come into possession of certain information that may indicate that this card has been used to make purchases relating to the preparation of acts of terrorism. A warrant has been obtained, and you are obliged to tell me who bought that prepaid credit card and when." Stacy delivered her little speech with a chilly authority that completely disguised the racing of her heart and the trickle of sweat on her spine. "And that's it? I just have to hand over the information?" "Yes, it's that simple." "I think I need to speak to head office about this," he said uncertainly. She glanced at her watch. "Be my guest, but they'll tell you the same thing as me." She leaned forward slightly and said with a confiding air, "Look, we've done this in the most low-key way possible. With this warrant, I could have come in mob-handed and closed down this branch while I served it. How would that play in the media? Northern Bank allegedly implicated in the financing of terrorism. Your head office would love that. This is a matter of some urgency. She fixed him with her steeliest glare. If there is a problem, my team are 5 minutes away. I promise you, they don't give a shit about the reputation of your bank. He opened and closed his mouth, looking pained. Then self-preservation kicked in. Well, this paperwork all seems to be in order, Detective. Give me a moment. He pushed back from his desk. Her heart hammered harder. She couldn't let him leave and talk this through with a colleague. Do what you have to do here, Stacy said briskly. She gestured to his computer. You have access to the systems. She leaned across and turned his screen so she could see what he was doing. It's a question of security. No more people involved than absolutely have to be. He cleared his throat and started hammering his old-fashioned keyboard. Of course, I'm just taken aback, he jabbered. I can't believe nobody ever can, she said briskly, her eyes on the screens. She couldn't quite believe she was getting away with this. That can't be right. Haynes frowned. I know this customer. He's not a terrorist, he's a plumber. He took out a loan with us last year to expand his business. Stacy pulled out her phone and snapped a photograph of the details on the screen. Norman Jackson, an address in Harristown. I appreciate what you're saying, and there may well be a completely innocent explanation for the intelligence that has come to us. She stood up. I appreciate your assistance. Please don't discuss this conversation with anyone. She flashed a quick smile. Nobody understands security like a banker, right? Haynes's smile was uncertain. Absolutely. He got up and walked round the desk to show her out. Stacy leaned across to get her bag, making sure her body shielded her slipping the fake warrant into it. Pulse racing, she walked past the manager and carried on across the lobby and into the street. Stacy let out a long sigh of relief as she turned the first corner she came to. She leaned against the cool brick wall, eyes closed, waiting for her breathing to return to normal. She'd done it. She'd abandoned her screens. She'd gone out into the field and fooled a man who should have known better. And now she knew who had tried to blow a hole in her friend's life. Chapter 53. There was nobody home at the well-maintained between-the-wars semi that Sean Garrity had shared with his late wife Claire. Paula walked round to the other half of the house, which looked distinctly scruffier. A glance through the bay window of the living room revealed a chaos of children's toys and folded clothes. She rang the bell and heard a child's wail in response. The door opened to reveal a young woman, blonde hair in an untidy ponytail, a whimpering baby on her hip, and a sticky-faced toddler clinging to her leg. She looked about ready to join the baby in its tears. "What?" she demanded. Paula held out her ID. "I'm looking for Sean Garrity. There doesn't seem to be anyone home." "Well, there wouldn't be, would there? He'll be at work, lucky bastard." She jiggled her leg, unsuccessfully trying to shake off the toddler who was staring at Paula as if she was a creature from another galaxy. "And where is work, do you know?" "He manages that gastropub in Kenton Vale. What's it called?" She screwed up her face in an attempt to remember. "The Dog and Gun?" Paula vaguely recalled reading something in the paper about the revamping of the traditional local into something more upmarket. "Here, that's it. He invited us to the opening. I only had the one then." She looked dreamy for a moment. Then a full-scale howl from the baby brought her back to reality. She shushed the baby ineffectually. "You'll find him down there. Thrown himself into it, you might say, since Claire died. You know, his wife died. Is that what this is about?" "Thanks, you've been very helpful." Paula backed away, glad to escape the aura of sour milk and stale flesh that clung to the harassed woman. She drove off, car window open so she could vape. God, but she missed smoking. Vaping made her feel like the toddler clinging to its mother's leg. There was something infantilizing about the cigarette substitute that made Paula feel she probably needed to knock that on the head too. She reached the Dog and Gun 10 minutes after opening time. It was all faux distressed wood and antiqued tables. The heritage it was channeling was the Yukon gold rush rather than Bradfield's industrial past. The hipster behind the bar perked up at the sight of her, clearly thinking she was the first customer of the day. Her face fell when she showed him her ID and said she was looking for Sean Garrity. "He's through the back," he said. "I'll go and get him. Is this about that twat that drove into Claire?" "If you could just fetch Mr. Garrity." Paula softened her words with a genial smile. Sean Garrity appeared moments later. He was a lanky 6-footer with a shaved head and a full beard. It was a look that Paula found faintly ridiculous. He wore a checked shirt, buttoned to the neck, and low-slung skinny jeans. A pair of silver skull earrings completed the image, but there was nothing fashionable about the dark shadows under his eyes or the tumbler of rum in his hand. "You're a cop," he said, aggression in his stance and his tone. "Is this about that tosser who killed my wife? Are you actually going to charge him with something?" "Can we go somewhere more private?" He gestured to the far corner of the bar, where a trio of high-backed booths were clustered. "That do?" Paula nodded and followed him. His gait was a little unsteady, and as she drew closer to him, she could smell alcohol in his sweat. This was a man who was dealing with his grief through the medium of drink, never helpful when it came to eliciting information. He threw himself into the booth and glared belligerently at Paula. "Well, what's happening?" "I'm not on the team investigating what happened to your wife," she said, keeping it slow and calm. "I'm with the Regional Major Incident Team." He snorted and took a swig from his glass. "What happened to Claire? That was a major fucking incident, don't you think?" "I'm sure that's what it was for you, Mr. Garrity, but I can't comment on it because I don't know the circumstances." "So what are you doing here if you're not interested in Claire?" Another swallow, and the glass was empty. "Norrie," he shouted, "bring me the bottle." "Did your wife do much on social media?" "What's that got to do with anything?" "We think someone hacked Claire's Rigmarole account after her death, and we're trying to find out who and how." The barman scuttled over with a bottle of artisanal rum with a ridiculously over-designed label. Garrity waved him away and poured 3 fingers into the glass. "What kind of sick fuck does that?" "The kind who gets a kick out of fucking with his victims. We believe this may be connected with a series of serious crimes. Do you happen to know what Claire's password on Rigmarole was?" "Yeah. It was Claire 890714. Her birth date in reverse, the 14th of July, 1989. But she hardly ever used Rigmarole. She couldn't be asked. She liked talking to people, not sending stupid messages to people she'd never met." It wouldn't have taken much to work out that password, Paula thought. All the information the killer needed would have been there in Claire's death notice. Stacy was right. People were depressingly stupid about passwords. She took the photo from her bag and laid it on the table. "Do you know this man?" Garrity peered at it. "I don't think so. He's not one of our friends, and I don't recognize him from in here. Norrie! He summoned the barman again. He'd know better than me. He waved the photo at Norrie when he arrived. The barman studied it. He's definitely not a regular. Other than that, I can't say. Has he done something we should know about? He may have hacked Claire's rigmarole account after she died. Norrie's mouth curled and his eyes screwed up in an expression of disgust. That's sick. Maybe you should go round to Freshco. Seeing Paula's frown, Garrity continued. Where Claire worked. She was the bakery supervisor. It might be one of the weirdos who work there. Most of them I wouldn't give them house room in here. He clambered out of the booth, almost tripping over his own feet. So if that's it, we got work to do. Right, Norrie? And he stumbled away, trying to straighten up and look sober, but failing. He's taken it hard, Norrie said. He used to be a really nice guy, you know. He totally worshipped Claire. Get him some help, Paula said. You're not doing him any favours colluding in the drinking. Trust me, I've seen colleagues go down that road. Freshco in Kenton Vale was a 10-minute drive away. It took Paula almost the same length of time to find a parking space, then walk back to the store. As usual, during the day, the aisles were busy with shoppers. All human life is here, she thought, dodging a dozy-looking man in drooping sweatpants and stained T-shirt, only to step into the path of an elderly woman pushing a trolley containing a loaf of bread, a bottle of milk, and a tin of beans. 2 hours later, she emerged into daylight, feeling dazed and frustrated. The HR department in the superstore had insisted on consulting head office before they would even look at the photograph she was toting. But once they got the go-ahead, she had to admit they'd been helpful. She'd been introduced to Claire's workmates in the bakery, and when none of them admitted recognizing the man in the picture, the helpful HR boss had taken her on a tour of every department, showing the picture to every member of staff they encountered. And nobody showed any sign of knowing who he was. One checkout operative said she thought he might have come through her till a couple of times, but her colleagues rolled their eyes and said, "Stop showing off, Varia." It was a bust. The HR woman had made copies of the photo and promised to put it up in the staff room and on the various department notice boards. But Paula couldn't feel even the faintest stirring of hope. Another lead going precisely nowhere. She'd never known a case like it. Usually there were frustrations aplenty in any investigation, but at the heart of it there would be something that finally broke in their favour. A moment of carelessness by the killer, a chance encounter that broke an alibi, a forensic breakthrough. But this man was too sharp for that. Too sharp for them, which was unnerving. Carol Jordan, Tony Hill, and Stacey Chen were, in Paula's view, the best in the business, and the rest of the team were the coppers she'd hand-pick herself if she was building an elite squad. Yet they'd hardly advanced the case an inch in over 6 weeks. Blake was a bully, but he'd meant what he said. He was longing to turn on them because Carol Jordan had outflanked him in the past. But there were other chiefs without a personal agenda who wouldn't be slow in following suit. Sooner or later, the bosses were going to turn on them. If they didn't deliver something soon, it wouldn't be long before they were consigned to the scrap heap. Chapter 54. He'd never been busier. Even when the business had been going gangbusters with Tricia, he'd had more time to call his own. But executing his careful plans to perfect his revenge took time. It wasn't simply going on the dates with the women, it was preparing the ground. He only ever sent them texts or spoke to them using the burner phones. and to cover his tracks he only ever made the calls from the cities the women lived in, then removed SIM cards and batteries. The only time those calls would show up in Bradfield was when he was courting a victim in Bradfield. So as well as running his business, he was running around chasing women. Luckily, he often managed to roll the two things up together and text his next target in between meetings in other cities. He'd been listening to a Bradfield Victoria football match in the car, driving to Liverpool the other evening, when he'd heard something that he liked. The commentators were talking at half-time about football chants and the inventiveness of fans. One mentioned a chant he'd heard from the terraces of a team on a losing streak. "You're nothing special, we get beaten every week." It made him think about the final showdown with Tricia and what he could say to her. "You're nothing special, I've done this too often to count," perhaps. That wasn't bad, but something snappier would come to him, he was sure. That morning he'd already supervised the layout for 2 different magazines and spoken to a couple of key advertisers demanding circulation updates. The latest figures had not left anyone feeling happy. He was going to have to cut the rates both advertisers had been paying. And now he had a meeting with Carrie McChrystal, a businesswoman who ran a chain of beauty spas across the north. He hoped she was going to offer him a juicy slice of advertising revenue to stave off the problems coming at him from all sides. He might even be able to afford to hire someone to take on the editorial work Tricia had done so effectively. She arrived right on time, a walking advertisement for her business. Her hair flowed to her shoulders, dark, glossy, and well-kempt. Her makeup was flawless, emphasizing slightly eerie pale blue eyes and full lips. She wore a well-fitting business suit with a pencil skirt and nude heels. He couldn't help a buzz of admiration at her style. He took care with his own appearance and always appreciated it when others did the same. It showed respect for the people you dealt with. Tricia had always maintained an impeccable facade, however. And look how that had turned out. The perfect mask for her insincerity. So he wasn't going to take Carrie McChrystal at face value. They met in a small conference room that he used for team briefings. It was plain but smart and gave nothing away. He poured coffee and let her witter about the weather and the traffic, till finally they sat facing each other across the table. "I expect you're wondering why I asked for this meeting," was her opener. "I assumed you wanted to talk about an advertising deal." Her smile reminded him of a cat. "Oh, Tom, if that was all I wanted, I'd have dealt with Marianne in advertising. We've always managed to come to a satisfactory arrangement in the past. No, I have bigger fish to fry today." He leaned back in his chair, head cocked to one side. "I'm listening," he said. "A little bird tells me that your business partner has left the building." She let the words hang in the air. He struggled to keep his anger in check. The idea of other people discussing his private life enraged him. Was that to be Tricia's legacy? To make him look inadequate in other people's eyes? "People move on," he said, managing to keep his voice even and pleasant. "Tell me about it. We are business people. We understand that nothing is forever. But it occurred to me that you might be interested in bringing another partner into the business. Now, I've no direct experience of running magazines, but I have a brilliant press and PR person who has a background in precisely that. Melanie was the editorial manager of Leeds Alive before I snapped her up. I think she could do wonders in this business, and I have lots of promotional ideas to bring to the table." She gave him a brilliant smile. Teeth that would glow in the dark, he thought, all the better to eat you with. "That's a very interesting proposition, Carrie," he said. A lifeline for the business he'd spent so long building. a chance to salvage what Tricia had so nearly destroyed. But did he really want to put his fate in the hands of someone else? And how the fuck was he going to get his hands on Tricia's shares? He couldn't sell what he didn't have. She opened her substantial handbag and took out a thin cardboard file. "I've taken the liberty of putting a financial proposal together. Obviously, I don't have access to your commercially sensitive information, but I've been taking a long, hard look at what you do, and even taking into account that slight but noticeable dip in quality recently, I think this is a great little business." She pushed the file across to him. "Tell me whether I'm wide of the mark." He opened the file. At first the figures were a blur, but he forced himself to focus, and he had to admit she'd done a remarkably thorough job. He almost wondered if she'd picked Tricia's brains before coming to him. But no, he told himself, this was not a conspiracy. He couldn't start thinking like that. This was a report that could have been assembled by anyone with enough business experience who knew where to look. He took his time going through the pages line by line till he came to the end. Her estimate of what his business was worth and her proposal to buy into it. He was momentarily stunned. He'd resigned himself to the fact that his business was going down the tubes. He knew the content was suffering. He knew he'd been too busy chasing editorial to keep a tight grip on design. The gradual decline of his magazines was something else to lay at Tricia's door, and that quantum of blame had added fuel to the blaze of his determination and anger. But Carrie McChrystal was offering him an alternative ending to one part of the catastrophe that Tricia had inflicted on him. Her financial offer was a reasonable starting point. He'd have to meet this Melanie and see her work to decide whether she was good enough to make a difference, but it was a potential reprieve, no doubt about it. The only question was whether he wanted to be saved or to go down in flames to make a point. It was no contest. He looked up from the papers and met Carrie's level gaze. "I think this is the start of a very profitable conversation," he said. Not that it would let Tricia off the hook, quite the opposite, in fact. If he was going to sell her share in the business, it would be a lot easier if she was dead. That way she couldn't contradict his version of events when he said she'd signed the shares back over to him when she'd left. Now, killing her wasn't for revenge alone. It was for solid business reasons. Chapter 55. Dr. Dave Myers was no stranger to most of the Remit team. He and Paula had known each other since her earliest days in CID, when much of modern forensics had been a pretty bare-bones science. He'd worked on DNA analysis in the old Home Office facility in Bradfield, and when the government had privatized the Forensic Science Service, he'd been recruited by one of the new providers to run a private lab. When the former Bradfield MIT had been up and running, he'd been their first port of call whenever a case demanded the expenditure associated with forensic analysis. Chief Constable James Blake had fought a constant battle with Carol Jordan over the cost of using Dr. Dave and his team, arguing that cheaper services were available. Carol had dug her heels in, insisting on the "you pay peanuts, you get monkeys" principle. More often than not, she won the day because of Blake's fear that somehow the press would find out he'd insisted on cutting corners on a murder inquiry. Sometimes a man's vanity could be used constructively. One of the conditions Carol had placed on her acceptance of the Remit job was that they'd have access to Dr. Dave and his lab when they deemed it necessary. So when Kevin had picked up Amy MacDonald's coat, the obvious destination had been the state-of-the-art lab that lurked behind the anonymous facade of a prefabricated warehouse on an industrial estate on the edge of town. He'd emphasized the importance of the coat in a multiple murder investigation, and Dr. Dave had promised his best efforts, though he'd looked dubious. Usually the lab would transmit their results digitally, flagging them up with a phone call to the investigating team. So it was a surprise when Dr. Dave himself walked into the Skenfrith Street squad room. Paula looked up from her computer screen, where she'd been bringing her case paperwork up to date, and grinned with delight when she saw him shamble through the door with his perpetually casual gait. Outside the lab, stripped of his protective overalls, he looked nothing like a scientist for whom precision was the stock in trade. His big brown hands appeared more suited to manual labor than the delicate work he performed constantly. With his baseball cap, his soul patch, his baggy chinos, and the glasses perched on the end of his nose, he always made Paula think of a nonconformist academic. They'd been friends for years, linked by common tastes in music and comedy. When they'd both been single, they'd regularly kept each other company at comedy clubs and small-scale music venues. Even now, they met up in a foursome with their partners for a gig every couple of months. Paula left her desk and gave Dave a hug. "What are you doing here?" she asked. He gave a mock frown. "So much for the 'Hi, Dave. Great to see you.'" "Coffee?" "Sure, why not? Is Kev around?" "No, he's gone to brief the media team about the latest case," she said, heading for the coffee station. "By the way, this is Karim Hussein, our new boy." Dave sketched a wave at Karim, who hadn't taken his eyes off the new arrival since he'd walked in. "Hi, Karim. I'm Dave Myers." "The king of forensic DNA analysis," Paula added as she prepped an espresso for Dave. "Not so much today," Dave said. He folded his long body into an office chair and walked it over to Paula's desk. He took an envelope out of his pocket and placed it next to her keyboard. "Kev brought in a coat belonging to Amy MacDonald. He thought there might be usable DNA on it." Paula put his coffee next to him and eyed the envelope. "And was there?" "There was DNA, all right. Trouble is, there was way too much DNA." Paula groaned. "Mixed samples?" "Complex mixed samples," Dave said. "I don't know whether Amy had ever had her coat dry cleaned, but if she did, it wasn't recently. Kev asked me to concentrate on the arms and the upper back, where you'd hold or hug somebody if you were kissing them. He brought in her toothbrush so we could eliminate Amy's DNA, but that was no help. Even taking her out of the equation, I'd estimate we've got at least 6 or 7 different DNA traces on the outside of the coat in the key regions." "Can you not tell when they were left there?" Karim asked. "Like, are they not in layers, one on top of the other?" Dave shook his head. "That's not how it works. They're all jumbled up together. They could have been deposited in any order. It's like making soup. You can't tell from the finished bowl whether the carrots went in ahead of the onions. And if you've put it in the blender, you can't even be sure whether it's onions or shallots." Karim looked bemused at the analogy, but Paula was more accustomed to Dave's style. "If we had a suspect, could you pull his DNA out of the soup?" she asked. "Maybe, but it's a long way off a definite." "Didn't I read somewhere that there are new computer programs that could figure out the separations of complex mixtures?" Paula asked. "People have been working on it," Dave said. "The idea is that they have a set of complex algorithms that predict the likelihood of different sequences based on statistical analysis. Probabilistic genotyping, they're calling it. It sounds great. They've been doing some clinical trials in the US, and it has huge problems. You take the same mixed sample and run it through 2 different programs, and the answers that come out of the other end are completely different. The researchers sent the same mixed sample to a random bunch of analysts, and all the responses were different. So, no, I would not pin any hopes on a conviction based on that evidence. He tapped the envelope. It's all in there. Kev was very insistent that it was top priority, so I wanted to come in myself and explain the results, in case there were questions. I appreciate that, Dave, Paula sighed. Sorry to piss on your chips. Not your fault. But this case is killing us. It's got more dead ends than a 70s housing estate. Every time we turn a corner, we hit a blank wall. Much as we'd like to help, it's not CSI, and we can't work miracles. Dave stood up. Resolving mixed samples is coming down the road, but it's not going to get here in time for your investigation. Paula sighed. Oh, well, maybe in years to come some brilliant cold case detective will get Dave Myers, too, to apply the new techniques and solve our case. Don't give up hope. You're a good detective, Paula. Sometimes the old ways are what you need to crack the case. It's like I tell juries when I get the chance. If you've got an absolutely clear fingerprint and half a dozen eyewitnesses, you really don't need to sweep for DNA. Good luck. He waggled his fingers in a wave as he walked out. Karim stared after him. We're fucked, aren't we? Probably, Paula said. But that's no reason to stop plugging away. Before she could say more, Stacy marched through the door with the air of a woman on a mission. Oh, good, Stacy said. You and me have somewhere to be, Paula. We do? We do. I'll explain in the car. What about me? Karim said plaintively. Hold the fort and do your paperwork, Stacy said. Where will you be if the governor asks? Fighting crime, Stacy said firmly, heading back out the door. Paula shrugged and spread her hands wide. I have no idea what's going on either, but experience tells me not to mess with Stacy. See you later. Chapter 56. Carol stepped off the Minster Basin wharf onto a prettily painted narrowboat whose name, Stealer, unfurled along a painted gold and black banner. The deck shifted under her feet as her weight transferred itself to the water. This was Tony's domain, as the barn was hers. He'd inherited it from the father he'd never known, and to her surprise, he'd transformed himself from a squirrel who lived among piles of papers and books into as neat a boatman as it was possible to imagine. To live in so confined a space imposed an order and rigour she would never have believed he could adapt to. It helped that he had colonized a shipping container with his books, turning it into a library that would have given Carol claustrophobia inside an hour. And, of course, he still had his office at Bradfield Moor Secure Hospital, which presumably provided him with all the cluttering possibilities he needed. She had no idea why he'd messaged her to meet him at the boat rather than come into the office. She'd put the question in reply, but he'd ignored her. So she had no option but to leave the station and head for the canal basin. The old Grosvenor Canal ran parallel to Skenfrith Street, invisible between high buildings, but there was a narrow alley that led to the towpath, which led to Minster Basin. 5 years before, it would have been a foolhardy person who would have ventured alone along the towpath, even with a dog at her heels. But European money had paid to refurbish the towpath, installing a flagged walkway and proper lighting that dispelled the dark shadows of the undercrofts that carried the canal beneath the streets. Local businesses had put their hands in their pockets and paid for landscaping. Now it was a pleasant shortcut across the city centre. Flash darted back and forth along the bank, never leaving Carol for long. When the path opened out onto the basin, she knew exactly where she was going, and bounded across the cobbles and sat next to Steeler, ears pricked and tongue lolling. In spite of herself, Carol couldn't help feeling grateful to George Nicholas for virtually forcing the dog on her. As she boarded, the collie leapt onto the narrowboat roof and settled there, head between her paws, eyes scanning the basin for any threats to her mistress. Carol, meanwhile, knocked on the hatch before sliding it back and descending the steps into the main cabin. Tony was sitting at the table, a book in front of him. "Don't get up," Carol said. "I'm coffeeed out." She slid onto the buttoned bench seat opposite him. "You missed the briefing this morning." "I know. Sorry. I had something more pressing to deal with." "So? Why am I here? What's so mysterious that we can't talk about it in the office?" "Not mysterious," he said. "Private." Anxiety clenched Carol's stomach. Private spelled ominous to her these days. Another nightmare was more than she could take at the moment. She straightened in her seat, clasping her hands on the table in front of her. "What now?" "I've been worried about you," he said. "The way you've let guilt eat into you." Carol snorted. "It wasn't a matter of choice. What's happened is a matter of fact. You'd have to be a monster not to feel guilty." "I agree. Some guilt would be inevitable. But it's swallowing you up, Carol, and you need to fight it."
"Christ, what is this? A therapy session? I'm not one of your bloody patients."
"No, you're my friend. My best friend. For years you were probably my only friend, until I started to get the hang of it. So I can't sit on my hands and let you be consumed by remorse. You're condemning yourself for things that no reasonable person would blame you for." She shook her head.
5 people dead, Tony, because I wanted to reclaim my place in the sun.
"I'm glad you brought that up," he said. "I know it's eating away at you, but it really isn't your responsibility. Connection isn't the same as causality." He was making no sense. How could those deaths not be laid at her door?
"You're wrong," she said.
Tony took his phone from his pocket and laid it on the table in front of him. He fiddled with the screen for a moment. "I went over to Halifax this morning. That's why I missed the briefing. I went to talk to Mona Barraclough, Dominic's mother."
"Why? Don't you think she's had enough to cope with, without you stirring everything up again?"
"We had a very interesting conversation. You can listen to it all if you like, but there are a couple of things I need you to hear." He raised one finger to silence whatever she was about to say. "Please, just listen, Carol." He pressed play on his phone. The tinny sound of a strange woman's voice filled the cabin.
"He said it wouldn't make any odds to him. Even if he got banned, he said, he'd still drive. I'll change cars, get something they're not looking out for," he said. His dad was raging. He said if Nicky got banned and carried on driving, he'd throw him out of the house and out of the business. He worked for his dad, you see. He's an estate agent, my husband, and you need to be able to drive, obviously. I was that upset I didn't know how Nicky would manage."
Then Tony's voice. "But he didn't get banned."
"No. There was something wrong with the equipment, they said in court, so they had to drop the charges. I didn't know what to feel. Nicky'd got away with drinking and driving, but at least he still had a roof over his head and a job. We sat him down after the court case, me and his dad, and we gave him a good talking to. But he just laughed. He said he was safe behind the wheel. He said nobody was going to stop him driving, not the police, not the courts, not his dad. I don't know what we did wrong. We did our best, but he was always a law unto himself. I don't know where he got it from. We are not impulsive people, me and my husband."
Carol felt dizzy. She couldn't quite take it in.
"Play it again,"
she whispered, and he did. "You see," Tony spoke gently, "it was nothing to do with you. Even if Dominic Barraclough had lost his license that day, he'd still have been driving drunk the night he ploughed into that Mini. It's not your fault, Carol. She couldn't help the tears. She was angry at herself for her loss of control, but there was nothing she could do about it. Mona Barraclough's words didn't absolve her, but they lifted the burden enough that she could see a chink of daylight in the darkness of her guilt. "You should listen to the whole thing," Tony said, "in case you think I pushed her into it." "That's not your style," Carol said shakily. "Thank you." She cleared her throat and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "And now I need to go back to the office and see whether anybody's come up with a set of dental records for Eileen Walsh." She slid out of the booth and turned to go. At the last moment, she turned back and took 3 steps that brought her to Tony's side. She leaned forward as he looked up in surprise, and she planted an awkward kiss on his forehead. "I don't deserve you," she said. "It's not about what we deserve. It's what we earn." Their eyes met. Confused by a surge of emotion, Carol backed away and climbed back into daylight. "See you later," she said, far from certain what later would bring. Chapter 57. Paula fastened her seatbelt and put the car into gear. "Speak to me, Stacy. You have to tell me where we're going, or else we'll be sitting here in the car park till it gets dark." "Harristown, 71 Camborne Street." "That's just round the corner from ours. Why are we going there?" Paula pulled out into the traffic and set a mental course for Camborne Street. "They've got a problem with their boiler." Paula groaned. "You know, if you want people not to fall into racial stereotypes, you really need to give up on the whole inscrutable thing. Why are we interested in the boiler at 71 Camborne Street?" "Well, not." Stacy gave Paula a quick sidelong look. "Okay, I'll take pity on you. As you know, I got absolutely nowhere trying to track the IP address of the bastard who's blackmailing Torin. That left the prepaid credit card that he deposited the money onto. Now, normally that would be an equally dead end. I honestly expected the sort code to correspond to some slightly dodgy private bank in a tax haven with Byzantine privacy laws, which would have been as inscrutable as you accuse me of being." "And it wasn't?" Paula stopped at a red light and glanced across at her friend. "That's why we're chasing boilers in Camborne Street?" "Not only was it not a dodgy bank, it wasn't even in a tax haven. It was a Bradfield branch of the Northern Bank." "No way." "Way. Campion Way, to be precise." Stacy grinned. "Sorry, you walked into that one." "Okay, so this is a local blackmailer? That's the inescapable conclusion. But it's still got very strict rules about customer privacy and the old chestnut of data protection." A slow smile spread across Paula's face. "You did a bad thing, didn't you?" "I did. I pretended to be an officer in the anti-terrorism unit." Paula's mouth fell open, and her foot momentarily slipped off the accelerator, provoking a loud hoot from the car behind. "You did what? You pretended to be a spook?" Stacy shrugged. Not an easy maneuver to pull off while wearing a seatbelt. "Kind of. I faked up ID." She giggled. "I called myself Xing Ming. That's Mandarin for first name, surname." Paula gave her a look of incomprehension. "That's a joke, right? You prepped a fake ID that was a joke?" "I took a chance that a bank manager called Patrick Haynes wasn't going to have Chinese heritage," she said severely. "The joke was to make me feel relaxed, not to take the piss out of the anti-terrorism unit. I take what they do very seriously. So I made the ID and I did a fake warrant for disclosure. Tell me you're making this up, because I can see both our careers disappearing in smoke at this point. I'm not making it up. There's nothing that tracks this back to me, except that you're the only Chinese female officer in Bradfield, and they presumably have CCTV. I kept my head down, and I put on my posh Radio 4 accent. But there won't be any blowback, I promise. I put the fear of God and the Official Secrets Act into Mr. Patrick Haynes, and he dug out the details on the card. Purchased by one Norman Jackson 5 months ago. I couldn't see the balance and transactions on that screen, only his name and address. He's a plumber. Hence the boiler. Got it in one. Hence the boiler. I called his number this morning and asked where he was working so I could drop off a part for a job I'd booked in with his office girl. I was able to reassure the bank manager that the nice plumber he'd loaned 35 grand to wasn't going to use the money to buy guns or bombs to start his very own Harristown jihad. She frowned, considering. I don't think he'll take it any further. I think I struck the right note of authority, plus holy terror. I imagine you did. I'm amazed, Stacy. Jeez. All the same, I don't think you should get out from behind your desk too often. You missed Blake's grandstanding performance this morning. Basically, he's coming for us. And as Kevin pointed out, when we bend the rules and don't get results, we put ourselves at risk. But I got a result, Paula. You did. A plumber in Harristown. Where did that come from? It's weird, but it's not as scary as a bunch of gangsters on the other side of the world. This guy lives 3 streets away from you. He's married, he's got his own little business. He employs 3 other guys, and he's rated 4 stars on Google. He's probably some lone weirdo who crossed paths with Torin and created this whole fantasy relationship in his head. One for Tony to explain to us, Paula said, taking the right-hand fork that led them into Harristown. People are weird. You have to promise not to thump him. Paula had a sudden thought. But what are we going to do? We can't arrest him. I don't want Torin dragged through the courts. I've been thinking about that, Stacy said. I think we threaten him with arrest, offer to throw the book at him. Then we talk about restorative justice. Pay Torin his money back and never do anything like this again, or we'll give you a taste of your own medicine and plaster it all over social media and the local press that he's a blackmailing pervert. Between us, I think we can scare the living shit out of him. Is that enough, though? What's to stop him going after somebody else? How do we know he isn't already targeting other people? Stacy looked startled. I thought this was just about Torin. Well, yes, it was, but I don't want this guy thinking he can get away with it with other people. They drove in silence for a few minutes. Torin's still a minor, right? Yeah, he's 14. I'm thinking we could caution him and put him on Viso. Torin doesn't have to come into it at all. With a caution, it's only about him admitting the offence. There's no court case, no reporting of it. But we thoroughly bugger his life up. She had a point, Paula thought. With a caution, Jackson could be put on the sex offenders list for 2 years. He wouldn't be able to move house or change his job or his bank details without reporting to the police. You're getting worryingly good at buggering people's lives up. It's a digital world, Paula. I own that space. No more Ms. Nice Guy. There was a white van in the driveway of 71 Camborne Street, Jackson Plumbing emblazoned on the side. Paula found a parking space 100 meters away, and the 2 women walked back down the pavement. I'm channeling Cagney and Lacey right now, Paula said with a swagger. Stacy groaned. That means I'm stuck with Harv, right? They turned into the driveway as a heavy-set man in battered jeans and a checked shirt emerged from the side of the house and made for the van. His sleeves were rolled up, revealing complex intertwined Celtic tattoos on his forearms. He glanced at them briefly and carried on sliding the door back. He looked to be in his mid-40s, strands of grey in his untidy brown hair. He had the florid complexion of a man who drinks too much too often, and a soft belly to match. "Mr. Jackson," Paula called. "Norman Jackson." He withdrew his upper body from inside the van and looked them up and down. "That's me. How can I help you, ladies?" Local accent, genial tone, friendly smile. First impressions, Paula knew, could be deceptive. He didn't look like someone who was due a good kicking. "I am Detective Sergeant McIntyre, and this is Detective Constable Stacy Chen. Norman Jackson, I am arresting you on suspicion of blackmail and of possessing indecent images of a minor. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence." She'd barely got past the introductions when he started spluttering. I don't... What do you mean? Bloody hell, what is this? Blackmail? Indecent images? You got the wrong bloke. I haven't a bloody clue." "Is there somewhere we can go to talk about this?" Stacy cut in. "Or would you rather accompany us to a police station for questioning?" He looked stunned. "This is a mistake." He looked around wildly. "Is this a wind-up?" "You're under arrest, Mr. Jackson." "What's it to be, here or at the station?" Paula kept her voice level. He bit his lip. "The house owners are at work. We can talk inside." "But you're making a terrible mistake. I've no idea—" "Save it," Stacy said. They followed him into a kitchen where the cupboard under the sink stood empty, the U-bend missing. Tools were scattered on the draining board. They sat at a small dining table, the two women facing Jackson. Stacy took out her phone and set it to record. She identified everyone present and the time and place of the recording. Then she silently held out a sheet of paper with the card details laid out in thick black letters. He frowned. "What's that?" "You don't recognize this information?" Paula laced her voice with disbelief. "No. What is it?" "A sum of money was extorted from a 14-year-old boy. It was paid on to this prepaid credit card." He shrugged. "What's that got to do with me?" "The card was originally purchased from your bank account. It's registered to you. You are the legal owner of the card that was used to extort money. The money was paid to prevent you posting indecent images of an underage boy online," Stacy said. Paula leaned forward, getting in his face. She could smell the rank coffee breath. "There's no hiding place. We have you banged to rights." But their words were having the opposite effect to the one they expected. First he'd looked relieved. Then, as Stacy had continued, he looked upset. Not afraid, upset. "I don't understand," he said. "I did buy a card. I put £50 on it, but it wasn't for me. It was for our lass. She was going on a school trip to London, and she didn't want to take cash." Then his face cleared. "She must have lost it, or had it stolen. She'd have been too embarrassed to admit to it." He beamed at them. "See, I told you it was all a misunderstanding." "You must think I came up the River Braid on a bike," Paula said. "Is that the best you can do?" "It's the truth." He looked at his watch. "Look, it's nearly dinner time. We can go over to the school and talk to Elsa, my daughter. She'll be able to explain." Paula and Stacy exchanged glances. "Are you sure you want to involve your daughter in this? These are very serious charges," Paula said. "If this goes to court on the evidence we've got, you'd be looking at 5 years, maybe more. But if you're willing to admit the charges, we would consider a caution. That would avoid your victim having to testify in court. You'd go on the sex offenders register for 2 years, but nobody would have to know, unless you committed another offence, obviously." Are you not listening to me? I've not done anything wrong. I'm not admitting to something I didn't do. Go on the sex offenders register? You must be mad. I've read the kind of things that happen to people on that list. Dog shit through the door, graffiti on the house, broken windows. I'm not having that. Not for something that's nothing to do with me. There was a rising note of indignation in his voice, and his colour was heightening. He looked like he might stroke out before they could charge him. But Paula's heart was hardening against him. What kind of creep tried to hide his sexual offences behind his daughter? She wasn't keen to put Elsa Jackson through this, but if that was the only way to nail Norman Jackson, she'd do it in a heartbeat after what he'd done to Torrin. Let's go, then. Cuff him, Stacy. What? You can't do that. You're under arrest. That's what we do with people who are under arrest, Paula snapped. Don't humiliate Elsa in front of her mates. Look, this is all a misunderstanding, but mud sticks. Have some common decency. He looked as if he might burst into tears, but then criminals were capable of weeping too. Stacy caught her eye and gave a tiny shake of the head, as if to remind Paula that this wasn't a real arrest. Paula sighed. Okay, but one wrong move and I will taser you, which, believe me, will be a lot more humiliating than wearing a pair of plastic cuffs. They walked him out to the checkerboard-patterned police car and put him in the back seat. Paula leaned in. Where is Elsa at school? Kenton Vale High. Paula felt a high ringing noise keening in her head. Kenton Vale High was the school Torrin attended. This crime was coming closer and closer to home, and she might be skating on very thin ice. Chapter 58. When the phone rang, Alvin was the only person in the office. Carol had gone to North Yorkshire for a press conference. Kevin was canvassing wedding guests again. Karim had gone for a bite of lunch with his cousin, who was visiting from Glasgow, and Paula and Stacy were on the missing list. Alvin was desperate for lunch himself, but he'd have to wait till one of the others came back. That was the trouble with a small team. You had to cover each other's backs. So, while his stomach rumbled, he tried to distract himself with going through his notes yet again to see whether he'd missed anything. Alvin was conscious that he was the person on the squad with most to prove. Paula, Kevin, and Stacy had been on Carol's previous MIT here in Bradfield. They'd worked together for years and cracked a series of horrifying cases in the city and elsewhere. Karim was only a beginner. He could afford to make the occasional mistake and have it chalked up to his lack of experience. But Alvin had been in the job for as long as Paula. There was a level of performance expected of him, even though he'd come to Bradfield from a much smaller force. Less than 5 murders a year on average, and you could rely on most of them being domestics or drunken young men careless of the damage they inflicted. It hadn't been hard to be the best detective sergeant there. Nobody had been more surprised than Alvin when helping Carol's team out on a case had ended in an offer to join the new remit. But with the best will in the world, rereading his notes was getting him nowhere. Hopefully they'd soon get a call from the lads in Leeds to say they'd positively ID'd Eileen Walsh, and then they could get properly stuck in. When the phone finally rang, he was convinced that was what it was, so it took him a few seconds to work out what he was actually hearing. I'm sorry, could you say that again? I'm Denise from Customer Services at Freshco. I'm ringing about the photo. The voice was nasal, the accent broad Bradfield, which didn't make Alvin's comprehension any easier. What photo is that, please? Am I talking to the right person? Is this the Regional Major Incident Team? That's right. I'm Detective Sergeant Ambrose. Lovely.
only a Sergeant McIntyre left a card saying if anybody recognised the photo, they should give her a call. Is she there?"
"Sorry, she's out of the office right now, but we're working on the same case. Is this the fresco where—" He searched his brain. "Claire Garrity worked?"
"That's right. Well, the thing is, I came on for my shift, and I took one look at it, and I thought, that's him."
"That's him? That's who?"
"The man who complained. I told you I'm on customer services."
She spoke as if he was a toddler to whom she was explaining the self-evident for the third time.
"He complained there was a foreign object in his bread. I had to bring Claire across to talk to him. She ran the bakery, right? So he was demanding to know how a child's sock got into his stone-baked San Francisco sourdough."
"A child's sock?" Alvin had the sense that this conversation was getting away from him.
He kicked off good and proper. I mean, you can't blame someone for that. You don't expect to find a child's sock in the middle of a loaf, do you? Especially when there's no way of telling if it's clean or dirty, and you've already eaten 3 slices off the end. He was livid. He said his girlfriend had been so horrified she'd thrown up her breakfast. And that's not the way you want to start your day, is it?
Clearly, Denise was not going to fall into the category of reluctant witness. "No," he said weakly. "So this man in the photo D.S. McIntyre left, you sure he's the one who complained about the bread?"
"As sure as I can be. He wasn't wearing glasses when he came in, but it looks like him. I remember him so well because it was an interesting complaint. Mostly it's the same old, a mistake on the till, shoddy stitching on the own-brand clothes, food gone off before the sell-by. But a sock in a sourdough loaf, that was a day to remember. And of course when he came back in, well, that was soon after Claire died. You knew she died, right? Well, anyway, that made it even more memorable because, of course, he wanted to talk to Claire, to thank her. And I had to tell him she'd passed away so tragically."
She paused for a respectful moment, and Alvin grabbed his chance. "Let me get this straight. The man in the photo came in to complain there was a sock in his bread, and Claire Garrity spoke to him about it."
"That's what I said. She was very apologetic. She said she'd leave no stone unturned to find out what had happened. Obviously she gave him another loaf and said she'd have head office get in touch about compensation. Anyway, it turned out the sock had fallen into the dough mix by accident. One of the bakers had bought some kids' clothes earlier, and nobody really understands how it happened, but it did. Anyway, he came back in a while later to thank us for taking him seriously. Head office had been on to him, and he said they were giving him compensation, and he wanted to thank Claire personally. Only he couldn't, could he? Because she was dead."
"Very tragic. And now for the $64,000 question. Do you have a note of this man's name, by any chance?"
"It'll be on file. I can look it up. Is there a reward?"
Alvin rolled his eyes. "Sorry, you get to feel good about doing your civic duty, but that's all, I'm afraid. So, can you look it up for me, this man's name?"
"Oh, well, it was worth asking," Denise said with a sigh. "Hold on a minute."
The clatter of a phone being put down, the rattle of a heavy-handed typist on the keyboard, the mutter as Denise talked herself through what she was looking for. Then a pause.
"Hello? You still there?"
"I am. Any luck?"
"It's right here in front of me, on the screen. Tom Elton, 426 Minster Tower, Walker Wharf, Bradfield."
Alvin couldn't quite believe it. He scribbled the address as fast as he could.
"There's a mobile number, too, if you want it."
"Please." More scribbling as she read it to him. "You've been incredibly helpful, Denise. Do you mind telling me your surname?"
"It's Chowdhury," she spelled it out. My husband's family's from India. I'm going to have an officer come round to Fresco to take a statement from you. All you've told me already, plus anything else you might remember. When does your shift end? I'm on till 8. Great. I'll organize that right away. Thanks very much, Denise. You've been amazingly helpful.
Alvin felt a kind of joy rising in him as the import of her words sank in properly. This could be the single piece of evidence that broke the case wide open.
You're welcome, she said. This'll be another day to remember.
Alvin put the phone down and jumped up. He was doing a mad little happy dance when Karim walked back in, a look of amazement on his face at the sight of Alvin showing off his fancy footwork round the squad room desks. "Nice moves," Karim said, doing a little shimmy with his hips and a Bollywood dance move with his hands. Sheepishly, Alvin stopped. "We finally caught a break, man," he said, slightly out of breath. "I need you to go over to Fresco in Kenton Vale and take a statement. I think we might have put a name to our killer." Chapter 59. Lunch break at Kenton Vale High. Swarms of teenagers milling around in groups as discreet and organized as bees. But there was a distinct slowing of movement and stilling of conversations when the police car drove into the staff car park. Hundreds of eyes watched the trio of adults who walked into the main block. Then, with nothing solid to fuel speculation, they returned to whatever had obsessed them previously. One or two speculated that the man might be Elsa Jackson's dad, but they were too far away to be certain. Paula had phoned ahead and spoken to the head teacher, explaining that they needed to interview Elsa Jackson as a witness, and they were bringing her father with them to act as appropriate adult. "Thanks for not embarrassing her," he'd said brusquely. Paula didn't explain that she wasn't trying to spare his daughter. It was simply that they were so far down the road of unorthodoxy that there was nothing for it but to keep going, in the hope that they'd find an acceptable destination. She hoped Lorna Meikle wasn't around. The last thing she wanted was for Jackson to clock that she was responsible for a fellow pupil of his daughter, because that would get very messy. "So long as you don't start prompting her," she said, "you start coaching her answers and you're out of there." Once the two women produced their IDs, the school receptionist directed them to the head teacher's office. Luckily, in a school with 1,500 pupils, only Torrin's teachers were likely to recognize her as a parent. Their footsteps echoed on the vinyl floor of the side corridor. Nobody was going to creep up on this woman, Paula thought. The door at the far end stood ajar, and when Stacy tapped on it, a deep Scottish voice invited them to enter. Dr. Anna Alderman stood up as they walked in. She was in her 40s, tall and sturdy, dressed in a black V-neck sweater and a grey tweed pleated skirt. As she made the introductions, Paula thought, not for the first time, that Dr. Alderman would have made a formidable hockey player. "I've put Elsa in one of the guidance rooms," she said. "I told her someone needed to have a word with her. As you asked, can you give me any more information as to what this is about?" "It's all a misunderstanding," Jackson blurted out. "The sooner we sort it out, the better." "As my colleague said, Elsa is a witness," Stacy said repressively. "Very well. I suppose, since Mr. Jackson is here, I'll show you the way." They followed her back through reception to a long corridor, empty apart from a couple of lanky boys with prefect's braid heading towards them. "Where are you boys going?" Dr. Alderman demanded as they drew closer. "Mr. Merton asked us to set up the experiment for this afternoon's lab," one said. "Nevertheless, you shouldn't be in this corridor at lunchtime, as you very well know." They mumbled apologies and hurried off. "Sorry about that.
We have strict rules about where students are allowed to be during breaks." "Good to see you run a tight ship," Paula said. "One has to. They're teenagers. They'll run rings round us, given half a chance." She paused at one of the closed doors that lined the corridor. "Elsa is in here." She waited expectantly, her fingers straying towards the door handle. "Thank you. We'll take it from here," Stacy said firmly. "If you're sure, this does seem a little—" "You've been very helpful," Paula said, grabbing the handle and interposing herself between Dr. Alderman and the door. "If you need anything, I'll be in my office." She walked off, giving one last look over her shoulder. Paula opened the door and walked in, followed by Jackson. Stacy brought up the rear and closed the door behind her, standing with her back against it. Elsa was sitting at a table, dark head bowed over her phone. She looked up at the sound of the door. Confusion, then consternation crossed her face as she registered her father's presence. Then she took in the two women. Paula produced her ID and got as far as "I'm Detective Sergeant McIntyre," before the girl burst into tears. Jackson started forward, but Paula grabbed his arm firmly. "Leave her!" Elsa sobbed for a few moments, covering her face with her hands. Then, gradually, she subsided. She looked at them, a piteous expression in red-rimmed eyes. "I'm sorry, Dad," she gulped. "Your dad's under arrest," Paula said, "for blackmail, among other things. We need to ask you some questions." She pulled out a chair opposite Elsa and gave her a hard stare. This was not the Paula McIntyre who gentled criminals into confession. This was an angry woman defending one of the people she loved. Elsa gave her father a beseeching look. She ran her hands through her short, spiky hair, clutching the side of her head. "You can't do this. You've got it all wrong." "There's some misunderstanding going on," Jackson said. "Just answer their questions and we can get it all sorted out. Tell them what happened to the credit card I bought for you, that you lost." "Enough," Paula snarled. "You've been warned not to interfere, Mr. Jackson. Any more of that and we'll be doing this down at the station, with social services sitting in instead of you." It was amazing how inventively unpleasant she could be once the rules were relaxed, she thought. "Now sit down and be quiet." He obeyed, wringing his hands, his tattoos contorting as his muscles twisted. "Just explain, Elsa, love." "Elsa, do you have the credit card your father bought for you?" Stacy asked, softening her voice. Good cop to Paula's bad. "Yes." It was barely a whisper. "No, that can't be right," Jackson said, jumping to his feet. "Check your wallet. You must have lost it, or it was stolen or something." "Mr. Jackson," Paula thundered, "I'm not going to warn you again." "It was me, Dad." Elsa's eyes were brimming with tears again. "I'm so sorry. I never meant it to go this far." Jackson fell back into his chair as if his muscles had failed. An expression of utter bafflement slowly spread across his face. "I don't understand," he said. "You blackmailed Torrin McAndrew," Paula said flatly. "Is that what you're saying? You forced him to pay you £500 so you wouldn't spread indecent images of him all over the internet?" Elsa nodded. "I wanted to humiliate him like he did to me." "Wait a minute," Jackson said, suddenly indignant. How did he... Where did you get indecent images of this lad from? If he's sending dirty pictures of himself to my Elsa, how come he's not the one you're arresting?" "He was conned into sending the images. He thought he was engaged in an online relationship. But the truth is, your daughter used sexual images of another girl to trick him into thinking she was someone quite different," Stacy said. "And we will be questioning him about the images. You can rest assured on that point."
There may be wrongdoing on both sides in that respect, but Elsa is the only one who's been engaged in extortion. £500 is a lot of money. So where did this lad get his hands on that kind of money? He doesn't sound so lily-white, does he? Jackson was becoming belligerent now. Paula turned on him. Where did he get the money? He sold his dead mother's jewellery. She was murdered a few months ago, and he inherited the few bits and pieces she had. And he had to sell her favourite piece to pay off your daughter, because she was threatening to destroy his life. A long moment of silence. Then Stacy said, Why did you do this to Torrin, Elsa? The girl screwed up her face. I really liked Torrin. I wanted him to ask me to the prom, but he didn't. Everybody was pairing off, and he hadn't asked anybody yet. I tried being subtle, but he wasn't taking the hint. Once she started, she found her momentum, and her words tumbled over each other. So this day we were all hanging out under the library bridge, and I kind of went, Hey, Torrin, you better ask me to the prom, since I'm the only cool girl left. And he looked at me like I was a piece of shit, and went, No way. Can you imagine how totally humiliating that was? He could have made a joke out of it, or whatever, but no, he had to say something that made me look like an utter dog, and everybody was laughing at me. It went on and on for days. Stupid girls going, Hey, Elsa, I think Jimmy Barker from the special needs group wants a prom date. Better get in there quick, girl. And so on and so on. You have no idea how completely crap he made my life. So I decided to get my own back. So you stalked him online and made this poor lad think a beautiful, sexually experienced young woman wanted to be his lover? Paula knew she was being harsh, but she didn't care. All this over a stupid prom date? Her father was incredulous. Over some dickhead who didn't fancy you? I didn't mean it to go this far, Elsa wailed. I didn't think he'd go through with getting hold of the money. I thought he'd just beg for it to stop. You could have stopped it any time, Elsa, but you didn't. That boy was almost suicidal because of what you did to him. Paula was giving no quarter. I'm sorry, she whimpered. I'll give the money back. I promise I'll delete all the pics and the videos. Videos? Her father sounded as if he'd be the next one in tears. That's not how it works, Paula said. You've broken the law. You can forget about going to university and having a good career. You're going to have a criminal conviction. Dears McIntyre, Stacy interrupted her. A word outside? Reluctantly, Paula followed her, aware that father and daughter were leaning towards each other, exchanging low, bitter words. As the door closed, Stacy said, You're getting a bit carried away, Paula. We can't charge her. We've broken every rule in the PACE code. Not to mention a formal charge means Torrin being dragged through the courts. And as Mr. Jackson astutely pointed out, technically he's guilty of committing the offence of distributing indecent images. Plus, at some point, Jackson or his daughter is going to see you at a parents' evening or a careers fair and realize you're related to Torrin. And then it'll go tits up and we'll be hauled before the Internal Complaints Department. Paula leaned against the wall, squeezing her eyes shut. I got carried away. You did, Stacy said. But she's got to pay. I know. And I think I've figured out a way to see that she does. Chapter 60. Stacy had been back at her desk for half an hour by the time Karim returned with Denise Chowdhury's formal statement, long enough to have made a start on discovering who Tom Elton was. But she was interested in whether Karim had anything to add that would make her work any easier. He was already at the multifunction printer, scanning in the written statement. He glanced up. "I've got a digital recording as well," he said hastily. "I sent you the photograph from Elton's driving license, in a 6-pack. Did you get it in time to show Mrs. Chowdhury?" He nodded. "It's all in the statement. We uploaded the 6-pack onto her office computer so she could see them properly. And she picked Elton out straight away, not a moment's hesitation. But bloody hell, that woman can talk. I thought I was never going to get out of there. Observant, though." She turned to go back to her research. "Is the boss coming back?" "On her way. So's the rest of the team." Apart from Paula, who would be having an interesting conversation with Torrin round about now. Stacy settled in front of her screens and carried on researching the digital footprint Thomas Jonathan Elton had generated. She already had the obvious ones: driving license, the cars registered to his company, current address, which, interestingly, was not the same as the one he'd given to Freshco, details of his company and its finances, and a handful of media articles about the company that mentioned Elton and his business partner, Tricia Stone. The dossier was growing. By the time Carol got back from North Yorkshire, there would be something worth presenting to the team. Kevin and Alvin were not far behind Karim. Having first checked that Elton was out of the office, Kevin had posed as a garden centre owner considering advertising. In the course of the conversation, he'd gleaned a little about Elton, which he proceeded to type up for the file. Alvin had been back to visit Catherine McCormick's workmates. Almost all of the half-dozen who had claimed to have seen the man called David had picked Tom Elton out of the 6-pack. Slowly but surely the circumstantial was building. Tony ambled in, peering over people's shoulders as they worked, gleaning what they had gathered. When Carol finally swept in, everyone except Paula was ready and waiting. "Brilliant work, everyone. Getting a name is a huge step forward." "We've got a lot more than a name now," Kevin said, ebullient as he always became when the chase grew hotter. "We've got a man whose business is looking a bit wobbly since his business partner walked out on him about 3 months ago. She was also his live-in girlfriend, so his life's had a bit of an upheaval lately." Tony perked up at this revelation. "I've been wondering who he really wants to kill. You might have answered my question." Kevin consulted his notes. "Tom Elton runs a company that produces glossy magazines with a very precise local circulation. There's a handful here in Bradfield. Harrystown Huddle, the Vale Voice, Shevin Chatterbox. They come through your letterbox for free. A couple of local columnists, a few recipes, gardening tips, restaurant reviews, that sort of thing. In our house it goes straight in the recycling. Anyhow, they're paid for by advertising, and Tricia was the one who smooth-talked the advertisers and also organised the copy. Even wrote some of it herself. She joined the company when Elton was starting out 6 years ago, and they got together as a couple about 4 years ago." He looked up with a cheeky smile. The lass in advertising didn't need much encouragement to gossip. Nobody in-house knows what happened between Tricia and Elton. One Monday, she just wasn't there anymore. She came in when Elton was out seeing clients and emptied her office. She told her team it was time for pastures new. And that was that. No forwarding address or anything. And she changed her mobile number, too. Stacy scribbled a note on her tablet. "I'm on it," she said. "Well done, Kevin. So what does Elton do in the business?" "He does the design and layout and deals with the printers and distributors. He used to take care of some of the advertisers, the ones who had been with him since the very beginning. But now he's having to do all of that, plus the editorial, so he's a very busy boy." "That'd annoy you if you'd got things set up so your workload felt comfortable," Tony observed. "Another reason to resent Tricia." However, Kevin raised one finger in a cautionary gesture. Apparently, he had a meeting this week with some local businesswoman, and afterwards he was very chirpy. He said things would be looking up soon and somebody else could worry about content. "Bloody hell, Kev," Alvin said. "I've always wondered how you got your Stella to marry you, but you've obviously got a hidden chat-up line to charm the birds out of the trees." Kevin grinned. "I wouldn't waste it on you, Alvin." "Excellent," Carol said. "We need to talk to Tricia Stone, I think. If you can track her, Stacy. Maybe Paula—" She looked around, puzzled. "Where is Paula?" "On her way," Stacy said. "She had something to take care of." Her fingers flashed over the keyboard, but nobody paid any attention. Stacy was always tapping and swiping and scribbling. She hit send on the urgent message to Paula, warning her to get into the office ASAP. Torrin was important, for sure, but murder trumped everything in their private lives. "Another thing, now we have a name," Tony chipped in. "If you remember, I said that if he was this forensically aware, he wouldn't be taking his own car anywhere near his killing zone. Stacy, I'm assuming you've got his driving license details." She nodded. Carol picked it up. "Karim, check with every car hire firm in the Bradfield area. We know the dates when he saw the women. Tie him to hire cars on those dates, and we're another step closer. We've already got positive six-pack IDs that put him in contact with Claire Garrity, the woman whose account he stole to mess with his victims on Rigmarole. He knew she was dead, so he could assume her ID. And according to her husband, her password would have taken a small child about 5 minutes to crack," Stacy said. "And I've picked up positive six-pack IDs from 5 people at the wedding, where he called himself David and picked up Catherine," Alvin added. Carol smiled, her eyes lighting up as they hadn't for a long time. "This is all good intel," she said. "Stacy, do you have a little treasure trove for us?" "He's 44, and he's a Scorpio." A chuckle rippled through the group. "November 6th, born in the Simpson wing of Bradfield Cross Hospital to Doris and Kenneth Elton. She died 2 years ago of breast cancer, and Kenneth now lives in Eam in Derbyshire." "The plague village," Tony said. "What?" Carol, distracted, stared at him. "The plague arrived in the village, carried by the fleas in a bolt of cloth from London. The vicar persuaded them to cut themselves off from the outside world to prevent it spreading further." He gave an awkward smile. "Sorry." Carol groaned. "Stacy?" "Elton did a degree in graphic design at Manchester School of Art. He got a job in Dundee working on a range of magazines. Came back down here to work on the Dales Living magazine, and also worked with a community magazine in Leeds called Chuffin Heck. Then just over 6 years ago, he started Local Words magazine company. He's got 17 titles based in northern cities. He targets prosperous areas that like to think of themselves as having a village feel." They could all hear the quote marks and the disdain. Stacy thought there was nothing clever about living in a village when you could choose a city. Until recently, he was living in one of the high-rise executive blocks down by the canal basin. She glanced at Tony. "He could probably have seen your boat from his balcony. When Tricia left the company, he had to move out because the lease was in her name, and she cancelled it." "Why was it in her name?" Carol wondered. "Probably a tax dodge," Alvin grumbled. "Maybe the company sublet it off her or something." "So now he's moved to a rather less cool address. Still a nice modern flat, though, only it's at the back of Central Station, not overlooking the canal basin. The downside is that he has underground car parking, which makes it hard to stake out, if we were to need that option." Carol shrugged. "We'll take it as it comes. What else?" "The company leases 4 vehicles. As far as I can tell, he uses the BMW. They've also got 2 VW Passats and a small Peugeot van, which are all insured for Elton and 5 of his staff. He's got a clean driving license, no criminal record, and a credit score of 775, which is close to excellent. But he gave Tricia Stone 30% of the company 3 years ago. He'll want to buy back those shares or get her to sell them to a third-party buyer. Otherwise, he'll be handing over a chunk of his profit to her for nothing in return.
More fuel to the fire, Tony muttered. In his head, he's got all the reasons in the world to hate her. Who gets the shares if she dies?
I don't know, Stacy said. Not everything is available, you know.
Which really pisses you off, Kevin teased.
Right now, his debt levels are not worrying, but if his profits keep falling, they could become troublesome. According to a couple of brief trade press articles about the company, his hobbies are watching football and listening to jazz.
Not cycling? Tony asked. People who are into cycling don't tootle around on a Brompton bike, Kevin said. Maybe not, but you'd have to be reasonably comfortable on a bike, not to mention reasonably fit, to make your getaway back to where your car is parked. I thought he might be a proper cyclist.
More likely he's got a stationary bike in his bedroom, Carol said. Anything more, Stacy? No property in the Dales? Not that I've found. I'll keep looking, though. Okay. Carol leaned back in her chair. We need to talk to Tricia Stone. She might be able to shed some light. She looked around again with a sharp sigh. Where the hell is Paula? Stacy, can you trace Tricia Stone? I want Paula to talk to her. So, we're a lot further forward than we were. We've still no confirmed ID on Eileen Walsh, but the pathologist thinks he might be able to extract some usable DNA. We have an ID for our mystery man, but it's all circumstantial. We need a lot more than we have now. She stood up and walked over to the incident board where all the tenuous elements of their investigation were laid out. I think we should sleep on it. See what Paula can extract from Tricia Stone. And if we can't come up with anything else, tomorrow we bring him in. Shake the tree and see what falls out. She gave a little snort of derision. Knowing my luck, it'll be a poisonous tree frog. Chapter 61. Paula was waiting at the kitchen table for Torrin when he got home from school. Grab a drink and sit down. It wasn't a request. She cradled her coffee mug in her hands, running over what she would say as he fixed himself a tumbler of fruit squash. He was so nervous the ice cubes clinked and tinkled like a percussion section against the glass. Good day? Paula asked. He shrugged. His eyes met hers, then slid away. He stared out of the kitchen window at the garden beyond. Only I haven't had a very good day, as it happens. Thanks to Stacy, however, we now know who conned you and blackmailed you. At first we thought it was the usual gang of cyber scum, because Stacy tracked the messages back to a blank wall IP address in the Philippines. But she doesn't give up easily. So she took a look at the payment card you paid the money on to. She thought that would be another dead end, some private bank in a tax haven with secrecy laws that make Switzerland look expansive. But it turns out the bank card was issued right here in Bradfield. Torrin's face crumpled in bewilderment. I don't understand. You mean this is somebody local? Exactly. Somebody very local. Somebody 3 streets away from here. He was clearly baffled. How? I mean, why? Who'd do something like that? Is it somebody I know? It's somebody you upset, Torrin. See, here's one of the things I know about being a teenager. You don't always have a sense of proportionality. That idea of the punishment fitting the crime. It doesn't always happen like that in the adolescent brain, Paula said bitterly.
So when you hurt somebody's feelings, sometimes they go completely overboard in response." He shook his head. "I've not upset anybody enough to justify this," he protested. "I'm one of the good guys. I don't pick on anybody. Honest, Paula. I'm not just saying it. I'm not like that." Paula sipped her coffee, studying him over the rim. He really didn't get it. He'd drifted right past the embarrassment and humiliation he'd inflicted on Elsa Jackson without even noticing. She put her mug down. "Elsa Jackson." His eyes widened and his mouth opened in shock. "Elsa? What am I supposed to have done to Elsa?" "You humiliated her in front of her mates." "I did?" He frowned. She let him hang in the silence. At length he cocked his head and said slowly, "Is this about when she asked if I go to the prom with her?" Paula nodded. "And you said, 'No way,' Torrin, in front of everybody. Not very nice, was it?" He shook his head, not in sorrow, but in denial. "That's not how it went. She didn't let me finish what I was saying. I was going to say, 'No way, I wouldn't be seen dead at a lame gig like that.' But she took off after the 'no way' bit. She was off like a hurricane. I like Elsa," he said plaintively. "If I was going to go to a crap night out like the school prom, she's probably the one I'd have asked. And she did this to me? She fucked me over till I wanted to die? I sold my mum's necklace because some stupid, obsessed girl thought I'd treated her like shit? Bloody hell, Paula. I hope you're going to throw the book at her. That's totally irrational. Jeez, how could she be so vile to me?" "Because she was hurt, and she lashed out. I agree her reaction was totally out of proportion to the perceived offence, but she genuinely thought you started it." Now she could see the misery in his face, and she reached out for his hand and squeezed it. "But she's not getting away with it, right? You arrested her?" "Actually, it was her dad I arrested, because it was him that bought the card." She grinned. "It was all a bit of a cock-up, but I'm not throwing the book at her." "Paula," he protested, "hear me out. If we'd arrested and charged her, there's no doubt it would have ended up in court. The CPS would have definitely prosecuted. You would have had to go to court and testify. And even though the news media couldn't report your names because you're minors, do you imagine there's any way that it'd not be round the school like wildfire? It'd be worse than Elsa originally threatened. Which, by the way, she's adamant she wasn't going to do. She wanted you to sweat and to suffer, and then she was going to back off. But you paid up too quickly. Ironic, isn't it?" He sighed. "It's not fair." "There's another thing. Okay, she blackmailed you, but you had actually sent her the pics and the videos, and technically that makes you guilty of distributing indecent images of a minor." "What?" He pushed back in his chair, astonished. "But it was my own pictures." "It doesn't matter. Under the letter of the law, you committed an offence, which is something that Elsa's dad spotted right away and jumped all over. If we'd arrested her, the defence would have argued that the original offence behind all of this was yours, and it's possible you'd have ended up in court, and me and Stacy weren't willing to take that chance." He slammed the palms of his hands down on the table. "So she gets away with it? She tortures me, she blackmails me, and nothing happens?" "Calm down. Don't you know me better than that? It's not nothing happens, business as usual. We did a deal with the Jacksons. Bev's necklace is still up for sale on the website. They've agreed to buy it back, even though it's a lot more than you sold it for. You'll get it back. That's the first thing." His eyes filmed over with tears. He struggled not to shed them. "Thanks," he managed. "And there's more.
Stacy was surprised that a 14-year-old girl could navigate the web and its systems the way Elsa did. She talked to her about her interest in the digital world, and it turns out Elsa is pretty precocious in the whole IT sphere. Stacy kind of sees herself in Elsa, so in future Elsa's going to be spending 3 hours a week with Stacy developing her programming skills. Torrin pulled a face. That doesn't seem fair. Why should she benefit from this? I'm the one who's the victim here. Paula laughed. You think it'll be fun? Do you have any idea what a slave driver Stacy is? This is going to last till Elsa leaves school. Think of it as a 3-year detention, Torrin. She made your life a misery for a few weeks. Stacy is going to inflict pain on her for years. And, yeah, she'll come out of it at the end in a better place than she is now. But I think you've learned something too. Don't trust the internet, he grunted. That too, but I hope you've learned to think about the effect of your words before you blurt them out. I know you didn't. But people don't always take things the way we mean them. So avoid ambiguity and think before you speak. Whatever else Paula was going to say was cut off by a text buzzing on her phone. Oh, bloody hell, the boss has noticed I'm on the missing list. She sighed and got to her feet, grabbing her bag. Eleanor should be back around 7. There's a tub of bolognese sauce from the deli in the fridge. Be kind and grate the parmesan for her, there's a love. She rounded the table to wrap him in a hug, kissing the top of his hair. It'll be all right, she said. We made it out alive, kiddo. Not everybody gets to say that, he mumbled. Thanks. Chapter 62. Paula made it back to the office in time to hear Carol's words at the end of the briefing. Sorry, boss, she said. I had to take a couple of hours personal time. In the middle of a murder inquiry? Carol said, her face cold and her voice icy to match. Yes. Paula stood her ground. She'd always been a bit sniffy about women officers who used their children as a tool of privilege, but since she'd taken responsibility for Torrin, she'd learned the uncomfortable truth that sometimes crises won't wait till it's time for home. It was time-sensitive. Nothing was moving here, and I was on the end of a phone at all times. Well, something is moving here now. A slight thaw, but Carol's tone was still clipped. We've got a name to go with the face, recognised by some of the guests at the wedding where he acquired Catherine McCormick, and he'd met Claire Garrity through her job. All the details are in the updated case file that Kevin has put together. I want you to talk to his ex. Stacy's tracking her down. Carol turned away and headed for her office. Consider me bollocked, Paula muttered at Kevin out of the side of her mouth. Bad timing. You should know better than go AWOL when we're in the thick of it. It was my work at Freshco that caught us the break. And she knows that. But this isn't the time to piss around, especially not if you're serious about going for promotion. You know she's not been at her easiest since she got Remit up and running. Paula looked penitent. I think I preferred it when she was still on the sauce. Kevin's eyebrows shot up. She's on the wagon? Yep. Tony told me he gave her the hard word after she got nicked, and she's been sticking to it ever since. Kevin gave a low whistle. No wonder she's driving this case so hard. Talk about having something to prove to herself. Paula nodded. I was such a bitch when I quit smoking for vaping, so I do get some of what she's going through. Anyway, I'd better see what Stacy's got for me. Thanks to the miracles of modern technology, the fact that Tricia Stone had relocated to the hills above Marbella didn't mean she was beyond the reach of Remit. Stacy had tracked her to the editorial department of an English-language magazine for expats. Within the hour, Paula had managed to set up a Skype call, which Stacy had set up to record. The webcam of a laptop never did favours to anyone, but even with that distortion, Paula could see Tricia Stone was a woman who made the best of herself. She wasn't drop-dead gorgeous, but her makeup and hairstyle emphasized the elfin shape of her face and gave her a witchy look about the eyes. "Thanks for talking to me," Paula began. "Do you mind if I tape this call, to keep the record straight? Be my guest. I've got nothing to hide. But what's all this about? What's Tom done? Your message was quite evasive." She was brisk and businesslike, her Yorkshire accent almost buffed clean. "We think Tom may be able to help our inquiries into a series of crimes. I'm sorry, I can't say more at this stage. I don't know whether I can help. I haven't seen him or spoken to him for the best part of 3 months. You wanted a clean break?" She pulled down the corners of her mouth. "No point in dragging things out once you've made your mind up." "So it was you who broke it off?" Tricia looked curious. "Why are you interested?" "I'm trying to paint a picture. What Tom's like, what his state of mind might be." She gave a sardonic laugh. "Pissed off, that would be his state of mind. I did break it off, which he was not happy about. Do you mind telling me why you left?" "I don't see what this has to do with anything." Even on Skype, the challenging look was obvious. "I appreciate that, but it would be helpful if you could fill me in." Paula smiled. "I'm sorry. We often find ourselves asking what seem to be pointless and intrusive questions. But sometimes it's really helpful when we're trying to make sense of scattered bits of information." "And you won't tell me what he's done?" "At this point, we don't know that he's done anything." A sudden smile. "You're not going to tell me, are you? So it's a question of whether I trust you or I end this call." Paula could see why Tricia had been successful in persuading journalists to write for their publications and business to advertise. She had an air of friendly candour. Time to match that, or at least the appearance of it. "That's about the size of it. But I'm guessing from the lack of contact between you since you split up that you don't actually feel you owe Tom Elton anything. So why not help me out?" She counted the seconds while Tricia considered. 8, 9, 10, 11. "Why not? Okay, I ended it because it dawned on me that I didn't actually have to put up with his shit anymore. Don't get me wrong, he was never physically violent towards me. He threw things, but never at me. There was one wall in the flat we had repainted 3 times because he lost his temper. Once it was a Thai takeaway, once it was a bottle of Bailey's, and the last time it was a jug of sangria. A man with a temper, then. A gentle push to see where it took them. Volatile, I would say. He lost his temper quickly, but it was like a flash flood. Once the anger was gone, he'd get straight down to cold, hard planning to make sure whatever it was that had made him angry wouldn't happen again. It was an amazing driver in business. He didn't lose it with staff or clients in the room, but he'd let rip later, in private, and then he'd work out how to screw them over. Not the easiest thing to live with. Keeping the flow going, encouraging more revelation. No, but I suppose I got used to it. The other side of Tom is that he can be very charming and considerate, especially when it gets him what he wants. So what precipitated your departure? Tricia smiled. You're persistent, aren't you? You'd make a great journalist, except I can't write for toffee. What finally made you leave? It sounds stupid when I say it, she sighed. I went to a friend's wedding by myself because Tom couldn't be bothered spending time with people he didn't much like. Already alarm bells were ringing in Paula's head, but she kept quiet and let Tricia continue. Anyway, I got chatted up by this lovely guy. Smart, funny, and only single because his girlfriend had refused to relocate to Spain with him when he bought a bar over here. He was only over for the wedding, but
we kept in touch online, and it dawned on me that while Gary, that's his name, Gary, might not be Mr. Right, Tom was very definitely Mr. Wrong. I realized I needed to get out, that being with Tom was turning me into someone I didn't want to be, always watching what I did, guarding my tongue, acting like a UN peacekeeper half my life. So I started looking for a job opportunity over in Spain. Not to be with Gary. I wasn't about to jump from the frying pan into what might be the fire, but to give myself a second chance. When this job came up, I took a deep breath and got out. "Wow, that takes real nerve," Paula said. Her admiration was genuine. She hadn't always been so clear-eyed herself in the past. "When was this?" "Almost 3 months ago. We'd been away for a weekend walking in the Peak District. Tom had had one of his explosions because the hotel had cocked up the booking and we ended up in a poky twin room. And I thought, enough." On the way home, he was outlining how he was going to demolish their reputation on TripAdvisor and Facebook. Something snapped in my head and I thought, now or never. I got him to pull over into the next lay-by and I told him it was over. I know I should have waited till we were home, but I'll be honest, I thought this time he might throw something at me instead of the wall. How did he react? He refused to believe me. He said I didn't know what was good for me and I'd think differently in the morning because I'd come to my senses and realize I could never be happy without him. And then he started the car and drove home. She shook her head as if she still couldn't quite believe it. "So what happened next?" "I was supposed to be out on the road seeing clients the next day, so I set off early, as usual. I took the car to a dealer who used to advertise with us and traded it in for a van. I bought a load of archive boxes at the stationery store. Then I went back to the flat after Tom had left and packed up all my stuff, clothes, books, CDs. I was out of there by mid-afternoon and on the south coast by late evening. I checked into a motel, and in the morning I took the ferry to Santander." "Forgive me, but that's a pretty extreme strategy. Were you afraid of what he might do if he realized you were serious about leaving?" "The truth? Yes, I thought he might try to stop me." "Were you afraid he might be violent, even though he'd never hurt you before?" "I didn't put a name to what I was afraid of. All I knew was that I needed to get out, and I didn't want to be caught up in Tom's reaction to that." "Did he contact you?" She gave a wry smile. "I ditched my phone and got a new Spanish mobile. He showered me with emails and social media messages to the point where I closed all my accounts. How did you find me, by the way?" "My colleague is the mistress of cyberspace," Paula said, always evasive when it came to Stacy's skills. Tricia drew in an apprehensive breath. "But if that's how you found me, he might too." Paula gave a reassuring smile. "I don't think that's at all likely. We have access to databases that Tom could never penetrate." "Really? You're not just saying that?" "Really." "So when you closed down all your regular communications, how did you communicate? About the lease on the flat, about your shares in the business?" "Via my lawyer. He's a very old friend who would never sell me out to Tom, in spite of his efforts to persuade him otherwise. Tom has a pathological need to get his own way, and when the world contradicts him, it's not pretty. But don't get me wrong, this isn't a daily thing, because he's also very good at getting the world to bend to his will. That's the charming side, which is all most people ever see." Now that she felt she had a handle on Tom Elton's character, Paula decided it was time to change tack. "You said you'd been walking in the Peak District. Did you do that a lot then?" "Not as much as we'd have liked. Work was always a big demand on our time. But yes, we loved the Peak District. And of course Tom's dad lives there, in Eam, so he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So maybe once a month we'd go down." "What about the Dales? Did you head up there?" "Hardly ever. It's closer as the crow flies, but It's actually really quick with the motorway network to get down into the dark peak and those high moorland edges." She sighed. "That's one good thing about this part of Spain. There is decent walking in the hills behind Marbella." "So Tom didn't spend time in the Dales, walking or cycling?" "Not at all. What's the big deal about the Dales?" She'd find out soon enough if she had even rudimentary internet search skills. "No big deal, only curious. Have you heard anything from mutual friends about Tom's reaction to you leaving?" Tricia gave a little snort of laughter. "Plenty. Mostly that he's pissed off and affronted rather than distressed. Also that he's outraged I went off without a word. He's hopeful that I'm having a miserable time in a bedsit in some gloomy northern town. Luckily, I can trust the few people who know where I am to keep their mouths shut." Paula had run out of questions. Given there had been no contact between them for 3 months, there was no point in asking about changes in behaviour or schedules, and she'd gleaned enough about Tom Elton's personality to find it credible that he might be their killer. Tony might have a different view, but she doubted it. "Thanks for talking to me, Tricia. I appreciate your time, and I'm sorry if this has meant revisiting painful memories." "Not really painful. It's early days yet, but things are going well with me and Gary. And I totally love my new job. I made the right choices, Detective. I've no doubts about that. I'm not even sorry I stayed with Tom so long, even though he was scary sometimes. I learned so much working for Local Words. I couldn't have done this job without that experience. Anyway, good luck with whatever it is you're investigating." "Thanks. I hope things continue to go well for you." She signed off and leaned back in her chair. Tricia had dumped him in a lay-by after meeting an interesting new man at a wedding. Really, she couldn't have come up with a better match if she'd tried. Yet another brick in the wall. Chapter 63. After Paula had outlined Tricia Stone's revelations, Tony had retreated to his boat. He wanted peace and quiet to consider. What Paula had learned was almost too neat a fit. But sometimes obvious was also authentic. Not everything had to be sublimated and translated into a different formulation. A man deprived of the direct route to his satisfaction, in this case killing the woman who had so comprehensively spurned him, might well be inclined to perform a cathartic act as close to the original scenario as possible, especially since these cases weren't sexual homicides. The way sexual offenders behaved often had complex codification that placed the killer's acts at some remove from the events that had provoked him. This was different, and that was why Tony needed time and space to think about the perpetrator, the wedding killer, as he'd come to think of him. There wasn't much room on the boat for pacing. 10 steps, turn, 10 steps, turn. But it was room enough, especially if he took his time. He began with the opening paragraphs that always preceded his profiles, stepping out the rhythm of the words. "The following offender profile is for guidance only, and shouldn't be regarded as an identikit portrait. The offender is unlikely to match the profile in every detail, though I would expect there to be a high degree of congruence between the characteristics outlined below and the reality. All of the statements in the profile express probabilities and possibilities, not hard facts. A serial killer produces signals and indicators in the commission of his crimes. Everything he does is intended, consciously or not, as part of a pattern. Discovering the underlying pattern reveals the killer's logic. It may not appear logical to us, but to him it is crucial. Because his logic is so idiosyncratic, straightforward traps will not capture him. As he is unique, so must be the means of catching him, interviewing him,
and reconstructing his acts. Well, that was as true of the wedding killer as it was of any sexually motivated murderer. The first question he had to ask himself was whether that distinction was real. Given his experience over the years, he thought it was. Sexual homicide was about sexual satisfaction. Whether the perpetrators acknowledged it or not, the act of killing and the ritual surrounding it had the sole aim of satisfying their desire. Usually that desire had been perverted and distorted by their experiences, but murder and sex had wound round each other as inseparably as a barley sugar twist. The one had become a replica of the release that the other offered people whose lives hadn't been fucked up irredeemably by what had been done to them. These 3 murders, he believed, were not about sexual release. The pressure they relieved wasn't sexual, but emotional. If he was having sex with his victims, and on balance Tony thought he probably was, it wasn't at the heart of what he was doing. "It's another way of charming them," he said, "another step on the journey of falling in love." Even before he'd heard what Tricia had to say, he'd been convinced that the victims were not sexual surrogates. Men who were killing for sexual reasons tended towards victims who had similarities. These women, the first 2 for sure, and if they were right about Eileen Walsh, also her, had far more dissimilarities than they had common ground. Looks, occupations, lifestyles, preoccupations, all different. "You're looking at a different kind of surrogacy," he said, pausing at the door to his sleeping cabin. "Tricia, walking away, destroyed your plans. She took your home away, she threatened the business you'd built, and she exposed you to people either feeling sorry for you or going, 'I told you she was too good for him.' You wanted to kill her. But you're smart. Even if you'd known where she'd gone, you knew you couldn't kill her. Not now. You'd be the prime suspect. The man who'd been spurned, the man who wanted revenge. So he'd constructed an alternative plan, a macabre rehearsal for what he wanted, no, intended to do to Tricia when the time was right. And he went about it with meticulous care. He'd obviously spent long hours researching current forensic techniques to learn how to avoid leaving a trail for detectives to follow. He'd mapped the location of the cameras he needed to avoid. He'd understood how to change his appearance in small, temporary ways. He thought he was cleverer than all of them. He thought he could outsmart the best. The one time he'd slipped was stealing Claire Garrity's identity, and it was exactly the kind of mistake that overweening arrogance made time after time. He couldn't resist the urge to make himself part of the story, even in disguise. He'd made the effort to research a dead woman's life, enough to figure out her password, and he'd squeezed into his victims' lives undercover and made them be his friend twice over. Unless that hadn't been part of the plan. Maybe stealing Claire's identity had been part of his wider plan to track down Tricia. Friending her friends in another person's clothes, hoping to triangulate the whereabouts of his ex. But the possibility of inveigling himself into the world of his victims had been too delicious to resist. This was a man who craved admiration and love. He'd become powerful enough in his own small universe to believe he'd achieved that. Tricia had smashed that illusion, and now he was rebuilding it. "I can't profile you," Tony said, stopping in his tracks. He could have made a stab at a profile a day or two ago, but now there was a suspect. His process was contaminated. One of the central tenets of offender profiling was to avoid any knowledge of a specific suspect. The danger lay in the temptation to incline the profile towards the person in the crosshairs. If two or more options offered themselves up, it was hard to resist coming down on the side of the choice that fitted someone who was already in the frame. Every profiler remembered a notorious case in the early 90s where a killer had remained on the loose to murder more women because police and profiler were too eager to follow their first suspicions. So, no profile. But that didn't mean he couldn't be useful. He could use this time to think and to work out the strategic advice he wanted to give Carol before the interview with Tom Elton in the morning, if indeed that was still on the agenda after everyone had slept on it. It would be Paula and Carol there in the interview room. He was sure of that, at least. Paula, because nobody was better at the subtle dance of interrogation. She probed weaknesses and undermined strengths. She knew when to provoke to incautious anger and when to soothe into unexpected confidences. The wedding killer, or Tom Elton, as he must now think of him, might be her match, but Tony doubted it. And Carol would be second chair, because it was always good to put two women in the room against a man. They either felt insulted at not being taken seriously enough, or they relaxed because they felt sure of themselves against such opponents. It was very seldom that they acted as if they were going into battle against an equal. Good cop, bad cop remained a cliché because it still worked sometimes. In this case, Tony thought Paula could profitably play up to Elton's idea of himself, while Carol could undercut it at every opportunity. Where Paula took for granted that women would be attracted to him, Carol could play the skeptical, even incredulous role. When Paula could admire the killer for his forensic nous, Carol could rubbish the notion, pointing out the endless stream of forensic revelation in podcasts and TV shows. And when Paula patiently plodded through places and times, looking for alibis that probably weren't there, Carol could sneer and point out that it'd only take one piece of forensic evidence to nail him, and that everybody makes a mistake eventually. He sat down at the saloon table and started drafting his notes for Paula and Carol. And finally, when he thinks you've exhausted all your ammunition, when he's about to get to his feet and leave, Carol reveals that Paula has spoken to Tricia. He won't know what's been said. He won't know which part of the rug is about to be pulled from under him. And that, Tony knew, was when mistakes were made. Tony wasn't the only one brooding over what the morning might bring. High on the moors above her home, Carol was also hoping the rhythm of walking might bring some discipline to her thoughts. She'd come back to policing because she thought it was her rock in a stormy sea. The job had always been a haven, the place where she could lose herself and let her abilities shine. When she looked around at the women she knew from school and university, she envied nothing about their lives. Not their men, not their marriages, not their children. She'd never craved those things. Her commitment to justice had always been the only thing that really mattered to her. Her feelings for Tony, her friendships with colleagues like Paula and John Brandon, they were all bound up with her identity as a detective. And now it felt as if that was all slipping away from her. She'd become what she'd spent her adult life hunting down. She was a drunk, and because of that, innocent people had lost their lives. She'd conspired in an act of supposedly noble corruption, but really, how did that make her different from every other bent cop who had ever tried to justify their criminality? Her team despised Sam Evans for the relatively trivial offense of leaking to the press. What would they think of her if they knew who she really was? And her own slide into indiscipline meant she'd kept turning a blind eye when her team took shortcuts and bent the rules. Maybe, just maybe, she could live with that, if she was still doing what had once been second nature to her. But she wasn't even managing that. There was a man out there killing women, apparently at will. 7 weeks of tireless plodding, and they had next to nothing. Their failure offended her. She'd lacked the inspiration to send her team down a line of inquiry that might produce a result, and now all these chickens were flocking home to roost. The single tenuous connection they had, tying Tom Elton to the 3 murders, would normally have provoked some optimism in Carol's heart. But this time, all there was inside her was bleak despair. She didn't believe they could stop this man. They didn't have enough to crack someone who was clearly confident and assured. But they didn't have time to dig deeper. Blake and his cronies were on her back, and clearly what drove them was nothing to do with justice, whatever the words they used. Her instincts told her to wait, to drill down into every aspect of Tom Elton's life. But she knew if she trusted those instincts, it could be too late for her guys. A review squad would be all over them, their nitpicking fingers turning over everything they'd done, finding fault wherever they could. She'd plucked her team out of positions where they were doing good work, with the promise of something more challenging, more fulfilling, something that might change the shape of national policing. She couldn't just shrug and walk away from that commitment. Whatever she did next, she had to protect them. If that meant falling on her own sword, then so be it. She'd walk into the interview room with Paula in the morning and give it her best shot. And if that didn't work, she'd have to make some hard choices about what to do next. Chapter 64. Alvin and Kevin were waiting by the lift doors outside Local Word's 4th-floor suite when Tom Elton stepped out. He gave them a curious glance, but didn't break stride as he headed for the office. Alvin stepped forward to obstruct him. Elton flashed him an angry look and moved to sidestep his bulk. "Mr. Elton." Alvin sounded the soul of politeness. Elton paused, gave Alvin closer scrutiny, allowed himself a faint frown of curiosity, and said, "Who wants to know?" in the most nonchalant of tones. "Detective Sergeant Ambrose of the Regional Major Incident Team." He produced his ID as Kevin moved to his side. "And I'm Detective Inspector Matthews, same unit." Elton raised his eyebrows, nostrils flaring slightly, his expression verging on the supercilious. But his voice was neutral. "Really? What brings you to my door?" "We'd like to ask you some questions in an ongoing inquiry," Alvin said. As he spoke, the lift doors opened and a couple of young men emerged, carrying takeaway coffee, shoulder bags slung across their bodies, each with beautifully barbered facial hair. "Hey, boss," one said. Elton glanced at him and grunted. "Morning. I'll be there in a minute," he added as one of them swiped his card, opened the door, and held it open expectantly. Elton waved his hand distractedly, and the two disappeared inside. "You'd better come in, I suppose." "Actually," Kevin said, "we'd like you to come to the station. Easier all round. Saves awkwardness in the office. And everything's to hand if we need you to look at anything or provide any samples." Chin up, cool blue stare meeting Elton's eyes. "Samples? What is this all about? If you don't mind, we'd prefer not to discuss that here." "And what if I do mind?" The first hint of a challenge in the words, though his voice was warm, almost jokey. We can do this the friendly, low-key way, or we can not. It's up to you, sir. Kevin took a step closer. And what's the unfriendly way? Is that where you wrestle me to the ground, slap on the handcuffs, and drag me from the building? Now he was quite clearly taunting them. Kevin flushed. Alvin didn't. We'd simply arrest you. We only do the other stuff if you're dumb enough to resist arrest, which we don't mind at all, because it gives us something incontrovertible to charge you with. He smiled. Shall we go? Do I need a lawyer? Isn't this what people say at this point? And don't you go, if you've done nothing wrong, why would you need a lawyer? It's up to you, Kevin said. You can decide on the way to Skenfrith Street. He gestured towards the lift. After you, sir. Carol and Paula were in the squad room with Tony. The rich smell of strong coffee filled the air. Carol looked at her watch for the third time in as many minutes. I thought they'd be here by now. Traffic, Paula said. A second later, Kevin walked in. Traffic, he said, then looked puzzled when they all laughed, an easy release of tension. How did he take it? Tony asked. Tried to be a bit of a joker, but when he realized we weren't playing, he got serious. Spent all the time in the back of the car making calls, lawyering up, cancelling meetings. Who's he got? Carol asked. Who do you think? Kevin said, the vicious edge in his voice telling Carol what she didn't want to hear. Bloody Bronwyn Scott, Paula lamented. Bronwyn Scott was the nearest thing to a celebrity lawyer that Bradfield possessed. The standard joke was that if you hired Scott, the police knew you were guilty and the jury believed you were innocent. There was some truth behind the cynicism. Scott had crossed swords with the Bradfield MIT more than once, but she'd also been the person they'd called on to defend one of their own. She didn't mind who paid the piper. She'd find a tune that everyone could dance to. The same, Kevin said. She's in court, but she'll be here within the hour. I've put Elton in an interview room with a uniform to keep him company. Alvin's gone down to the canteen to get him a coffee. Because although Remit had probably the best coffee delivery system in any UK police office, it was for those who upheld the law, not those who might have broken it. Carol could hardly bear the thought of another hour. Her body felt electric, her brain heavy. Sobriety was supposed to make you sharper. All it made Carol feel was that she'd been born 2 drinks under par. She caught Tony's eye and exchanged a rueful grin. I know it's tough having to wait. It puts us all on edge, but it's tougher on Elton. We know what we've got and where we're going. He has no idea. How did Karim get on with the car hire firms? Kevin asked. He drew a blank, Paula said, and we're still waiting for ID on victim 3. No joy with dentists, so we're reliant on the lab managing to extract some DNA. I really hoped we'd get something on the car hire, Tony said. He has to have access to another vehicle we don't know about. Carol stared at the incident board, eyes dark and heavy. Christ, I hope we haven't gone with this too soon. Less than 40 minutes had passed when Alvin came to tell them Scott was in the building, conferring with her client. Though what they've got to confer about at this stage, who knows? Paula muttered as they made their way down the hall to the interview room. Tony and Kevin peeled off into the observation room. Paula adjusted the earpiece that nestled unseen behind a wing of hair, and on Carol's nod they walked in. Scott looked as expensive and brittle as ever, her fitted black jacket snug over a white shirt, the long points of the collar like knife blades against the narrow lapels. DCI Jordan, she said, amazing to see you in harness again. Miss Scott, always a pleasure. Carol took her time over her first appraisal of Elton. He looked more like his driving license picture than the photo fit Stacy's software had generated, but with a pair of glasses on the thick bridge of his nose, he'd definitely be identifiable. He seemed calm, and there were no obvious physical tics to signal nervousness. That was unusual enough. Most people in his position were twitchy at the least. Citizens who had committed no crime had a habit of freaking out in a police interview room, probably because they'd watched too much TV drama. And D.S. McIntyre. Still a sergeant, Paula? Scott was clearly in abrasive mood. Happily, yes. I've managed to avoid being demoted. Scott's smile was sharp enough to cut a well-done steak. Why are we here? It was a reasonable opener. Because we would like to ask your client some questions. Paula was taking the lead, as agreed. Carol was happy to concede. She acknowledged Paula was better at this than she was. Are we allowed to know what about? I presume that since you are remit now, we're not talking about unpaid parking tickets. We're investigating a series of murders. Elton didn't move a muscle at Paula's words. The bodies of 3 women have been incinerated in their own cars at various locations in the Yorkshire Dales. All 3 were already dead when they were set on fire. The post-mortems indicate probable strangulation. Fascinating. And this involves my client. How, exactly? We believe he may be able to help us with our inquiries. Mr. Elton, have you ever met a woman called Catherine McCormick? He frowned and shook his head. Not that I can recall. Or Amy MacDonald? You mean the singer? It was almost a smirk. I don't move in those sorts of circles. Not the singer. A council employee from Leeds, Carol chipped in. Definitely not. I've never met anyone who worked for Leeds City Council. Paula slid an enlarged print of the photograph taken at the bar of the wedding, where the man called David had connected with Catherine McCormick. Is this a photograph of you, Mr. Elton? He leaned forward to study the photograph. I don't wear glasses, he said, so it's not me. It looks very like you. He glanced at Paula with disdain. The hairstyle's completely different. Glasses? Hairstyle? That's very superficial. The jawline, though, the ear, the shape of your mouth, I'd say they're pretty much identical. Scott intervened. Oh, please. On a blown-up photo that's obviously been taken on a mobile phone from some distance away? I don't think so. Paula took out the next photo from the wedding where Mark had encountered Amy MacDonald. And this? Is this not you either? This time the look was cursory. Hardly. Again, I don't wear glasses, and that's a ridiculous hairstyle, and the colour's all wrong. Big deal, Carol said. Like you couldn't make those changes in a matter of minutes. It's not me. Elton didn't raise his voice. He simply stated his denial as if it was self-evident. Where is this going? Scott demanded. Where were these photographs obtained? They were taken at 2 weddings 3 weeks apart. That's where the first 2 victims met the man who killed them. You know that, do you? Scott came straight back at Paula. We know they were both picked up by a man posing as a wedding guest, but who was unknown to bride or groom. They met him again on a date on more than one occasion. Then they arranged to spend a weekend with him. And the next time they were seen was in a blazing car by the side of the road in a remote location. So yes, I think we can safely assume that the man who picked them up had murder in mind from the start. Scott chuckled. Quite an assumption. Any evidence? I can already think of several alternative explanations were my client to need them. This was not going as well as either detective had hoped. There was no sign that Elton was even mildly discomfited, and there was no prospect of diverting Scott from her focus. Time to go down a road she hoped would be unexpected enough to throw Elton off his stride. "You say you'd never met Catherine McCormick or Amy MacDonald, but you have met Claire Garrity." He looked puzzled. He opened his mouth to speak, but Scott cut across him. "Is this your third victim?" "No. We don't have a confirmed ID on the third victim as yet. Claire Garrity met Mr. Elton in her professional capacity as bakery manager at Freshco." Paula paused. "And on cue, he filled the gap." "That's right. She dealt with a complaint I made." A little laugh, false as the bottom of a smuggler's suitcase. "I found a child's sock in a loaf of bread." Paula spread a pair of screenshots in front of them. This time, Elton shifted in his seat, but his face didn't change. Claire Garrity posted a picture of Catherine McCormick at the wedding on her rigmarole page and invited Catherine to be her friend. She paused. Scott's expression shifted, revealing a shred of uncertainty. "The thing is, Claire wasn't a guest at the wedding either, just like the mystery man." "Wedding crashers, obviously," Scott said, the line a casual throwaway. More screenshots. 3 weeks later, Claire Garrity also posted a photo of Amy MacDonald at the wedding she attended on her rigmarole page and asked to be her friend. She's the only person who made friend requests to both women associated with the weddings they'd attended. Bronwyn Scott leaned back in her chair, looking bored. "Frankly, it looks to me as if the person you should be questioning is Claire Garrity from the Freshco baking department." Paula thought she saw a transient moment of shock in Elton's eyes. "There's only one problem with that," she said mildly. "Claire Garrity's been dead for nearly 3 months, which your client knew because the customer service representative at Freshco told him." Paula paused, but Elton's expression never varied. "So?" Scott moved swiftly from back to front foot. "It's not exactly a state secret, is it? Whoever posted those photos stole Claire's identity to do it. The only person who would have understood the relevance of those 2 friendship requests is the killer. And even as we speak, we are pursuing the IP address those communications came from." This time she saw the fleeting change of expression in Elton's eyes, and his shoulders relaxed fractionally. Paula heard Tony's voice in her ear. "He's covered his tracks on that one." But she'd already worked that out for herself. She didn't need him telling her to let it go. Now it was time for Carol. She folded her arms across her chest and glared at Elton. "You can lie all you like, Tommy boy, but we can put you with these women. We've got photographs. We have you using different names and attempting to disguise yourself. You're the only link between Claire Garrity, these weddings, and these women. We are coming for you, and make no mistake, we will have you for these crimes. Keep lying to me, Tommy, because the more you lie, the more we demonstrate you're nothing but a liar." Hands on the table, leaning forward, in his face. Then Paula's hand on her arm, restraining her. Prearranged, of course. Scott sat up straight and gave a slow hand clap. "You're wasted here, DCI Jordan. You really should be on the stage." Carol ignored her, reaching for Paula's folder and pulling out another 2 sheets of paper. "We know you did this. We know you're lying. So give us some more lies. Here's a list of dates and times. Fill it in, Tommy." She had a way of spitting out the diminutive of his name that made it sound like an insult. Every last one of them. "How do you expect me to remember where I was?" He pulled it towards him. 5 weeks past Tuesday. You're a modern man, Carol said. Get your phone out and start going through your diary. I must protest, Scott said. This is a fishing expedition. We're out of here. I don't think so, Paula said. Either do this willingly, or I will arrest your client and close your options right down. And you know what a leaky sieve this station is. Give us some cooperation. Show me he really is the injured innocent he's playing right now. Mr. Elton, we'll give you some time to go through it with Ms. Scott here. Paula stood up. Take as long as you like. We'll have some coffee and sandwiches sent in. Scott looked up. Your coffee, Sergeant, not that crap they serve in the canteen. I don't think so, Carol said. You don't deserve anything more than the rank-and-file drink. She got to her feet. Best handwriting, Tommy. Now, came Tony's voice in Paula's ear. Hit him now. She gathered her papers and gave Elton an up-and-under look. Tricia says you've got a violent temper. Now she won a reaction. Elton reared back in his chair like a man seeing an apparition. What? She says she had to have the living room wall repainted 3 times because you threw things at it when you were pissed off. That's a lie. He struggled to keep his face under control. She told me how she met a man at a wedding you didn't want to go to with her. A man who made her realize precisely how wrong for her you were. A bit of a pattern there. Lone woman at a wedding meets a man who reminds her what romance is. His face had darkened, his jaw set, the muscles bulging. As she reached the door, Paula stopped and turned. Oh, and she told me where she dumped you as well. You got burned in a lay-by, Mr. Elton, just like your victims did. Chapter 65. Carol stood in her office, blinds drawn, forehead against the cool glass of the window. We went too soon, she said. You had to make a move. Even if you don't have enough now, you've shaken him up, Tony said. You saw him. Did he look shaken to you? At the end, yes. When Paula delivered the sucker punch, he looked appalled, then furious. What else could you do? She pushed back and turned to face him. Turns out I could have waited half an hour and had Eileen Walsh's identity confirmed. The team's out there now, Alvin and Kevin and Karim, combing her life for traces of him. And maybe they'll find something. And then you can charge him. He went to pat her arm, but she flinched away from him. I had a nightmare last night, she said. Michael and Lucy. She didn't have to say more. Tony himself had occasional flashbacks to that blood-drenched scene of horror. He'd often wondered whether returning to the scene of the crime had been wise, even though Carol's mission had been to strip the barn to its bare bones, to remove every trace of what had happened there. Underneath the facade she'd constructed, the skeleton of a murder scene remained, the ghost of its history still in the air. He felt it sometimes when he was there. He couldn't believe it wasn't part of her day to day. The miracle was that she didn't have nightmares more often. Or perhaps it was simply that she didn't admit to them. The idea of PTSD had crossed his mind from time to time. She'd certainly seen and experienced enough trauma, both personal and professional, to take many people over the edge. But he was a professional. She couldn't have kept that from him, could she? I'm sorry, he said. Does that happen often? She shook her head. Less and less. She gave a wobbly smile. Maybe having you around has helped. God knows you've got to be good for something, apart from gaming. I've not been much use this time round. He moved away and leaned against the filing cabinet. You get a second crack at him over the alibis, though.
More circumstantial evidence, nothing more. I need something hard, something solid, and it's not coming. You saw him when we said we were tracing the IP address for the Claire Garrity messages. He relaxed. He's got that covered. He'll have found the last internet cafe in Bradfield and used that, or the library, or somebody else's office. Tony sighed. Probably. He's very savvy. So, go for that nerve. Suggest he's not as smart as he thinks he is. I think he's too hardcore for that. Hitting him with Tricia unsettled him, but he's got to know she doesn't have anything on him for the last 3 months. Carol aimed a vicious kick at the wastepaper bin, sending it skittling across the floor, shedding its contents in an arc. "Oh, fuck," she moaned, crouching down and picking everything up. Like the good girl she was, Tony thought, always trying to be the best. That was the cross Carol carried. Adamant for justice, but also adamant that she was the best person to deliver it. She never made it easy on herself. Paula used the break to talk to Eleanor. They met in the Starbucks opposite Bradfield Cross Hospital, their regular rendezvous, when they both managed to escape for 20 minutes. They'd discussed the outcome of Torrin's disastrous foray into online relationships the night before. Eleanor had agreed with Paula about the outcome, shaking her head with a wry smile at the prospect of having to spend 3 hours a week under Stacy's rigid supervision. Elsa will end up a software millionaire, she pointed out. Then she can lavish Torrin with penance gifts. But that had been yesterday, and the two women had a policy of not dwelling on matters settled. Not for them the chewing over of decisions already reached, the revisiting of resolutions. Sufficient unto the day was good enough for them. Now it was time to move on to that day's fresh hell. Paula slumped in her seat, stirring her flat white into submission. We've got nothing on this guy. We know it's him, and all we have is gossamer. Very poetic, Eleanor said. Have you been sneaking sonnets when I'm not looking? In spite of herself, Paula found a smile. Eleanor's perpetual gift to her. Every spare moment. But I'm really worried about this one. He's quietly confident, not cocky, just sure of his ground. Unless we get something solid on victim 3, he's going to walk out with a spring in his step, feeling like he's king of the world. She sighed. And more women will die. Maybe he'll take fright, stop while he's still free and clear. His sort never do. They start off tentative, but pretty soon they can't do without it. It's the ultimate power trip. It's not love that's the drug, it's power. And there's nothing more powerful than taking somebody's life and getting away with it. You're beginning to sound like Tony. Eleanor squeezed her hand. I've been listening to him for years. It would be surprising if nothing had rubbed off. You've had cases before that stayed on the books. You know you can't always put the bad guys away. I know. But those failures came in the context of a lot of success. This is Remit's first official major outing, and we're under the spotlight. There are a lot of people with vested interests in us failing. You don't think they're rubbing their hands with glee right now? Eleanor sighed. Pitiful. What kind of person puts their own petty ambition ahead of saving lives? Oh, no. Wait. I've met surgeons. She grinned. You have to rise above it, Paula. You have to be better than them. You have to go into that room and give it your best shot. And if you fail, what is it they say? Try again, fail better. I know it hurts. I've lost enough patience in my time.
but it doesn't diminish you. Now go back in that room and do the best you can. And whatever happens, I will still love you." Paula inclined her head in acceptance. "I know, and I'm the lucky one. I have you to come home to. No matter how hard Tony tries to make it otherwise, Carol only has the inside of her head." Elton and Scott looked as relaxed as a couple of acquaintances waiting for afternoon tea when Carol and Paula returned. The sheet of paper had been annotated in neat block capitals. Scott passed it over to Carol. "There you go. As you will see, on almost all of these occasions, my client has no human alibi. He was either at home or in a hotel in another city." "Worthless, then," Carol said, lip curling in a sneer. "Not exactly," Elton said. "My car has an onboard computer. It will tell you where the car was on the evenings in question. If need be, I will give your people access to that computer, which will show that I didn't drive off to meet strange women on those evenings. But since you have no substantive evidence against my client, we're not going to volunteer that. You'll need to get a warrant, and good luck with that," Scott said. "And as you can see, last Sunday I was in the Sportsman's Arms, watching Bradfield Vic get taken apart by Chelsea with a group of friends." There was nothing defiant about Elton. He spoke conversationally, as if he was telling a mate what he'd been up to at the weekend. "Plenty of time to get back to the Dales and murder Eileen Walsh," Carol said. "Another woman I've never heard of," Elton said nonchalantly. "So, if you've nothing further, DCI Jordan, my client and I will be leaving now." Scott gathered her notepad and her slim silver Tiffany pen and stowed them in her slim leather shoulder bag. "This has been a comprehensive waste of time. If you want to speak to my client again, you'd better have something more than a computer-generated image and a Freshco complaint. Otherwise, I'll be the one making a complaint of harassment." She glanced at Elton as if to encourage him to leave, but he remained seated. "If I was the person who had done this, I'd be laughing myself sick." His voice dripped contempt. "You're so bereft of ideas and evidence that you're grasping at the slightest coincidence and trying to build a case against an innocent man, while the real killer is out there, probably planning his next murder, not a stain on his character." Now he stood up. "I thought you lot were supposed to be the elite. I remember the news stories when you were formed. Top guns, they said." He scoffed. "Top bums, more like. If I was your man, I'd be dancing in the streets. With you lot running the show, anyone could get away with murder." Chapter 66. Carol sat on the sofa, elbows on her knees, head hanging. "He fucking laughed at us." She'd been saying the same thing at regular intervals for the past hour. As far as Tony knew, she'd been saying them to herself all the way home in the Land Rover, too. Think of it as a spur to action. It was a weak response, but the only one he could come up with. "I don't need a spur to action. I need some bloody evidence." The team have been all over Eileen Walsh's life this afternoon, and so far it's another big fat zero. A few notes on a wall calendar with a defunct pay-as-you-go phone number. Richard this time. So far not even a glimpse on a photo. He's not becoming careless, Tony. He's getting better at this. "So, what are you going to do?" "What can I do? I've ordered up full surveillance on Elton. There'll be teams on him 24/7. If he's stupid enough to think he can keep doing this unmolested, he's very wrong." "I think he'll expect surveillance.
I think you'll bust your budget long before he puts a foot wrong." Tony knew better than to voice his thoughts, which were the thoughts of a clinician as much as a friend. Right now, Carol needed to believe a positive outcome was possible. The alternative wasn't something he wanted to contemplate. The moment was broken by the doorbell. "What now?" Carol grumbled, getting to her feet and dragging weary steps to the door. She looked through the spy-hole. Bloody Penny Burgess! She turned her back and leaned against the door, as if barricading it against an invader. "If you don't talk to her here, she'll only ambush you somewhere else, probably in the most public place she can manage." Tony sprang up and hurried to the door. "Let me do the talking." Gently he pushed her aside and opened the door, his foot behind it, to prevent the reporter getting a good look inside. "Penny," he sighed wearily. Let her know she was a pain in the arse, albeit an elegant one. "Dr. Hill, I find you here again. How very cosy. And is Carol here too, or are you home alone?" Carol stepped into her line of sight. "I'm here. I live here. What's your excuse?" "I've come to do you a favor. We're running a story, and I wanted to give you a heads up. And to get a quote, obviously." "I've got nothing to say to you," Carol said. "I don't discuss ongoing cases with the press. You need to talk to the media office." "It's not about the case. Though 3 murders does seem a lot to be going on with. And no prospect of an arrest, I hear." Tony and Carol remained silent. They were both too experienced to be so easily baited. Penny grinned. "Worth a try?" "No, what I'm here about, and I'm sorry to keep banging on the same old drum, is the mystery of the drink-driving bust that wasn't. Since we spoke last, I've been making further inquiries. When 5 people die needlessly, after all, I don't think we should just forget it and walk away, do you?" Again silence. "Okay, I'll cut to the chase. According to what the CPS told Calderdale magistrates, the breathalyzer that you and 4 other motorists blew into that gave you all criminal alcohol breath levels was faulty. Am I right?" "That's what the court was told, yes." Carol was cautious, but saw no point in disputing a matter of record. "I have a problem with that," Penny said, pushing a stray strand of hair aside that the wind had blown into her eyes. "You see, the breathalyzer in question was never withdrawn from use, never repaired, not even so much as serviced and recalibrated. Next shift it was out on the road, still is. How does one make sense of that?" Stony-faced, Carol said nothing, but Tony could feel the tremble in the arm that touched his back. "Not DCI Jordan's job," he said. "But it is mine," Penny said. "According to my sources, the officers who breathalyzed you and arrested you and brought you to Halifax police station, incidentally walking your lovely dog," she glanced down at Flash, whose head was against Carol's thigh. "Those officers are pretty disgruntled about what happened. They are convinced they made a righteous arrest, using equipment that has not subsequently been found fault with. Time to go on the front foot." "So what?" Tony said. "Coppers spend half their lives being disgruntled for one reason or another. That's not news." "Maybe not, and we'd all have to swallow it as a strange anomaly, but for the fact that I've got a witness who says DCI Jordan was drinking wine all evening, that she had at least 5 glasses of strong red wine followed by a glass of port." Silence so absolute they could hear the dog's breath. "It doesn't sound like a faulty breathalyzer to me." Penny's tone was deceptively light. She'd delivered a killer blow, and she knew it. "Who put the fix in, Carol? It can't have been James Blake. He may be Chief Constable of Bradfield, but he hasn't got the clout for that. And anyway, everybody knows he hates you. So, who was it, Carol? Did it go all the way up to the Home Office? Your old boss, John Brandon's, in their pocket these days, isn't he? You're so wide of the mark, Penny, Tony said. Maybe you should be looking at the other people who got off that night. Maybe this isn't some giant conspiracy to exonerate Carol. Maybe it's local corruption. A senior copper doing a favour for a friend, or a bit on the side, not expecting any blowback. He'll be shitting it now, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Did you think about that? For a moment she looked disconcerted. Then she laughed. Good try, Doc, but no cigar. Even if it did play out the way you suggest, I've still got a witness to the fact that Carol was well over the limit when she got behind the wheel that night. And that's all I need, really. Let the readers join up the dots. Why are you doing this? Tony asked. Why are you so determined to destroy a good detective's career? You go ahead with this, and people will die because you've taken the best cop in the region off the streets. Penny's eyebrows rose in a perfect arch. Plenty of people have already died on her watch. There's a trail of bodies in your wake, the pair of you. But despite that, I'm not pursuing any kind of vendetta. This isn't personal. This is about who guards the guards. This is about Caesar's wife having to be above reproach. Once you start playing this kind of game, Carol, where does it stop? Once you become the one who matters, what happens to justice? Where's the justice for the 5 people who died when Nicky Barraclough got pissed and got behind the wheel? Her voice rose with passion. Flash gave a low growl deep in her throat. No comment, Tony said, and closed the door. He turned and wrapped Carol in his arms. She allowed the embrace for as long as it took Penny Burgess to stop leaning on the doorbell and leave. Then she pulled away and smashed the side of her fist against the door. "That's it," she shouted. "I'm done. Thanks to Penny fucking Burgess, I'm going down in flames." She squeezed her eyes shut and jerked her head to one side in an angry gesture. "She's going to ruin me. There'll be no remit left by the time she's done. They'll all be tainted by association." She crossed the room and threw herself into an armchair. "I'm finished, Tony. I'm finished." He stood by the door, uncertain whether to go to her. She'll never run it. Her editor won't have the balls to take on the police, the Home Office, whoever. She'll take it somewhere else, then. She's got a cracking story, and she won't walk away from it. She's got form, you know she has. I am truly fucked. Head in hands, she rocked to and fro in her chair. Belly to the floor, Flash crawled to her side. Cautiously, as if he was playing grandmother's footsteps, Tony also approached. When he reached her side, he crouched down and put a hand on her knee. "Nobody will believe it," he said. "They will," her voice muffled by her hands. "I've been turned into a star by the bosses. My team's been boosted as the elite. And there's nothing people like more than seeing the likes of us brought low." Carol raised her head. "If it was just me, I'd say, fuck it, and walk away." A sharp sigh. "But it's not just me. It's the rest of them. Paula, going for her inspector's exams. No chance. Kevin, who only came back for me, back out in the cold. Alvin, who moved his whole family up to Bradfield because of what Remit offered him. Karim, the best and the brightest of his intake. He'll be stuck at the bottom of the CID pile forever now. Stacy, without me to protect her, she'll either end up in jail or she'll walk away too. And the force loses the best digital analyst in the country. And you'll be tainted too, you and what you do. It's a bloody disaster."
She jumped up again and started pacing. "And that piece of shit, Tom Elton, he's already laughing at us. Whoever they bring in to replace us, he'll run rings round them. And he's going to keep on doing this. OK, on the law of averages, some dumb traffic cop will eventually stop him when he's got a dead woman in the car. But how many more women will die before that happens? What about Tricia? Who's going to keep her safe over in Spain? I can't take it, Tony. I can't let this happen. No more blood on my hands. I can't." She pounded her fists against her chest. She was coming apart in front of him. He'd have known what to do if he'd been inside the high walls of Bradfield Moor Secure Hospital. He'd have had her sedated, then dealt with her pain when it was less acute. But this was her home, a home she'd opened up to him too. He had to be her friend, not her doctor. So he went to her again and tried to hold her, but she fought free and turned on him, panting, her mouth a snarl, her hands fists. "I'm not going to stand for it," she growled. "I've got nothing left to lose, Tony. I'm going to put a stop to him. I'm going to follow him to the next fucking wedding." She took a deep breath. "I'm going to follow him, and then I'm going to kill him." Chapter 67. They argued late into the night. They only broke off so Carol could check in with the surveillance teams she'd set on Elton's tail. But nothing Tony said could even dent Carol's conviction that her solution was the only reasonable one. Nothing gave her pause. "I'm history, whatever happens now. So I'm going to do one good thing on the way down." "You don't know for sure that Elton's guilty," Tony tried. "You think he is, but all the circumstantial points to him. Psychologically, he makes complete sense. You said that yourself after you listened to Paula's interview with Tricia. And you saw the way he reacted when Paula mentioned her name. That might be nothing more than shock at hearing you'd managed to contact her when he couldn't." Carol shook her head in exasperation. "What about the photographs? It's him. We'll bring in expert witnesses who can match up all the micro-measurements." "So do that. Prove it." She shook her head. "We'll never get that far. The CPS won't even consider a prosecution without at least a 50% chance of success. You know that. And juries hate that kind of evidence. It makes them feel like they're being blinded by science." Tony paced the floor in front of her. "I don't believe you'll do it. You couldn't kill someone in cold blood. You've not got it in you." She gave him a cold, calculating look. "If you say so." Her tone denied her words. His final throw of the dice was, he knew, a high-risk strategy. "I've tried really hard to be your friend tonight," he said, keeping his exasperation at bay with difficulty. "But now I need to be the doctor here." "What? I need a doctor? You think I'm sick?" Her voice was filled with exhaustion and hurt. "I think you might be suffering from PTSD. Post-traumatic stress. I know what bloody PTSD is, and I'm not a victim." "There's no shame in it, Carol. It's not a comment on your brilliance or your bravery or your commitment. It's as real as breaking a bone, and there's no shame in it." She scoffed. "You think? Tell that to all the soldiers invalided out these past few years. You don't see them walking into top jobs and running the world, do you? Anyway, that's irrelevant. I'm not suffering from PTSD. In my professional opinion, you probably are. You should be on sick leave, having treatment." "You think? So what are my symptoms, doctor?" She sneered. "You told me yourself you've been having nightmares. That's a classic.
If that was the criterion for going on the sick, you'd hardly have a single member of the emergency services in work. We all see appalling things, and we all revisit them in the night. Don't you dare lecture me about bad dreams and not sleeping. By your own admission, you've hardly had a proper night's sleep in years. It was one of the first things you told me when we were working our first case together. She jumped to her feet again and started on circuits of the room. Flash looked up momentarily, then let her head fall to the rug again. She'd had enough pacing for one evening. There's a difference between general insomnia and the onset of nightmares. Having bad dreams doesn't make me special, Tony. Call Paula. Ask her how she sleeps. How Eleanor sleeps after a bad shift in A&E. Is that it? Is that what you're basing your diagnosis on? You're talking about killing someone as if that was a normal, acceptable solution to a problem. You think that's an easy decision? Something I take lightly? Tony, I have devoted my life to the pursuit of justice. Now that life is imploding. Penny Burgess and the other jackals are going to take what I value most from me. I'm going to sink without trace. If I'm going to live with myself, I have to make it mean something. Saving other lives is meaningful. You can't deny that. But turning yourself into a cold-blooded killer isn't the way to do that. I know what it is to take a life. It took me years of therapy to recover from that. Years of sitting with Jacob and letting him help me heal. That was different, Tony. You didn't mean to kill. You were defending yourself against someone who was intent on killing you. What I'm talking about is different. It's about justice. It's about saving lives, not taking one. This isn't justice. It's vigilantism. His voice rose in a heartfelt plea. Listen to yourself, Carol. There is no other way. There's no fucking evidence. How many times do I have to say it? How else do we stop him? He's got carte blanche to carry on murdering innocent women, whose only crime was to go to a wedding. And he knows it. You saw him today. That confidence, that arrogance. If I don't stop him, he'll keep on doing it. There's nothing more to be said. So, what other symptoms do I allegedly have, according to you? It was like talking to a wall. No, a barricade of rubber tires, because whatever he said was bouncing right off. You will become what you've devoted your life to preventing. You'll be a murderer, a vigilante. You'll be despised. Nobody will see what you've done as righteous. Carol turned away. Next. Carol, I'm done with this so-called symptom. What else have you got? You're quick to anger, and your temper flares much more than it used to. She burst out laughing. And whose fault is that? You've pushed me into giving up drinking, cold turkey. My whole system is screaming for a drink most of the time, especially running a case like this. Of course I'm short-tempered. It would be bloody amazing if I wasn't. Tony threw his hands up in frustration. You were edgy long before I helped you to get to grips with your alcohol dependency. I think you've been clinically depressed since Michael and Lucy died, maybe even before that. But I've been too close to you to see it. Because you're nearly okay when you're with me. Being with me is a safe place for you, because I always make it possible for you to behave exactly as you need to. His voice was raised now. I've been your co-conspirator, Carol, your enabler. I've greased the wheels for you. Because I love you, I have not been good for you. The words spilling from his mouth silenced them both. He'd broken the unspoken understanding that there were things better left unsaid between them.
that there existed bridges better left uncrossed, for fear that what lay beyond might make it impossible to retreat. He looked away first. He always looked away first, because she needed him to. "I think you'd better go." Carol's voice was cold and hard. "There's nothing more to be said." Chapter 68. The days trickled by, and the Remit squad repeated the same actions for Eileen Walsh's murder as they had for the previous 2 killings, with the same fruitless results. Carol spent most of her time bunkered down in her office, reading and rereading the reports that landed in the system. Stacy grew more frustrated with every passing hour when all the digital avenues she'd sent her bots down turned out to be dead ends. When Alvin came into the office, he couldn't get out fast enough. Karim had begun to look haunted, his eyes hollow and his hair unkempt. Paula was interviewing Eileen Walsh's workmates, a task that seemed endless because of the arcane shift patterns of the NHS, and nobody knew where Tony was. On the single occasion he'd turned up in the office, Carol had taken one look at him and walked straight out. "Like one of those weather prediction things," Paula said. "The little wooden houses with a man and a woman on the opposite ends of a stick, and when one goes out, the other goes in." Kevin, in theory, had the most potentially productive task. He was supervising the surveillance teams tasked with watching Tom Elton's every move. 2 teams of 2 on 6-hour shifts. On day 1, Elton had gone to work, to lunch with a woman they'd identified as Carrie McChrystal, the owner of a chain of beauty salons, and to a late afternoon meeting in York, where he'd stayed for dinner before checking into a local hotel. Day 2, he drove to Leeds, where he had coffee with 2 men in business suits, then drove back to Bradfield. The rest of the day in the office, then to the pub across the street with a couple of people from the office. A single bottle of overpriced exotic beer, then home. No movement till morning, when he had driven to work, gone to lunch with a board member of Bradfield Victoria. After work, he'd gone bowling with a group of people from work. And that was all they knew, because on Friday evening the surveillance was pulled. The trouble had started with a phone call from John Brandon to Carol that morning. These days they didn't even bother exchanging meaningless pleasantries. Brandon simply came straight to the point. "Are you making any concrete progress?" Carol squeezed the bridge of her nose in the hope it would ease the headache she'd had for 2 days. "It's difficult," she said. "We're dealing with someone who has a very high level of forensic awareness and is smart enough to stay beneath the radar." "That would be a no, then?" "It's slow." She could hear him breathing. He wasn't finding this easy. Good, because neither was she. "A significant part of the reasoning behind Remit was economies of scale," he said. "And you've got a full-scale surveillance operation, 16 officer shifts per day, on a man against whom you have, by your own admission, nothing, except a smattering of circumstantial evidence and a couple of coincidences." "Elton's good for it, sir. I know he is." A sigh. "Good though your instinct is, Carol. I've got 6 chief constables breathing down my neck. They share the costs of your operations, you know that, and they're squealing at what you're doing to their budgets." "We shouldn't be putting a price on lives," she snapped. "Of course we shouldn't. But we do it all the time. We have to. Fewer frontline officers, reclassifying certain crimes to make the crime stats look good, rationing forensic tests to the bare minimum. None of us wants to do the job like this, but the politicians push us into a corner, time and time again." "What are you saying?" I'm under pressure from the chiefs to close down your surveillance on the grounds that it's nothing more than a fishing expedition. That you're trying to make the suspect fit the crime, not the other way round. And we all know how badly wrong that can go."
"It's not like that,"
Carol protested. "Nevertheless, they wanted it stopped with immediate effect. But I have managed to buy you a little time. Might even be a reprieve. The senior prosecutor from the Bradfield CPS office is going to come over to Skenfrith Street this afternoon and go through what evidence you have. He'll give his considered opinion as to whether this is proceeding in a direction that's likely to lead to a prosecution. And based on that—"
"So I've got, 4 hours to find something?"
"I'd say so. I'm sorry, Carol. It's a shame your first official case had to prove such a difficult one to nail."
"Wasn't that supposed to be the point of us? The difficult ones? The intractable ones?"
"I thought so. We're not masters of our fate, Carol."
"Oh, yes, we can be," she thought as they wound up the call. She'd spent 3 days examining her decision from every angle, all the while waiting for Penny Burgess to cry havoc and unleash the dogs of war on her. She'd even thought about telling Brandon about the sword of Damocles hanging over her. But he couldn't protect her from the press, and revealing something that might not even happen would only give the brass a reason to accelerate closing her down. Nothing had changed. If they didn't stop Elton, other women would die. She was certain of that. Men like him didn't stop until they were stopped. Without sufficient evidence to prosecute, there was only one option. Her weapon of choice would be a knife, she thought, a sharp kitchen knife, easy to conceal in her shoulder bag. Straight up under the ribs, into the heart, pull it out, a second stab to the guts. It wouldn't be easy to overcome her residual ties to obedience of the law, but the act itself would be easy, she thought. She'd seen the end result too often to believe it was a complicated thing to do. And afterwards, she'd go to jail, obviously. Maybe, in the ultimate irony, she could get Bronwyn Scott to represent her. Just so long as nobody suggested she was suffering from diminished responsibility and got Tony in the witness box yammering on about PTSD. She had no desire to diminish her responsibility for what she was about to do. She'd face the consequences. Prison. A career cop, she'd have a rough ride. Except that killing a man who was victimizing women might earn her some prestige. But not enough, she suspected. She'd be on the vulnerable prisoner's wing, spending most of the time locked in her cell. That wouldn't be so bad, all things considered. She could read, sleep, listen to the radio. She'd be housed, clothed, fed. Better off than the 60% of the world's population without access to toilets or clean water. Carol believed she could do it. She'd spent 6 months, more or less, on her own when she'd quit the job before. She'd stripped the barn of everything that Michael and Lucy had installed and rebuilt the interior from scratch. After that, she reckoned there wasn't much she couldn't get through. With luck and a compassionate judge, she'd be out in less than 10. Her life would be far from over. She could sell the barn, put the cash on deposit, and buy somewhere new, start over when she got out. She'd miss the dog, though. She was damned if she'd asked Tony to take Flash, but she knew he'd offer, and she'd let him, and he'd visit her. That was one thing she could be certain of. Really, none of this was insurmountable. Peter Trevithick, the CPS solicitor, had the slightly harried air of a man who has too much to do in the time available.
He was in that middle period of a hard-pressed man's life when his looks offered no clue as to where he sat between 35 and 55. His suit was baggy and crumpled, but his shirt was clean and pressed, his tie neat over the top button. He had the faint remains of a West Country accent, but there was nothing rustic about his mind. Carol had worked with him a few times, and she admired his analytical ability. "They want me to give you a bit of a doing over this investigation," he said as soon as they were alone in her office. "But you knew that, right?" Carol nodded. "I know the answer they want you to come back with, which is plainly different from the outcome you want." He took off his jacket and draped it over the back of his chair. "I have to be honest, Carol." "I know, but I will try to lean in your direction. I know what a good copper you are. You don't take the lazy or the obvious route, unlike some of your colleagues. So why don't you take me through it from the beginning?" Which she did, step by laborious step, dead end by frustrating dead end. He listened keenly and jotted indecipherably in a moleskin notebook. When he was uncertain, he asked questions. Occasionally he made comments, but she had no clue which way he was going to jump. When she finally ground to a halt with an account of Eileen Walsh's final day, he nodded sympathetically. "I entirely see why you think as you do," he said. "But as things stand, this is in no sense contestable by my department. There's nothing to prosecute with. I'm so sorry, Carol. You know how we work these days. 50% chance of success, or nothing happens. As this stands, I'd give it about 15% if you had a jury who loved you." He looked genuinely miserable. "The bitch of it is that I actually think you're right. He smells all wrong, this Tom Elton. But that's not what your bosses want to hear." "You're going to recommend that they pull their officers off surveillance, right?" Trevithick nodded. "Nothing else for it, I'm afraid." He stood up and thrust his arms into his jacket. "But I tell you something, Carol. I'm bloody sure this isn't going to be the last I hear of Tom Elton." "You have no idea how right you are." "Thanks, Peter. I'm sure this case will bring us back together, one way or another." "I do hope so, Carol. Good luck with closing it down." Parking was always difficult on the quiet Halifax street, where Vanessa Hill had chosen to live. It was a mix of detached houses from the 30s, post-war semis, and a single row of terraced houses of indeterminate age. Not many of the houses had driveways wide enough for modern cars, so visitors struggled. It wasn't a problem Tony had often had. He seldom visited his mother. She never visited him. But for once he thought talking to her might be useful, and so he had put to one side his deep distaste for the woman who had given birth to him, but had chosen to sidestep the obligations of motherhood. Tony, your little bastard, had mostly been raised by his autocratic and frequently violent grandmother, while Vanessa had dedicated herself to getting on in the world. The fact that she had a child at all had often come as a shock to her colleagues, and later her employees. Worse still, she had refused to tell him anything about his father. Tony had had no idea who his father had been until Edmund Arthur Blythe had died and left him his entire estate. A substantial house, a wedge of cash, and the boat he now called home. Even then, Vanessa had tried to trick him out of his inheritance. To say the two were estranged would be to imply a greater emotional engagement than actually existed. The therapy Tony himself had undergone to enable him to treat others had left him with an understanding of his mother, but no desire to include her in his life. He'd worked at a studied indifference, and that was how he wanted to keep it. The events beyond the control of either of them had placed them in each other's path the best part of a year before. A killer seeking revenge on Tony had mistakenly thought he could hurt the son through the mother. He'd been wrong on both counts. Vanessa had proved herself infinitely better at inflicting damage than he was, and even if he had succeeded, Tony's suffering would have been eminently bearable. The encounter had driven them no closer, but what Tony now knew of his mother had brought him to her door tonight. Vanessa had acted in self-defense, technically, but she had prepared for what might happen. She had considered an outcome where she'd had to take the law into her own hands. He wondered how that had gone, what it had felt like, what he might learn that would help Carol. He sat in his parked car, staring down the empty street, trying one more time to make sense of what Carol had seemed determined to do. Had she really meant it? He couldn't be certain. There was a twisted logic to what she had said. She'd always been driven by the urge for justice. He'd been the beneficiary of that himself in the past. And Carol was right that if Penny Burgess published her story, her career was over. She might even face conspiracy charges herself. But to consider murder as a reasonable corollary to disgrace? That was the step he couldn't follow. Either she had spoken wildly with no intention of carrying it through, or else she must be ill. It was the only answer he could find. He'd been blind to all the signs, but the more he thought about it, the more he'd grown convinced that she was suffering from PTSD. It wasn't surprising, after all she'd been through herself, never mind what she'd witnessed. It would be no consolation to make that argument after the fact, however. Even if there was a raft of experts singing from the same hymn sheet, even if they persuaded a court that the balance of her mind had been disturbed, she'd still be branded a killer. Whatever she said to the contrary, he didn't think Carol could live with that. Somehow he had to stop her. She'd placed herself at a distance from him to prevent him from doing precisely that, but he couldn't let that continue. He had to put himself in a position where he could forestall what she had in mind. Whatever it took, he'd have to save Carol from herself. He looked up at his mother's house. The curtains were drawn, but through a chink he could see the fluttering light of the television. Vanessa would be stretched out on her luxurious sofa, glass in hand, watching some TV drama, alone in a room designed for one. He'd come tonight to break the habit of a lifetime and seek something from her. He wanted to draw on her experience, to ask her what it had been like for her to kill someone, to slide a knife through flesh and feel the life drain from another human being. Even more than that, he wanted to know how she felt afterwards. He'd held a knife that someone else had been impaled on, and he knew how he'd struggled to cope with the emotional fallout, even though it had been a case of kill or be killed. But he was a scientist. He wanted more than a sample of one. And it wasn't really something he could ask his patients, not for this purpose. But now that he was here, on the brink of that discovery, he found that he no longer wanted to know. What could Vanessa say that would have any relevance here? She was one of a kind, and whatever the aftermath of her exercise in self-defense, it could have no parallels now. He was about to start the engine and drive away when his phone rang. Paula, he saw. She was his friend, he reminded himself. So he answered, "Hi, Paula." "Tony, they've called the surveillance off." "You're kidding." He felt his heart contract. While there were watchers on Elton's back, Carol knew there was no need for her to step up to the plate. Any move he made would be picked up and pounced on. Chances were it would remove any need for her to act. No, Peter Trevithick from the CPS came round and reviewed the case file and advised Brandon that the surveillance wasn't justified. So all bets are off after this evening's shift. It's a nightmare. What's Carol saying? That's the thing. She's convinced he's going to a wedding tomorrow. It's the pattern, you see. Yeah. The Saturday after he kills, he acquires his next victim. So what she got planned? She's going to follow him, and as soon as he makes a move on a single woman, we're going to arrest him. We? Paula sighed. Yeah, she wants me on it with her. 2 cars so he doesn't spot the tail, and so I can be there with her for the arrest. No, she wants you there to make the arrest after she kills him. I need to be there with you, Paula. How come she hasn't got you on board with this? Are you two not speaking, or what? He didn't want to burden Paula with the truth. We had an argument. You know how touchy she's been since she quit the booze. Right. Anyway, the reason I rang is that I agree with you. You should be there. We need your advice to make sure it doesn't all go tits up. What's the arrangement? 6 a.m., stakeout. She's in the lead car. I'll be a couple of streets away, ready to tuck in behind her. I thought you could ride with me, in the back seat, so it's not so obvious. Of course. This is crazy, you know. I know, but she's determined he's not going to kill anybody else. So can you be at ours at 5:30? I'll have the coffee on. He didn't have to think twice. This was probably the only chance he would get to save Carol from herself. He couldn't live with himself if he stood by while she destroyed herself. I'll be there. How's Torin, by the way? Getting better. Thanks for what you did. I owe you. Actually, we all do. You're a star, Tony. Carol doesn't know how lucky she is to have you in her corner. Tony started the engine, and with one last look at his mother's house, he drove off. He had a terrible feeling that something very bad was coming his way, something that would be impossible to sidestep, even if he wanted to. Chapter 70. Tony huddled in the back seat of Eleanor's car. Paula had chosen it because it was more nondescript than her own personal car. "How in the name of God does Torrin get in here?" he grumbled as he tried to find an unobtrusive position. Every way he turned, the contents of one pocket or another of his purple anorak dug into part of his body. With difficulty, Paula yanked a dark blue beret over her blonde hair and put on her driving glasses. It worked for Elton, Tony thought. It might work for them if their target caught sight of her. Okay, so Carol's borrowed Kevin's Stella's car, which is a silver Toyota Prius. Borrowed, Tony exclaimed. Not hired, Paula. Borrowed. Elton lives by advertising contracts. He must have car dealers on his books, people he's got a long-standing relationship with, men who will lend him wheels with a nod and a wink. That's why Karim couldn't find a car hire firm who'd rented him a vehicle. He borrows a different car every time. That'll be how it goes. Paula groaned. Of course. He's exactly the type who has a boys' network. I bet you're right. Anyway, his block's got underground parking, and she's set up down the street. We're going to be one street over at 6 a.m., just to be sure. But you're going to have to be quiet, because we'll have an open phone line on speaker, with us not having radio cars. You won't know I'm here. It's not me you have to worry about. A couple of minutes before 6, they were in position, sipping strong coffee and eating bacon sandwiches. One thing about working with cops was that you were never short of comfort food and coffee, Tony thought. He'd lost count of the number of times he and Carol had sat hunched over a curry in their favourite Indian restaurant in Temple Fields, discussing cases and colleagues. He wondered whether they'd ever do that again. The phone rang, and Paula answered it on speaker. Morning, boss. You all set? I am. Nothing to see yet. You might as well hang up, listen to the radio or whatever. I'll call you back when he stirs. Paula ended the call. So, what did you guys fall out about? Something and nothing, he said. We're both of us too accustomed to our own company. I've been staying out at the barn a bit lately, just to give her a bit of moral support with setting up Remit. And giving up the booze, Paula said. And giving up the booze. Anyway, Carol and me, we always think we play better with others than we do in reality. We need our own space, and living under the same roof, well, let's say it wasn't always plain sailing for either of us. So you're giving each other some space? He sighed and shifted his position again. Yeah, something like that. So no actual falling out? No wonder you get the interview room results you do, Tony teased. No actual falling out. A difference of opinion, that's all. He couldn't tell Paula the truth, much as he longed to. It would be unfair to burden her with the knowledge. And after all, Carol might have spoken wildly, or she might have changed her mind on reflection. Any reasonable person would. But maybe Carol wasn't entirely reasonable anymore. You never told me the full story about Torrin's blackmailer, he said, trying for a deft change of subject. And so she did. Then they talked about Eleanor's career prospects and the inspector's exams that Carol was so eager for Paula to take. I don't know, she said. I'm not sure if I want the rank. I don't suppose it would make much difference in terms of your job, as long as you stay with Remit. It would mean more money, a better pension, and that's not something to be sniffed at. She sighed, but before she could say more, her phone chirped with a text. That's interesting, she said, reading it. It's from Elton's ex, Tricia. She wants me to give her a ring. Not urgent, she says. He could see her pulling a face in the rear-view mirror. I'll call her later.
I don't want to be in the middle of talking to her and miss the boss telling me it's time to move."
"Use my phone," Tony said.
"Good idea." Paula reached behind and he put it in her hand. She tapped in the number and they both listened to the long, intermittent tone of a foreign number ringing out. Then the voicemail clicked in. "Hi, this is Tricia. Leave a message and I'll get back to you when I've got a decent reception." "Hi, Tricia. This is D.S. McIntyre. I got your text. Sorry I've missed you. I'll try again later." She hung up. Bugger.
She did say it wasn't urgent.
Let's hope she's right. It was several tedious hours, 3 more attempts to contact Tricia, and 2 fat Saturday newspapers later, when Carol finally called back soon after 3. "He's just come out of the front entrance of his block," she said. "He's looking up the street as if he's waiting for someone. Ah, yes, here's a cab. It's a black Skoda, City Cab's logo. Elton's on board, heading south towards Kempton Road." Paula waited for a gap in the traffic, then swung the car around. "I need to get over behind you. This street doesn't go that far." She did as she'd promised, and they found themselves 4 cars behind Carol. "I can see you, boss." "Turning left at the junction," Carol said. Soon they were on the inner ring road, heading out towards the motorway. Near the entry slip road was a string of car dealerships, and Elton's taxi turned off onto the loop that circled past them. Tony enjoyed a moment of quiet satisfaction when Elton got out at the reception entrance of a dealership specializing in nearly new executive cars. "What's he up to here?" Carol asked. "Maybe he's borrowing cars from clients, not hiring them," Paula said hesitantly, turning to poke her tongue out at him. Carol tutted. "Brilliant! Why didn't we think of that? Of course, he's got contacts in all sorts of areas. Good thinking, Paula." Elton emerged a few minutes later and walked to the back of the lot. The car he drove away in was a dark blue Mercedes coupe. "You take him now," Carol said. "I'll tuck in a few cars back." They hit the motorway, and soon they were racing down towards the M62. The Mercedes was cruising effortlessly in the fast lane, while Paula struggled to keep up, shifting between the middle lane and the fast lane, occasionally even drifting over to the inside lane when there was little traffic around. They headed west along the M62. "Looks like Manchester or Liverpool," Paula said. "I'd guess Liverpool," Carol said. "He did Manchester last time. He won't want to chance being spotted in the same city so soon after Eileen Walsh." And she was right. They swapped lead cars again, and Carol tailed him to the waterfront, where he pulled into a multi-story car park next to the Philharmonic, a new hotel in the heart of the redeveloped docks. The dark red-brick building had once housed a massive tobacco warehouse, but only the facade remained of what had been. "I'm betting that's where his target wedding is," Carol said. "Park on the street and be ready on foot for when he comes out. I'll park up inside. If he takes the lift, I'll take the stairs, and vice versa. Be ready." The call ended abruptly. "Bloody hell, where am I supposed to park round here?" Paula grumbled. "There's some meters back down the street," Tony said, pointing over his shoulder. "You get out, I'll park the car and catch you up." "I don't just do it." With a worried look over her shoulder, Paula did as he told her. Tony struggled with the unfamiliar car, but managed to do a 3-point turn without annoying too many other drivers. By the time he'd parked and hustled back down the street, he could see Elton cutting into the hotel entrance. Paula was a few meters behind, hanging back till she was sure he was properly inside. Then Carol emerged from the car park. There was no possibility of escaping her notice. Not in the purple anorak. "What the hell are you doing here?" she demanded as soon as he came within range.
If your head's still full of crazy ideas, what the hell is Paula doing here? He threw straight back at her. You make her complicit, you destroy her as well as yourself. Don't be stupid. She's not complicit. She's here to make the arrest after I stop him. You can't do this, Carol. I will, Tony. You can't stop me. She pushed past him and joined Paula at the hotel entrance. Together they walked inside. He thought about phoning the police. And saying what? The head of Remit is about to commit a murder? He could imagine the laughter in the control room. He couldn't tell Paula, because then he'd be the one making her complicit if they couldn't stop Carol. There was nothing else for it. The only person who could stop Carol from destroying her life was him. He'd never felt less heroic. Chapter 71. Heart in mouth, Tony followed the two women up the steps and into the foyer. Blonde wood and grey granite were the keynote materials, offset by receptionists in sombre dark grey unisex Nehru jackets. Splashes of colour came from the dresses, shoes and fascinators of young women moving through on their way to another part of the hotel. The men blended in better, except for the occasional startling tie. A large plasma screen over to one side revealed the events of the day and their locations. The only wedding was in the first-floor Lennon and McCartney ballroom. Carol and Paula stood to one side of the screen, heads close, conferring. Nothing for it but to approach them. "What's the plan, then?" he asked genially as he drew close. "One that doesn't include you," Carol said. "I'm the only one he hasn't seen before," Tony said reasonably. "You're not a police officer." Carol turned away, her face rigid with anger. "But I can observe. I can alert you when he makes a move." "He's got a point," Paula said. "Go away, Tony," Carol said. "Fine. See you later." He smiled and walked away, up the wood and steel staircase to the first floor. Carol watched Tony climb the stairs with a growing sense of dismay. What the hell did he think he was playing at? This was hard enough without having to factor in whatever interfering plan he had cooked up. For there would be some plan, she knew him well enough to realize that. Her blood was already beating in her veins, her palms damp. "We can't let him get in the middle of this," she said. "Come on." By the time the two women had climbed the stairs, Tony was handing in his purple anorak to the cloakroom. Underneath, he was wearing his best suit. It wasn't most people's idea of a wedding suit. It had been fashionable briefly, about 10 years before, but it was a suit, and his tie didn't clash with his shirt. His shoes were polished for the occasion. He'd even had a haircut. Carol couldn't remember a time when he looked better. It pierced her to the heart. She knew that what she was about to do would grieve him more deeply than he'd ever be able to admit. She would be drawing a line between them forever. But high as it was, it remained a price she was willing to pay to avoid having more death on her conscience. There was no going back now. Carol drew in a sharp breath and stepped in front of him. He smiled again. "I think you and Paula are a bit underdressed for this." He gestured at their smart casual outfits. "It's a wedding, you know. Look, why don't I slip in and keep an eye on Elton? We already know how he operates. Let's wait till he's made a move on his victim and brought her out of the reception to talk to her privately in the bar. Then you can move in on him, because by then he'll have given her a false name and spun her the same set of lies that we know he told the other women.
the dead wife, the "let's take it easy" line.
"It makes sense, boss," Paula said. "It'd be a lot easier to arrest him in a quiet bar rather than in the middle of a wedding reception. And do we really want to wreck some innocent couple's wedding?"
Carol looked from one to the other. It was hard to argue against them, because it was exactly the strategy she'd have employed if she'd been considering arrest rather than the alternative. They looked at her expectantly, and she made up her mind. The very circumstances that would make arrest easier would also simplify what she had in mind.
"Okay," she sighed, "but keep your distance. Don't do anything to make him suspicious. And call me as soon as he makes a move on a woman. You're not a police officer, Tony. Don't try to act like one. We'll find a quiet corner out of the way for now."
She watched him walk down the hallway to the ballroom.
"Wait here," she told Paula, setting off after Tony.
Carol slowed as she approached the double doors of the ballroom. They were thrown wide, and she could see from the detritus on the tables that the wedding meal was over. The long drapes had been pulled over the windows, and the DJ was warming up the room with the Brian Eno remix of "Congratulations." She kept moving and found a ladies' loo at the end of the hallway. She locked herself into a cubicle and slipped her hand inside her bag. The handle of the knife was still perfectly aligned to her hand. It was a 6-inch rigid boning knife, one of a set she'd bought to equip the new kitchen in the barn. She'd never actually used it. Cooking wasn't something she did very often, and when she did, it never required filleting a piece of meat. But the set had looked good in its brushed steel block, and it turned out it was more practical than she'd ever have imagined. Her mouth was dry, her stomach fluttering. She hadn't been able to keep food down since the day before, and there was a dull ache at the base of her skull. But she could do this, Carol told herself. She wouldn't think twice if she was protecting someone she cared about. Paula, say, or Tony. Why should that be any different from the lives of strangers? Didn't they deserve their lives as much as people who happened to be dear to her? Carol leaned her forehead against the cool marble wall of the cubicle. It was too late for cold feet now. It was only a matter of time before Penny Burgess brought her life crashing down around her ears, and then it would be too late. She'd never get anywhere near Elton again, and he would kill and kill again. How many women would he murder before he was finally caught? She couldn't let that happen. She had enough on her conscience. The guilt stopped here. It was time for a good death. Tony ambled across the ballroom, a genial smile here, a nod of apparent recognition there, a little wave to a small child who looked startled. He leaned on the bar and ordered a pint of bitter, letting his gaze drift down the bar. There, halfway down, was Elton, jacket over his shoulder, tie loosened, drink in hand. He was talking to the man standing next to him, probably gleaning a few details about the bride or groom to help him with his mission. He wasn't the only one with a mission. Tony felt faintly sick at the thought of what was to come. However he did it, he had to stop Carol from killing this man. It would be an unsurvivable event for her, he was convinced. She had drawn on extraordinary strength to hold herself together all these years, but even Carol Jordan had to run out of sheer determination somewhere. And this, he thought, was probably the time and the place. The DJ was running the repertoire of surefire dancing tracks, ABBA, Madonna, Rod Stewart, as well as more modern stuff Tony couldn't put a name to. The dance floor was crammed with bodies. Not everyone was dancing, however. Some of the older guests were in little knots and huddles of conversation.
The parents of small children were chasing after them, whooping and laughing. The men who wouldn't dance were mostly crowded round the bar, and a couple of women sat alone, gazing intently at their phones, pretending not to mind. And then Elton made his move. He approached one of the women, pulling out a chair to join her. Even from that distance, Tony could see he was employing a deal of grace and charm. Tony took out his phone and called Paula, not Carol. "He's found his target," he said. 30-something, long blonde hair, red dress. I'll call back when they're on the move." It took no more than 15 minutes. Elton jumped to his feet and pulled the woman's chair back as she stood. They walked to the door, heads close in conversation, his hand cupping her elbow. Tony called Paula again. "Coming your way," he said. He left his untouched pint and hurried after the wedding killer and his latest acquisition. There was a dimly lit cocktail bar at the far end of the corridor. Its smoked glass windows offered a view of the Albert Dock that almost made it look glamorous. Paula and Carol had chosen a table as far away from the door as they could get, tucked round the corner of the bar. They could see the heads and shoulders of people walking in, and right on cue, moments after Tony had made his second call, Tom Elton walked in with a woman. He was paying attention to her, not to his surroundings, as he steered her towards an empty table only a dozen meters from Carol and Paula. He solicitously arranged a chair for the woman and was about to sit down when he glanced across and saw the two women. An expression of shock flickered over his face, but as he composed himself, Carol got to her feet and moved towards him, her hand reaching into her shoulder bag. Paula right behind her. Time slowed. Carol's hand inched out of her bag. A gleam of metal. Then Tony's voice, urgent, loud. "Mr. Elton!" Elton turned. Tony appeared to embrace him, something black sliding between them. Paula's hand on Carol's wrist, twisting it so hard the blade fell back into her bag. Then Elton on the floor, gasping like a landed shark, scarlet spreading across his shirt front, a woman screaming, and Tony standing, arms loose at his side, a black blade dripping red. Epilogue. One phone call. That's all it would have taken. One short phone call to change so many lives. Tom Elton would still have been alive. His intended victims would have carried on with their lives, oblivious to what their fate might have been. DCI Carol Jordan would no longer have been a warranted police officer. And Dr. Tony Hill would not have been sitting in a room beneath Liverpool Crown Court awaiting sentence. Not a day passed without the newly promoted Detective Inspector Paula McIntyre cursing the delay in returning Tricia Stone's call. If she'd been able to get through, she would have learned about the cottage in the Dales that Tom Elton had access to, that Tricia Stone had forgotten to mention when they'd spoken previously. That knowledge would surely have been enough to stay Carol Jordan's hand. When Paula eventually got hold of Tricia 2 days later, she'd already heard about Elton's death and was full of apologies for not having remembered the cottage in the Dales. "I never went there," she said. "When I left my last company, I swapped my shares for it. My lawyer dealt with everything. There was a sitting tenant, an academic. We only realized she moved out a few days ago when she rang up about some archive boxes she'd left in the loft. And then I remembered you asking about the Dales." Too late, Paula thought bitterly as she listened. Too bloody late. Trisha's information opened up an Aladdin's cave of forensic evidence. The DNA of all 3 of Elton's victims, the Brompton bike he'd used to leave the scene, a cache of burner phones, 3 boxes of packets of crisps, all the evidence they'd have needed to put him away for murder 3 times over. And her friend Tony wouldn't be about to receive a life sentence. Remarkably, things had not descended into chaos after the stabbing. Paula somehow held it together. She had arrested Tony, who meekly sat in a chair until other officers arrived. She'd told the barman to close the bar. She'd quietly told Carol, who was apparently paralyzed with shock, to shut the fuck up about the knife in her own bag. "Nobody saw it," she'd hissed. "If anybody remembers you reaching into your bag, it was your warrant card you were going for." Carol had nodded, mute with stupefaction. Then routine had taken over. Paramedics, cops, crime scene techs had staked their claim to the event. Paula had given a statement and had finally been cut loose in the small hours of the Sunday morning. Nobody would tell her what was going on or where Carol was, so reluctantly she went home. She had no recollection of the drive back to Bradfield. Eleanor found her asleep at the kitchen table later that morning, a half-drunk tumbler of whiskey next to her. When she turned her phone back on, she found a deluge of messages from the remit team. She couldn't face any of them. There was one voice message from Carol, which she listened to. "I'm so sorry," was all she said. They charged Tony with murder. Of course they did. Carol refused to discuss with Paula what had happened. Numb and shocked, the team pulled together the evidence against Elton, which came in handy for Tony's defense team. But the fact that your victim had himself killed 3 others and was on the way to number 4 wasn't a defense to murder. Nothing more than a speech in mitigation. Somehow, between them, the defense team and the Crown Prosecution Service had parlayed the charge down to voluntary manslaughter. Still, it would be a heavy sentence. The use of a knife made sure of that. Paula had visited Tony several times during the 8 months he'd been on remand. The first time, she asked him why he'd done it. He'd given her the saddest smile and said, "So she wouldn't have to." He refused to say anything more except to point out the irony that the black commando knife had been a joke leaving present from the Home Office task force on offender profiling that he'd led years before. "Like mother, like son," he'd said, as if she needed reminding about Vanessa's track record. Tony looked up as the door opened, expecting his lawyer with a final burst of optimistic but entirely unrealistic reassurance. Instead, Carol walked in, her face a pinched mask of misery. It was the first time he had seen her since his arrest, and he wasn't in the least surprised that his heart still gave a spasm of joy at the sight of her. Ridiculous, but undeniable. He jumped to his feet and moved towards her, stopping a couple of feet short. "It's wonderful to see you. I didn't think you'd ever want to see me again, but Bronwyn said, 'I've missed you. I wanted to write, but I didn't want to compromise you.'" She nodded and sat down on the bench that ran along one side of the cell. "I've been so angry with you, for doing this to yourself, for doing it because of me." A crooked smile and a half shrug. "I knew you couldn't do the time, so I stopped you doing the crime. You've ruined your life, your career, everything." He sat down next to her, turning so he could see that face that was always there when he closed his eyes at night. "I'll be okay. Because I pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter with provocation, my brief reckons I'll get somewhere between 5 and 10 years. I won't be in maximum security. I can do the time, Carol. I can finally get down to that book I've been supposedly writing for years about offender profiling and my experience in the field. I can help other prisoners who don't get enough therapy in the system. Stop being so bloody noble. You know you shouldn't have done it. No point in thinking like that. Paula tells me you've still got remit to keep you occupied. His brow wrinkled in a frown. What happened to Penny Burgess's story, by the way? It never appeared. Carol sighed and shook her head. She never ran it. The papers turned remit into heroes after Elton. You know the Daily Mail loves a vigilante. There was no mileage in trying to make us the bad guys. So I get it all, Tony. Freedom, respect, applause. The bitterness burst through her attempt at levity. Good. So make the most of it. Otherwise, all this was for nothing. She took a deep breath. You were right about the PTSD. I should have listened to you. He said nothing. There was nothing to be said. I'm seeing someone. His face was stricken, eyes wide with hurt. She gave a dry little laugh. For therapy, you idiot. Actually, I'm seeing Jacob Gold. Jacob? Tony was startled. My Jacob? Yes. I remembered you saying how much he had helped you over the years, so I went to see him. I didn't want to go through official channels for obvious reasons. He is very good. I hope so, because it's the hardest thing I've ever done. It works. He stood up. You should go now. They'll be taking me up for sentencing any minute. He paused, drinking in the sight of her looking up at him. Come and visit me. She stood up and touched his arm, as often as they'll let me. And look after Steela. I'll need somewhere to live when I come out. A single tear trickled from the corner of her eye. He lifted a hand to her face and gently brushed it away. That time I said I loved you. She nodded, swallowing hard. I meant it. I know. I love you too, Tony. Then she turned away and was gone.
The end. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Insidious Intent by Val McDermid, narrated by Saul Reiklin. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more, so look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.